Inspired by the life of the savvy and ambitious Colombian businesswoman Griselda Blanco comes a new Netflix original limited series. Griselda tells the story of a devoted mother who, with her lethal blend of charm and relentless savagery, creates one of the most powerful cartels in history. Witness Sofia Vergara's captivating transformation into the godmother of the underworld. Griselda, now streaming only on Netflix.
The Dolliver Romance and Other Pieces by Nathaniel Hawthorne. A scene from the Dolliver Romance. Dr. Dolliver, a worthy personage of extreme antiquity, was aroused rather prematurely one summer morning by the shouts of the child Pansy in an adjoining chamber, summoning old Martha, who performed the duties of nurse, housekeeper, and kitchen maid in the doctor's establishment, to take up her little ladyship and dress her. The old gentleman woke with more than his customary alacrity, and after taking a moment to gather his wits about him, pulled aside the faded moreen curtains of his ancient bed, and thrust his head into a beam of sunshine that caused him to wink and withdraw it again. This transitory glimpse of good Dr. Dolliver showed a flannel nightcap fringed round with stray locks of silvery white hair, and surmounting a meagre and duskily yellow visage, which was crossed and crisscrossed with a record of his long life and wrinkles, faithfully written, no doubt, but with such cramped chirography of Father Time that the purport was illegible. It seemed hardly worthwhile for the patriarch to get out of bed any more, and bring his forlorn shadow into the summer day that was made for younger folks. The doctor, however, was by no means of that opinion, being considerably encouraged towards the toil of living 24 hours longer by the comparative case with which he found himself going through the usually painful process of bestirring his rusty joints, stiffened by the very rest and sleep that should have made them pliable, and putting them in a condition to bear his weight upon the floor. Nor was he absolutely disheartened by the idea of those tonsorial, ablutionary, and personally decorative labors which are apt to become so intolerably irksome to an old gentleman after performing them daily and daily for 50, 60, or 70 years, and finding them still as immitigably recurrent as at first. Dr. Dolliver could nowise account for this happy condition of his spirits and physical energies, until he remembered taking an experimental sip of a certain cordial, which was long ago prepared by his grandson, and carefully sealed up in a bottle, and had been reposited in a dark closet among a parcel of effete medicines ever since that gifted young man's death. "It may have wrought effect upon me," thought the doctor, shaking his head as he lifted it again from the pillow. "It may be so, for poor Edward oftentimes instilled a strange efficacy into his perilous drugs, but I will rather believe it to be the operation of God's mercy, which may have temporarily invigorated my feeble age for little Pansy's sake." A twinge of his familiar rheumatism, as he put his foot out of bed, taught him that he must not reckon too confidently upon even a day's respite from the intrusive family of aches and infirmities, which, with their proverbial fidelity to attachments once formed, had long been the closest acquaintances that the poor old gentleman had in the world. Nevertheless, he fancied the twinge a little less poignant than those of yesterday, and moreover, after stinging him pretty smartly, it passed gradually off with a thrill, which, in its latter stages, grew to be almost agreeable. Pain is but pleasure too strongly emphasized. With cautious movements and only a groan or two, the good doctor transferred himself from the bed to the floor, where he stood a while, gazing from one piece of quaint furniture to another, such as stiff-backed Mayflower chairs, an oaken chest of drawers carved cunningly with shapes of animals and wreaths of foliage, a table with multitudinous legs, a family record in faded embroidery, a shelf of black-bound books, a dirty heap of gallipots and files in a dim corner. Gazing at these things, and steadying himself by the bedpost while his inert brain, still partially benumbed with sleep, came slowly into accordance with the realities about him, the object which most helped to bring Dr. Dolliver completely to his waking perceptions was one that common observers might suppose to have been snatched bodily out of his dreams. The same sunbeam that had dazzled the doctor between the bed curtains gleamed on the weather-beaten gilding which had once adorned this mysterious symbol, and showed it to be an enormous serpent, twining round a wooden post and reaching quite from the floor of the chamber to its ceiling. It was evidently a thing that could boast of considerable antiquity, the dry rot having eaten out its eyes and gnawed away the tip of its tail, and it must have stood long exposed to the atmosphere, for a kind of gray moss had partially overspread its tarnished gilt surface. And a swallow, or other familiar little bird in some bygone summer, seemed to have built its nest in the yawning and exaggerated mouth. It looked like a kind of Manichaean idol, which might have been elevated on a pedestal for a century or so, enjoying the worship of its votaries in the open air, until the impious sect perished from among men, all save old Dr. Dolliver, who had set up the monster in his bedchamber for the convenience of private devotion. But we are unpardonable in suggesting such a fantasy to the prejudice of our venerable friend, knowing him to have been as pious and upright a Christian, and with as little of the serpent in his character as ever came of Puritan lineage. Not to make a further mystery about a very simple matter, this bedimmed and rotten reptile was once the medical emblem or apothecary's sign of the famous Dr. Swinnerton, who practiced physique in the early days of New England, when a head of Aesculapius or Hippocrates would have vexed the souls of the righteous as savoring of heathendom. The ancient dispenser of drugs had therefore set up an image of the brazen serpent, and followed his business for many years with great credit under the scriptural device, and Dr. Dolliver, being the apprentice, pupil, and humble friend of the learned Swinnerton's old age, had inherited the symbolic snake and much other valuable property by his bequest. While the patriarch was putting on his small clothes, he took care to stand in the parallelogram of bright sunshine that fell upon the uncarpeted floor. The summer warmth was very genial to his system, and yet made him shiver. His wintry veins rejoiced at it, though the reviving blood tingled through them with a half-painful, of only half-pleasurable titillation. For the first few moments after creeping out of bed, he kept his back to the sunny window, and seemed mysteriously shy of glancing thitherward. But as the June fervor pervaded him more and more thoroughly, he turned bravely about and looked forth at a burial ground on the corner of which he dwelt. There lay many an old acquaintance, who had gone to sleep with the flavor of Dr. Dolliver's tinctures and powders upon his tongue. It was the patient's final bitter taste of this world, and perhaps doomed to be a recollected nauseousness in the next. Yesterday, in the chill of his forlorn old age, the doctor expected soon to stretch out his weary bones among that quiet community, and might scarcely have shrunk from the prospect on his own account, except, indeed, that he dreamily mixed up the infirmities of his present condition with the repose of the approaching one, being haunted by a notion that the damp earth, under the grass and dandelions, must needs be pernicious for his cough and his rheumatism. But this morning the cheerful sunbeams, or the mere taste of his grandson's cordial that he had taken at bedtime, or the fitful vigor that often sports irreverently with aged people, had caused an unfrozen drop of youthfulness somewhere within him to expand. "Hem, quoth the doctor, hoping with one effort to clear his throat of the dregs of a 10 years' cough. "Matters are not so far gone with me as I thought. I have known mightily sensible men, when only a little age-stricken or otherwise out of sorts, to die of mere faint-heartedness a great deal sooner than they need." He shook his silvery head at his own image in the looking-glass, as if to impress the apothegm on that shadowy representative of himself. And for his part he determined to pluck up a spirit and live as long as he possibly could, if it were only for the sake of little Pansy, who stood as close to one extremity of human life as her great-grandfather to the other. This child of 3 years old occupied all the unfossilized portion of good Dr. Dolliver's heart. Every other interest that he formerly had, and the entire confraternity of persons whom he once loved, had long ago departed, and the poor doctor could not follow them, because the grasp of Pansy's baby fingers held him back. So he crammed a great silver watch into his fob, and drew on a patchwork morning gown of an ancient fashion. Its original material was said to have been the embroidered front of his own wedding waistcoat, and the silken skirt of his wife's bridal attire, which his eldest granddaughter had taken from the carved chest of drawers, after poor Bessie, the beloved of his youth, had been half a century in the grave. Throughout many of the intervening years, as the garment got ragged, the spinsters of the old man's family had quilted their duty and affection into it, in the shape of patches upon patches, rose color, crimson, blue, violet, and green, and then, as their hopes faded and their life kept growing shadier, and their attire took a somber hue, sober gray, and great fragments of funereal black, until the doctor could revive the memory of most things that had befallen him by looking at his patchwork gown as it hung upon a chair. And now it was ragged again, and all the fingers that should have mended it were cold. It had an eastern fragrance, too, a smell of drugs, strong scented herbs, and spicy gums gathered from the many potent infusions that had from time to time been spilt over it, so that, snuffing him afar off, you might have taken Dr. Dolliver for a mummy, and could hardly have been undeceived by his shrunken and torpid aspect as he crept nearer. Wrapped in his odorous and many-colored robe, he took staff in hand, and moved pretty vigorously to the head of the staircase. As it was somewhat steep and but dimly lighted, he began cautiously to descend, putting his left hand on the banister, and poking down his long stick to assist him in making sure of the successive steps. And thus he became a living illustration of the accuracy of Scripture, where it describes the aged as being afraid of that which is high, a truth that is often found to have a sadder purport than its external one. Halfway to the bottom, however, the doctor heard the impatient and authoritative tones of little Pansy, Queen Pansy, as she might fairly have been styled in reference to her position in the household, calling amain for grandpapa and breakfast. He was startled into such perilous activity by the summons that his heels slid on the stairs, the slippers were shuffled off his feet, and he saved himself from a tumble only by quickening his pace and coming down at almost a run. "Mercy on my poor old bones," mentally exclaimed the doctor, fancying himself fractured in 50 places. "Some of them are broken, surely, and methinks my heart has leaped out of my mouth. What? All right? Well, but Providence is kinder to me than I deserve, prancing down this steep staircase like a kid of 3 months old." He bent stiffly to gather up his slippers and fallen staff, and meanwhile Pansy had heard the tumult of her great-grandfather's descent, and was pounding against the door of the breakfast-room in her haste to come at him. The doctor opened it, and there she stood, a rather pale and large-eyed little thing, quaint in her aspect, as might well be the case with a motherless child, dwelling in an uncheerful house, with no other playmates than a decrepit old man and a kitten, and no better atmosphere within doors than the odor of decayed apothecary's stuff, nor gayer neighborhood than that of the adjacent burial ground where all her relatives, from her great-grandmother downward, lay calling to her, "Pansy, Pansy, it is bedtime," even in the prime of the summer morning. For those dead womenfolk, especially her mother, and the whole row of maiden aunts and grand-aunts, could not be but anxious about the child, knowing that little Pansy would be far safer under a tuft of dandelions than if left alone, as she soon must be in this difficult and deceitful world. Yet in spite of the lack of damask roses in her cheeks, she seemed a healthy child, and certainly showed great capacity of energetic movement in the impulsive capers with which she welcomed her venerable progenitor. She shouted out her satisfaction, moreover, as her custom was, having never had any oversensitive auditors about her to tame down her voice, till even the doctor's dull ears were full of the clamor. "Pansy, darling," said Dr. Dolliver cheerily, patting her brown hair with his tremulous fingers, "thou hast put some of thine own friskiness into poor old grandfather this fine morning. Dost know, child, that he came near breaking his neck downstairs at the sound of thy voice? What wouldst thou have done then, little Pansy?"
"Kiss poor grandpapa and make him well,"
answered the child, remembering the doctor's own mode of cure in similar mishaps to herself.
"It shall do poor grandpapa good,"
she added, putting up her mouth to apply the remedy. "Ah, little one, thou hadst greater faith in thy medicines than ever I had in my drugs," replied the patriarch with a giggle, surprised and delighted at his own readiness of response. "But the kiss is good for my feeble old heart, Pansy, though it might do little to mend a broken neck, so give grandpapa another dose and let us to breakfast." In this merry humor they sat down to the table, great-grandpapa and Pansy side by side, and the kitten, as soon appeared, making a third in the party. First, she showed her mottled head out of Pansy's lap, delicately sipping milk from the child's basin without rebuke. Then she took post on the old gentleman's shoulder, purring like a spinning wheel, trying her claws in the wadding of his dressing gown, and still more impressively reminding him of her presence by putting out a paw to intercept a warmed-over morsel of yesterday's chicken on its way to the doctor's mouth. After skillfully achieving this feat, she scrambled down upon the breakfast table and began to wash her face and hands. Evidently these companions were all three on intimate terms, as was natural enough, since a great many childish impulses were softly creeping back on the simple-minded old man, insomuch that, if no worldly necessities nor painful infirmity had disturbed him, his remnant of life might have been as cheaply and cheerily enjoyed as the early playtime of the kitten and the child. Old Dr. Dolliver and his great-granddaughter, a ponderous title which seemed quite to overwhelm the tiny figure of Pansy, had met one another at the two extremities of the life circle. Her sunrise served him for a sunset, illuminating his locks of silver, and hers of golden brown with a homogeneous shimmer of twinkling light. Little Pansy was the one earthly creature that inherited a drop of the Dolliver blood. The doctor's only child, poor Bessie's offspring, had died the better part of 100 years before, and his grandchildren, a numerous and dimly remembered brood, had vanished along his weary track in their youth, maturity, or incipient age, till hardly knowing how it had all happened, he found himself tottering onward with an infant's small fingers in his nerveless grasp. So mistily did his dead progeny come and go in the patriarch's decayed recollection, that this solitary child represented for him the successive babyhoods of the many that had gone before. The emotions of his early paternity came back to him. She seemed the baby of a past age oftener than she seemed Pansy. A whole family of grand-aunts, one of whom had perished in her cradle, never so mature as Pansy now, another in her virgin bloom, another in autumnal maidenhood, yellow and shriveled with vinegar in her blood, and still another a forlorn widow whose grief outlasted even its vitality and grew to be merely a torpid habit, and was saddest then. All their hitherto forgotten features peeped through the face of the great-grandchild, and their long, inaudible voices sobbed, shouted, or laughed in her familiar tones. But it often happened to Dr. Dolliver, while frolicking amid this throng of ghosts, where the only one reality looked no more vivid than its shadowy sisters, it often happened that his eyes filled with tears at a sudden perception of what a sad and poverty-stricken old man he was, already remote from his own generation, and bound to stray further onward as the sole playmate and protector of a child. As Dr. Dolliver, in spite of his advanced epoch of life, is likely to remain a considerable time longer upon our hands, we deem it expedient to give a brief sketch of his position, in order that the story may get onward with the greater freedom when he rises from the breakfast table. Deeming it a matter of courtesy, we have allowed him the honorary title of doctor, as did all his townspeople and contemporaries, except perhaps one or two formal old physicians, stingy of civil phrases and overjealous of their own professional dignity. Nevertheless, these crusty graduates were technically right in excluding Dr. Dolliver from their fraternity. He had never received the degree of any medical school, nor, save it might be for the cure of a toothache or a child's rash or a whitlow on a seamstress's finger or some such trifling malady, had he ever been even a practitioner of the awful science with which his popular designation connected him. Our old friend, in short, even at his highest social elevation, claimed to be nothing more than an apothecary, and in these latter and far less prosperous days, scarcely so much. Since the death of his last surviving grandson, Pansy's father, whom he had instructed in all the mysteries of his science, and who, being distinguished by an experimental and inventive tendency, was generally believed to have poisoned himself with an infallible panacea of his own distillation. Since that final bereavement, Dr. Dolliver's once pretty, flourishing business had lamentably declined. After a few months of unavailing struggle, he found it expedient to take down the brazen serpent from the position to which Dr. Swinnerton had originally elevated it, in front of his shop in the main street, and to retire to his private dwelling, situated in a by-lane and on the edge of a burial ground. This house, as well as the brazen serpent, some old medical books, and a drawer full of manuscripts, had come to him by the legacy of Dr. Swinnerton. The dreariness of the locality had been of small importance to our friend in his young manhood when he first led his fair wife over the threshold, and so long as neither of them had any kinship with the human dust that rose into little hillocks and still kept accumulating beneath their window. But too soon afterwards, when poor Bessie herself had gone early to rest there, it is probable that an influence from her grave may have been prematurely calmed and depressed her widowed husband, taking away much of the energy from what should have been the most active portion of his life. Thus, he never grew rich. His thrifty townsmen used to tell him that in any other man's hands Dr. Swinnerton's brazen serpent, meaning I presume the inherited credit and goodwill of that old worthy's trade, would need but 10 years' time to transmute its brass into gold. In Dr. Dolliver's keeping, as we have seen, the inauspicious symbol lost the greater part of what superficial gilding it originally had. Matters had not mended with him in more advanced life, after he had deposited a further and further portion of his heart and its affections in each successive one of a long row of kindred graves. And as he stood over the last of them, holding Pansy by the hand and looking down upon the coffin of his grandson, it is no wonder that the old man wept, partly for those gone before, but not so bitterly as for the little one that stayed behind. Why had God not taken her with the rest? And then, so hopeless as he was, so destitute of possibilities of good, his weary frame, his decrepit bones, his dried-up heart might have crumbled into dust at once, and have been scattered by the next wind over all the heaps of earth that were akin to him. This intensity of desolation, however, was of too positive a character to be long sustained by a person of Dr. Dolliver's original gentleness and simplicity, and now so completely tamed by age and misfortune. Even before he turned away from the grave, he grew conscious of a slightly cheering and invigorating effect from the tight grasp of the child's warm little hand. Feeble as he was, she seemed to adopt him willingly for her protector, and the doctor never afterwards shrank from his duty nor quailed beneath it, but bore himself like a man, striving amid the sloth of age and the breaking up of intellect to earn the competency which he had failed to accumulate even in his most vigorous days. To the extent of securing a present subsistence for Pansy and himself, he was successful. After his son's death, when the brazen serpent fell into popular disrepute, a small share of tenacious patronage followed the old man into his retirement. In his prime, he had been allowed to possess more skill than usually fell to the share of a colonial apothecary, having been regularly apprenticed to Dr. Swinnerton, who throughout his long practice was accustomed, personally, to concoct the medicines which he prescribed and dispensed. It was believed, indeed, that the ancient physician had learned the art at the world-famous drug manufactory of Apothecaries' Hall in London, and, as some people half malignly whispered, had perfected himself under masters more subtle than were to be found even there. Unquestionably, in many critical cases he was known to have employed remedies of mysterious composition and dangerous potency, which in less skillful hands would have been more likely to kill than cure. He would willingly, it is said, have taught his apprentice the secrets of these prescriptions, but the latter, being of a timid character and delicate conscience, had shrunk from acquaintance with them. It was probably as the result of the same scrupulosity that Dr. Dolliver had always declined to enter the medical profession, in which his old instructor had set him such heroic examples of adventurous dealing with matters of life and death. Nevertheless, the aromatic fragrance, so to speak, of the learned Swinnerton's reputation had clung to our friend throughout life, and there were elaborate preparations in the pharmacopoeia of that day, requiring such minute skill and conscientious fidelity in the concoctor that the physicians were still glad to confide them to one in whom these qualities were so evident. Moreover, the grandmothers of the community were kind to him, and mindful of his perfumes, his rose-water, his cosmetics, tooth-powders, pomanders, and pomades, the scent memory of which lingered about their toilet tables, or came faintly back from the days when they were beautiful. Among this class of customers, there was still a demand for certain comfortable little nostrums, delicately sweet and pungent to the taste, cheering to the spirits, and fragrant in the breath. the proper distillation of which was the airiest secret that the mystic Swinnerton had left behind him. And besides, these old ladies had always liked the manners of Dr. Dolliver, and used to speak of his gentle courtesy behind the counter as having positively been something to admire. Though of later years an unrefined and almost rustic simplicity, such as belonged to his humble ancestors, appeared to have taken possession of him, as it often does of prettily mannered men in their late decay. But it resulted from all these favorable circumstances that the doctor's marble mortar, though worn with long service and considerably damaged by a crack that pervaded it, continued to keep up an occasional intimacy with the pestle, and he still weighed drachms and scruples in his delicate scales, though it seemed impossible dealing with such minute quantities that his tremulous fingers should not put in too little or too much, leaving out life with the deficiency or spilling in death with the surplus. To say the truth, his staunchest friends were beginning to think that Dr. Dolliver's fits of absence, when his mind appeared absolutely to depart from him while his frail old body worked on mechanically, rendered him not quite trustworthy without a close supervision of his proceedings. It was impossible, however, to convince the aged apothecary of the necessity for such vigilance. And if anything could stir up his gentle temper to wrath, or, as oftener happened, to tears, it was the attempt, which he was marvelously quick to detect, thus to interfere with his long-familiar business. The public, meanwhile, ceasing to regard Dr. Dolliver in his professional aspect, had begun to take an interest in him as perhaps their oldest fellow citizen. It was he that remembered the great fire and the great snow, and that had been a grown-up stripling at the terrible epoch of witch times, and a child just breeched at the breaking out of King Philip's Indian War. He, too, in his schoolboy days, had received a benediction from the patriarchal governor Bradstreet, and thus could boast, somewhat as bishops do of their unbroken succession from the apostles, of a transmitted blessing from the whole company of sainted pilgrims among whom the venerable magistrate had been an honored companion. Viewing their townsman in this aspect, the people revoked the courteous doctorate with which they had heretofore decorated him, and now knew him most familiarly as Grandsir Dolliver. His white head, his Puritan band, his threadbare garb, the fashion of which he had ceased to change half a century ago, his gold-headed staff that had been Dr. Swinnerton's, his shrunken, frosty figure and its feeble movement, all these characteristics had a wholeness and permanence in the public recognition, like the meeting-house steeple or the town pump. All the younger portion of the inhabitants unconsciously ascribed a sort of aged immortality to Grandsir Dolliver's infirm and reverend presence. They fancied that he had been born old. At least I remember entertaining some such notions about age-stricken people when I myself was young. And that he could the better tolerate his aches and incommodities, his dull ears and dim eyes, his remoteness from human intercourse within the crust of indurated years, the cold temperature that kept him always shivering and sad, the heavy burden that invisibly bent down his shoulders. That all these intolerable things might bring a kind of enjoyment to Grandsir Dolliver as the lifelong conditions of his peculiar existence. But alas, it was a terrible mistake. This weight of years had a perennial novelty for the poor sufferer. He never grew accustomed to it, but long as he had now borne the fretful torpor of his waning life, and patient as he seemed, he still retained an inward consciousness that these stiffened shoulders, these quailing knees, this cloudiness of sight and brain, this confused forgetfulness of men and affairs, were troublesome accidents that did not really belong to him. He possibly cherished a half-recognized idea that they might pass away. Youth, however eclipsed for a season, is undoubtedly the proper, permanent, and genuine condition of man. And if we look closely into this dreary delusion of growing old, we shall find that it never absolutely succeeds in laying hold of our own innermost convictions. A somber garment, woven of life's unrealities, had muffled us from our true self, but within it smiles the young man whom we knew. The ashes of many perishable things have fallen upon our youthful fire, but beneath them lurk the seeds of inextinguishable flame. So powerful is this instinctive faith that men of simple modes of character are prone to antedate its consummation. And thus it happened with poor Grandsir Dolliver, who often awoke from an old man's fitful sleep with a sense that his senile predicament was but a dream of the past night. And hobbling hastily across the cold floor to the looking-glass, he would be grievously disappointed at beholding the white hair, the wrinkles and furrows, the ashen visage and bent form, the melancholy mask of age, in which, as he now remembered, some strange and sad enchantment had involved him for years gone by. To other eyes than his own, however, the shriveled old gentleman looked as if there were little hope of his throwing off this too artfully wrought disguise, until at no distant day his stooping figure should be straightened out, his hoary locks be smoothed over his brows, and his much enduring bones be laid safely away with a green coverlet spread over them, beside his Bessie, who doubtless would recognize her youthful companion, in spite of his ugly garniture of decay. He longed to be gazed at by the loving eyes now closed. He shrank from the hard stare of them that loved him not. Walking the streets, seldom and reluctantly, he felt a dreary impulse to elude the people's observation, as if with a sense that he had gone irrevocably out of fashion and broken his connecting links with the network of human life. Or else it was that nightmare feeling which we sometimes have in dreams, when we seem to find ourselves wandering through a crowded avenue with the noonday sun upon us in some wild extravagance of dress or nudity. He was conscious of estrangement from his townspeople, but did not always know how nor wherefore, nor why he should be thus groping through the twilight, mist, and solitude. If they spoke loudly to him with cheery voices, the greeting translated itself faintly and mournfully to his ears. If they shook him by the hand, it was as if a thick, insensible glove absorbed the kindly pressure and the warmth. When little Pansy was the companion of his walk, her childish gaiety and freedom did not avail to bring him into closer relationship with men, but seemed to follow him into that region of indefinable remoteness, that dismal fairyland of aged fancy into which old Grandsir Dolliver had so strangely crept away. Yet there were moments, as many persons had noticed, when the great-grandpapa would suddenly take stronger hues of life. It was as if his faded figure had been colored over anew, or at least as he and Pansy moved along the street, as if a sunbeam had fallen across him, instead of the gray gloom of an instant before. His chilled sensibilities had probably been touched and quickened by the warm contiguity of his little companion through the medium of her hand, as it stirred within his own, or some inflection of her voice that set his memory ringing and chiming with forgotten sounds. While that music lasted, the old man was alive and happy, and there were seasons, it might be, happier than even these, when Pansy had been kissed and put to bed, and Grandsir Dolliver sat by his fireside gazing in among the massive coals, and absorbing their glow into those cavernous abysses with which all men communicate. Hence come angels or fiends into our twilight musings, according as we may have peopled them in bygone years. Over our friend's face, in the rosy flicker of the fire gleam, stole an expression of repose and perfect trust that made him as beautiful to look at, in his high-backed chair, as the child Pansy on her pillow. And sometimes, the spirits that were watching him beheld a calm surprise draw slowly over his features and brighten into joy, yet not so vividly as to break his evening quietude. The gate of heaven had been kindly left ajar, that this forlorn old creature might catch a glimpse within. All the night afterwards he would be semi-conscious of an intangible bliss diffused through the fitful lapses of an old man's slumber, and would awake at early dawn with a faint thrilling of the heart's strings, as if there had been music just now wandering over them. End of Section 1. Section 2 of the Dolliver Romance and Other Pieces by Nathaniel Hawthorne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. Section 2. Another Scene from the Dolliver Romance. Footnote. This scene was not revised by the author, but is printed from his first draft. End footnote. We may now suppose Grandsir Dolliver to have finished his breakfast, with a better appetite and sharper perception of the qualities of his food than he has generally felt of late years, whether it were due to old Martha's cookery or to the cordial of the night before. Little Pansy had also made an end of her bread and milk with entire satisfaction, and afterwards nibbled a crust, greatly enjoying its resistance to her little white teeth. How this child came by the odd name of Pansy, and whether it was really her baptismal name, I have not ascertained. More probably it was one of those pet appellations that grow out of a child's character, or out of some keen thrill of affection in the parents. An unsought-for and unconscious felicity. A kind of revelation teaching them the true name by which the child's guardian angel would know it. A name with playfulness and love in it, that we often observe to supersede, in the practice of those who love the child best, the name that they carefully selected, and caused the clergyman to plaster indelibly on the poor little forehead at the font. The love name, whereby if the child lives, the parents know it in their hearts, or by which, if it dies, God seems to have called it away, leaving the sound lingering faintly and sweetly through the house. In Pansy's case it may have been a certain pensiveness which was sometimes seen under her childish frolic, and so translated itself into French, pensée. Her mother having been of Acadian kin, or quite as probably it alluded merely to the color of her eyes, which in some lights were very like the dark petals of a tuft of pansies in the doctor's garden. It might very well be, indeed, on account of the suggested pensiveness, for the child's gaiety had no example to sustain it, no sympathy of other children or grown people, and her melancholy, had it been so dark a feeling, was but the shadow of the house and of the old man. If brighter sunshine came, she would brighten with it. This morning, surely, as the three companions, Pansy, Puss, and Grandsir Dolliver, emerged from the shadow of the house into the small adjoining enclosure, they seemed all frolicsome alike. The doctor, however, was intent over something that had reference to his lifelong business of drugs. This little spot was the place where he was wont to cultivate a variety of herbs supposed to be endowed with medicinal virtue. Some of them had been long known in the pharmacopoeia of the Old World, and others in the early days of the country had been adopted by the first settlers from the Indian medicine men. Though with fear and even contrition, because these wild doctors were supposed to draw their pharmaceutic knowledge from no gracious source, the black man himself being the principal professor in their medical school. From his own experience, however, Dr. Dolliver had long since doubted, though he was not bold enough quite to come to the conclusion, that Indian shrubs, and the remedies prepared from them, were much less perilous than those so freely used in European practice, and singularly apt to be followed by results quite as propitious. Into such heterodoxy our friend was the more liable to fall because it had been taught him early in life by his old master, Dr. Swinnerton, who, at those not infrequent times when he indulged a certain unhappy predilection for strong waters, had been accustomed to inveigh in terms of the most cynical contempt and coarsest ridicule against the practice by which he lived, and, as he affirmed, inflicted death on his fellow men. Our old apothecary, though too loyal to the learned profession with which he was connected fully to believe this bitter judgment, even when pronounced by his revered master, was still so far influenced that his conscience was possibly a little easier when making a preparation from forest herbs and roots, than in the concoction of half a score of nauseous poisons into a single elaborate drug, as the fashion of that day was. But there were shrubs in the garden of which he had never ventured to make a medical use, nor, indeed, did he know their virtue, although from year to year he had tended and fertilized, weeded and pruned them with something like religious care. They were of the rarest character and had been planted by the learned and famous Dr. Swinnerton, who, on his deathbed when he left his dwelling, and all his abstruse manuscripts to his favorite pupil, had particularly directed his attention to this row of shrubs. They had been collected by himself from remote countries, and had the poignancy of torrid climes in them. And he told them that, properly used, they would be worth all the rest of the legacy 100-fold. As the apothecary, however, found the manuscripts in which he conjectured there was a treatise on the subject of these shrubs mostly illegible, and quite beyond his comprehension in such passages as he succeeded in puzzling out, partly because, owing to his very imperfect knowledge of Latin, in which language they were written, he had never derived from them any of the promised benefit. And to say the truth, remembering that Dr. Swinnerton himself never appeared to triturate or decoct or do anything else with the mysterious herbs, our old friend was inclined to imagine the weighty commendation of their virtues to have been the idly solemn utterance of mental aberration at the hour of death. So with the integrity that belonged to his character, he had nurtured them as tenderly as was possible in the ungenial climate and soil of New England, putting some of them into pots for the winter. But they had rather dwindled than flourished, and he had reaped no harvests from them, nor observed them with any degree of scientific interest. His grandson, however, while yet a schoolboy, had listened to the old man's legend of the miraculous virtues of these plants, and it took so firm a hold of his mind that the row of outlandish vegetables seemed rooted in it, and certainly flourished there with richer luxuriance than in the soil where they actually grew. The story, acting thus early upon his imagination, may be said to have influenced his brief career in life, and, perchance, brought about its early close. The young man, in the opinion of competent judges, was endowed with remarkable abilities, and according to the rumor of the people, had wonderful gifts, which were proved by the cures he had wrought with remedies of his own invention. His talents lay in the direction of scientific analysis and inventive combination of chemical powers. While under the pupillage of his grandfather, his progress had rapidly gone quite beyond his instructor's hope, leaving him even to tremble at the audacity with which he overturned and invented theories, and to wonder at the depth at which he wrought beneath the superficialness and mock mystery of the medical science of those days, like a miner sinking his shaft and running a hideous peril of the earth caving in above him. Especially did he devote himself to these plants, and under his care they had thriven beyond all former precedent, bursting into luxuriance of bloom, and most of them bearing beautiful flowers, which, however, in 2 or 3 instances, had the sort of natural repulsiveness that the serpent has in its beauty, compelled against its will, as it were, to warn the beholder of an unrevealed danger. The young man had long ago, it must be added, demanded of his grandfather the documents included in the legacy of Professor Swinnerton, and had spent days and nights upon them, growing pale over their mystic lore, which seemed the fruit not merely of the professor's own labors, but of those more ancient sages than he. And often a whole volume seemed to be compressed within the limits of a few lines of crabbed manuscript, judging from the time which it cost even the quick-minded student to decipher them. Meantime, these abstruse investigations had not wrought such disastrous effects as might have been feared, in causing Edward Dolliver to neglect the humble trade, the conductor of which his grandfather had now relinquished almost entirely into his hands. On the contrary, with the merest side results of his study, or what may be called the chips and shavings of his real work, he created a prosperity quite beyond anything that his simple-minded predecessor had ever hoped for, even at the most sanguine epoch of his life. The young man's adventurous endowments were miraculously alive, and connecting themselves with his remarkable ability for solid research, and perhaps his conscience being as yet imperfectly developed, as it sometimes lies dormant in the young. He spared not to produce compounds which, if the names were anywise to be trusted, would supersede all other remedies, and speedily render any medicine a needless thing, making the trade of apothecary an untenable one, and the title of doctor obsolete. Whether there was real efficacy in these nostrums, and whether their author himself had faith in them, is more than can safely be said, but at all events the public believed in them, and thronged to the old and dim sign of the brazen serpent, which, though hitherto familiar to them and their forefathers, now seemed to shine with auspicious luster, as if its old scriptural virtues were renewed. If any faith was to be put in human testimony, many marvelous cures were really performed, the fame of which spread far and wide, and caused demands for these medicines to come in from places far beyond the precincts of the little town. Our old apothecary, now degraded by the overshadowing influence of his grandson's character to a position not much above that of a shop boy, stood behind the counter with a face sad and distrustful, and yet with an odd kind of fitful excitement in it, as if he would have liked to enjoy this new prosperity had he dared. Then his venerable figure was to be seen dispensing these questionable compounds by the single bottle and by the dozen, wronging his simple conscience as he dealt out what he feared was trash or worse, shrinking from the reproachful eyes of every ancient physician who might chance to be passing by, but withal examining closely the silver or the New England coarsely printed bills which he took in payment, as if apprehensive that the delusive character of the commodity which he sold might be balanced by equal counterfeiting in the money received, or as if his faith in all things were shaken. Is it not possible that this gifted young man had indeed found out those remedies which nature has provided and laid away for the cure of every ill? The disastrous termination of the most brilliant epoch that had ever come to the Brazen Serpent must be told in a few words. One night, Edward Dolliver's young wife awoke, and seeing the grey dawn creeping into the chamber while her husband, it should seem, was still engaged in his laboratory, arose in her nightdress and went to the door of the room to put in her gentle remonstrance against such labor. There she found him dead, sunk down out of his chair upon the hearth, where were some ashes, apparently of burnt manuscripts, which appeared to comprise most of those included in Dr. Swinnerton's legacy, though one or two had fallen near the heap and lay merely scorched beside it. It seemed as if he had thrown them into the fire under a sudden impulse in a great hurry and passion. It may be that he had come to the perception of something fatally false and deceptive in the successes which he had appeared to win, and was too proud and too conscientious to survive it. Doctors were called in, but had no power to revive him. An inquest was held, at which the jury, under the instruction perhaps of those same revengeful doctors, expressed the opinion that the poor young man, being given to the strange contrivances with poisonous drugs, had died by incautiously tasting them himself. This verdict and the terrible event itself at once deprived the medicines of all their popularity, and the poor old apothecary was no longer under any necessity of disturbing his conscience by selling them. They at once lost their repute, and ceased to be in any demand. In the few instances in which they were tried, the experiment was followed by no good results, and even those individuals who had fancied themselves cured had been loudest in spreading the praises of these beneficial compounds, now, as if for the utter demolition of the poor youth's credit, suffered under a recurrence of the worst symptoms, and in more than one case perished miserably. Insomuch, for the days of witchcraft were still within the memory of living men and women, it was the general opinion that Satan had been personally concerned in this affliction, and that the Brazen Serpent, so long honored among them, was really the type of his subtle malevolence and perfect iniquity. It was rumored even that all preparations that came from the shop were harmful, that teeth decayed that had been made pearly white by the use of the young chemist's dentifrice, that cheeks were freckled that had been changed to damask roses by his cosmetics, that hair turned gray or fell off that had become black, glossy, and luxuriant from the application of his mixtures. That breath which his drugs had sweetened had now a sulphurous smell. Moreover, all the money heretofore amassed by the sale of them had been exhausted by Edward Dolliver in his lavish expenditure for the processes of his study, and nothing was left for Pansy except a few valueless and unsaleable bottles of medicine, and one or two others perhaps more recondite than their inventor had seen fit to offer to the public. Little Pansy's mother lived but a short time after the shock of the terrible catastrophe, and as we began our story with saying, she was left with no better guardianship or support than might be found in the efforts of a long superannuated man. Nothing short of the simplicity, integrity, and piety of Grandsir Dolliver's character, known and acknowledged as far back as the oldest inhabitants remembered anything, and inevitably discoverable by the dullest and most prejudiced observers in all its natural manifestations, could have protected him in still creeping about the streets. So far as he was personally concerned, however, all bitterness and suspicion had speedily passed away, and there remained still the careless and neglectful goodwill, and the prescriptive reverence, not altogether reverential, which the world heedlessly awards to the unfortunate individual who outlives his generation. And now that we have shown the reader sufficiently, or at least to the best of our knowledge and perhaps at tedious length, what was the present position of Grand Sir Dolliver, we may let our story pass onward, though at such a pace as suits the feeble gait of an old man. The peculiarly brisk sensation of this morning, to which we have more than once alluded, enabled the doctor to toil pretty vigorously at his medicinal herbs, his catnip, his vervain, and the like, but he did not turn his attention to the row of mystic plants, with which so much of trouble and sorrow either was or appeared to be connected. In truth, his old soul was sick of them, and their very fragrance, which the warm sunshine made strongly perceptible, was odious to his nostrils. But the spicy, home-like scent of his other herbs, the English simples, was grateful to him, and so was the earth smell as he turned up the soil about their roots and eagerly snuffed it in. Little Pansy, on the other hand, perhaps scandalized at great-grandpapa's neglect of the prettiest plants in his garden, resolved to do her small utmost towards balancing his injustice. So, with an old shingle fallen from the roof, which she had appropriated as her agricultural tool, she began to dig about them, pulling up the weeds as she saw Grandpapa doing. The kitten, too, with a look of elfish sagacity, lent her assistance, plying her paws with vast haste and efficiency at the roots of one of the shrubs. This particular one was much smaller than the rest, perhaps because it was a native of the torrid zone and required greater care than the others to make it flourish, so that shriveled, cankered, and scarcely showing a green leaf, both Pansy and the kitten probably mistook it for a weed. After their joint efforts had made a pretty big trench about it, the little girl seized the shrub with both hands, bestriding it with her plump little legs, and giving so vigorous a pull that, long accustomed to be transplanted annually, it came up by the roots, and little Pansy came down in a sitting posture, making a broad impress on the soft earth.
See, doctor,
cries Pansy, comically enough to give him his title of courtesy.
Look, Grandpapa, the big naughty weed.
Now the doctor had at once a peculiar dread and a peculiar value for this identical shrub, both because his grandson's investigations had been applied more ardently to it than to all the rest, and because it was associated in his mind with an ancient and sad recollection. For he had never forgotten that his wife, the early lost, had once taken a fancy to wear its flowers day after day through the whole season of their bloom, in her bosom, where they glowed like a gem, and deepened her somewhat pallid beauty with a richness never before seen in it. At least, such was the effect which this tropical flower imparted to the beloved form in his memory, and thus it somehow both brightened and wronged her. This happened not long before her death, and whenever in the subsequent years this plant had brought its annual flower, it had proved a kind of talisman to bring up the image of Bessie, radiant with this glow that did not really belong to her naturally passive beauty, quickly interchanging with another image of her form, with the snow of death on cheek and forehead. This reminiscence had remained among the things of which the doctor was always conscious, but had never breathed a word, through the whole of his long life, a sprig of sensibility that perhaps helped to keep him tenderer and purer, who entertain no such follies. And the sight of the shrub often brought back the faint golden gleam of her hair, as if her spirit were in the sunlights of the garden, quivering into view and out of it. And therefore, when he saw what Pansy had done, he sent forth a strange, inarticulate, hoarse, tremulous exclamation, a sort of aged and decrepit cry of mingled emotion. "Naughty Pansy to pull up Grandpapa's flower," said he as soon as he could speak. "Poison, Pansy, poison! Fling it away, child!" And dropping his spade, the old gentleman scrambled toward the little girl as quickly as his rusty joints would let him, while Pansy, as apprehensive and quick of notion as a fawn, started up with a shriek of mirth and fear to escape him. It so happened that the garden gate was ajar, and a puff of wind blowing it wide open, she escaped through this fortuitous avenue, followed by great-grandpapa and the kitten. "Stop, naughty pansy, stop!" shouted our old friend. "You will tumble into the grave!" The kitten, with the singular sensitiveness that seems to affect it at every kind of excitement, was now on her back. And indeed this portentous warning was better grounded and had more literal meaning than might be supposed, for the swinging gate communicated with the burial ground, and almost directly in little Pansy's track there was a newly dug grave ready to receive its tenant that afternoon. Pansy, however, fled onward with outstretched arms, half in fear, half in fun, plying her round little legs with wonderful promptitude, as if to escape time or death in the person of Grandsir Dolliver, and happily avoiding the ominous pitfall that lies in every person's path, till, hearing a groan from her pursuer, she looked over her shoulder and saw that poor Grandpapa had stumbled over one of the many hillocks. She then suddenly wrinkled up her little visage and sent forth a full-breathed roar of sympathy and alarm.
"Grandpapa has broken his neck now,"
cried little Pansy amid her sobs. "Kiss Grandpapa and make it well, then," said the old gentleman, recollecting her remedy, and scrambling up more readily than could be expected. "Well," he murmured to himself, "a hair's breadth more, and I should have been tumbled into yonder grave. Poor little Pansy, what wouldst thou have done then?"
"Make the grass grow over, Grandpapa," answered Pansy, laughing up in his face.
"Oh, child, that is not a pretty thing to say," said Grandpapa, pettishly and disappointed as people are apt to be when they try to calculate on the fitful sympathies of childhood. "Come, you must go in to old Martha now." The poor old gentleman was in the more haste to leave the spot because he found himself standing right in front of his own peculiar row of gravestones, consisting of 8 or 9 slabs of slate, adorned with carved borders rather rudely cut, and the earliest one, that of his Bessie, bending aslant, because the frost of so many winters had slowly undermined it. Over one grave of the row, that of his gifted grandson, there was no memorial. He felt a strange repugnance, stronger than he had ever felt before, to linger by these graves, and had none of the tender sorrow mingled with high and tender hopes that had sometimes made it seem good to him to be there. Such moods perhaps often come to the aged, when the hardened earth crust over their souls shuts them out from spiritual influences. Taking the child by the hand, her little effervescence of infantile fun having passed into a downcast humor, though not well knowing as yet what a dusky cloud of disheartening fancies arose from these green hillocks, he went heavily toward the garden gate, close to its threshold, so that one who was issuing forth or entering must needs step upon it or over it, lay a small flat stone, deeply embedded in the ground, and partly covered with grass, inscribed with the name of Dr. John Swinnerton, physician. "Aye," said the old man, as the well-remembered figure of his ancient instructor seemed to rise before him in his grave apparel, with beard and gold-headed cane, black velvet doublet and cloak. "Here lies a man who, as people have thought, had it in his power to avoid the grave. He had no little grandchild to tease him. He had the choice to die, and chose it." So the old gentleman led Pansy over the stone, and carefully closed the gate. And as it happened, he forgot the uprooted shrub which Pansy, as she ran, had flung away, and which had fallen into the open grave. And when the funeral came that afternoon, the coffin was let down upon it, so that its bright, inauspicious flower never bloomed again. End of Section 2. Section 3 of the Dolliver Romance and Other Pieces by Nathaniel Hawthorne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. Another fragment of the Dolliver Romance. Footnote, never before printed. End footnote. "Be secret," and he kept his stern eye fixed upon him as the coach began to move. "Be secret," repeated the apothecary. "I know not any secret that he has confided to me thus far, and as for his nonsense, as I will be bold to style it now he is gone, about a medicine of long life, it is a thing I forget in spite of myself. So very empty and trashy it is. I wonder, by the by, that it never came into my head to give the colonel a dose of the cordial whereof I partook last night. I have no faith that it is a valuable medicine, little or none, and yet there has been an unwonted briskness in me all the morning." Then a simple joy broke over his face, a flickering sunbeam among his wrinkles, as he heard the laughter of the little girl, who was running rampant with a kitten in the kitchen. "Pansy, Pansy!" cackled he. "Grandpapa has sent away the ugly man now. Come, let us have a frolic in the garden." And he whispered to himself again, "That is a cordial yonder, and I will take it according to the prescription, knowing all the ingredients." Then, after a moment's thought, he added, "All save one." So, as he had declared to himself his intention, that night when little Pansy had long been asleep and his small household was in bed, and most of the quiet, old-fashioned townsfolk likewise, this good apothecary went into his laboratory and took out of a cupboard in the wall a certain ancient-looking bottle, which was cased over with a network of what seemed to be woven silver, like the wicker-woven bottles of our days. He had previously provided a goblet of pure water. Before opening the bottle, however, he seemed to hesitate, and pondered and babbled to himself, having long since come to that period of life when the bodily frame, having lost much of its value, is more tenderly cared for than when it was a perfect and inestimable machine. "I triturated, I infused, I distilled it myself in these very rooms, and know it all the ingredients save one. They are common things enough, comfortable things, some of them a little queer, one or two that folks have a prejudice against, and then there is that one thing that I don't know. It is foolish in me to be dallying with such a mess, which I thought was a piece of quackery, while that strange visitor bade me do it. And yet, what a strength has come from it! He said it was a rare cordial, and methinks it has brightened up my weary life all day, so that Pansy has found me the fitter playmate. And then the dose. It is so absurdly small. I will try it again." He took the silver stopple from the bottle, and with a practiced hand, tremulous as it was with age, so that one would have thought it must have shaken the liquor into a perfect shower of misapplied drops, he dropped, I have heard it said, only one single drop into the goblet of water. It fell into it with a dazzling brightness, like a spark of ruby flame, and subtly diffusing itself through the whole body of water, turned it to a rosy hue of great brilliancy. He held it up between his eyes and the light, and seemed to admire and wonder at it. "It is very odd," said he, "that such a pure, bright liqueur should have come out of a parcel of weeds that mingled their juices here. The thing is a folly. It is one of those compositions in which the chemists, the Kabbalists perhaps, used to combine what they thought the virtues of many plants, thinking that something would result in the whole which was not in either of them, and a new efficacy be created. Whereas it had been the teaching of my experience that one virtue counteracts another, and is the enemy of it. I never believed the former theory, even when that strange madman bade me do it. And what a thick, turbid matter it was until that last ingredient, that powder which he put in with his own hand. Had he let me see it, I would first have analyzed it and discovered its component parts. The man was mad, undoubtedly, and this may have been poison, but its effect is good. Pooh! I will taste again because of this weak, agued, miserable state of mine, though it is a shame in me, a man of decent skill in my way, to believe in a quack's nostrum, but it is a comfortable kind of thing. Meantime, that single drop, for good Dr. Dolliver had immediately put a stopper into the bottle, diffused a sweet odor through the chamber, so that the ordinary fragrances and scents of apothecary's stuff seemed to be controlled and influenced by it. And its bright potency also dispelled a certain dimness of the antiquated room. The doctor, at the pressure of a great need, had given incredible pains to the manufacture of this medicine, so that, reckoning the pains rather than the ingredients, all except one, of which he was not able to estimate the cost nor value, it was really worth its weight in gold, and, as it happened, he had bestowed upon it the hard labor of his poor life, and the time that was necessary for the support of his family without return. For the customers, after playing off this cruel joke upon the old man, had never come back, and now for 7 years the bottle had stood in a corner of the cupboard. To be sure, the silver-cased bottle was worth a trifle for its silver, and still more perhaps as an antiquarian knick-knack. But all things considered, the honest and simple apothecary thought that he might make free with the liquid to such small extent as was necessary for himself. And there had been something in the concoction that had struck him, and he had been fast breaking lately. And so, in the dreary fantasy and lonely recklessness of his old age, he had suddenly bethought himself of this medicine, cordial, as the strange man called it, which had come to him by long inheritance in his family, and he had determined to try it. And again, as the night before, he took out the receipt, a roll of antique parchment out of which, provokingly, one fold had been lost, and put on his spectacles to puzzle out the passage. Guttum unicum in aquam purum 2 gills. "If the colonel should hear of this," said Dr. Dolliver, "he might fancy it his nostrum of long life and insist on having the bottle for his own use. The foolish, fierce old gentleman. He has grown very earthly of late, else he would not desire such a thing. And a strong desire it must be to make him feel desirable. For my part, I only wish for something that, for a short time, may clear my eyes, so that I may see little Pansy's beauty, and quicken my ears, that I may hear her sweet voice, and give me nerve while God keeps me here, that I may live longer to earn bread for dear Pansy. She provided for, I would gladly lie down yonder with Bessie and our children. Ah, the vanity of desiring lengthened days. There, I have drunk it, and methinks its final, subtle flavor hath strange potency in it." The old man shivered a little, as those shiver who have just swallowed a good liqueur, while it is permeating their vitals. Yet he seemed to be in a pleasant state of feeling, and, as was frequently the case with this simple soul, in a devout frame of mind. He read a chapter in the Bible, and said his prayers for Pansy and himself before he went to bed, and had much better sleep than usually comes to people of his advanced age, for at that period sleep is diffused through their wakefulness, and a dim and tiresome half-perception through their sleep, so that the only result is weariness. Nothing very extraordinary happened to Dr. Dolliver or his small household for some time afterwards. He was favored with a comfortable winter, and thanked heaven for it, and put it to a good use. At least, he intended it so, by concocting drugs, which perhaps did a little towards peopling the graveyard into which his windows looked. But that was neither his purpose nor his fault. None of the sleepers, at all events, interrupted their slumbers to upbraid him. He had done according to his own artless conscience, and the recipes of licensed physicians, and he looked no further, but pounded, triturated, infused, made electuaries, boluses, juleps, or whatever he termed his productions, with skill and diligence, thanking heaven that he was spared to do so, when his contemporaries generally were getting incapable of similar efforts. It struck him with some surprise but much gratitude to Providence that his sight seemed to be growing rather better than worse. He certainly could read the crabbed handwriting and hieroglyphics of the physicians with more readiness than he could a year earlier, but he had been originally nearsighted, with large projecting eyes, and nearsighted eyes always seem to get a new lease of light as the years go on. One thing was perceptible about the doctor's eyes, not only to himself in the glass, but to everybody else, namely, that they had been an accustomed gleaming brightness in them. Not so very bright either, but yet so much so that little Pansy noticed it, and sometimes, in her playful, roguish way, climbed up into his lap and put both her small palms over them, telling Grandpapa that he had stolen somebody else's eyes and given away his own, and that she liked his old ones better. The poor old doctor did his best to smile through his eyes, and so to reconcile Pansy to their brightness. But still she continually made the same silly remonstrance, so that he was fain to put on a pair of green spectacles when he was going to play with Pansy, or took her on his knee. Nay, if he looked at her, as had always been his custom after she was asleep, in order to see that all was well with her, the little child would put up her hands as if he held a light that was flashing on her eyeballs, and unless he turned away his gaze quickly, she would wake up in a fit of crying. On the whole, the apothecary had as comfortable a time as a man of his years could expect. The air of the house and of the old graveyard seemed to suit him. What so seldom happens in man's advancing age, his night's rest did him good, whereas generally an old man wakes up 10 times as nervous and dispirited as he went to bed, just as if during his sleep he had been working harder than ever he did in the daytime. It had been so with the doctor himself till within a few months. To be sure, he had latterly begun to practice various rules of diet and exercise, which commended themselves to his approbation. He sawed some of his own firewood and fancied that, as was reasonable, it fatigued him less day by day. He took walks with Pansy, and though, of course, her little footsteps, treading on the elastic air of childhood, far outstripped his own, still the old man knew that he was not beyond the recuperative period of life, and that exercise out of doors and proper food can do somewhat towards retarding the approach of age. He was inclined also to impute much good effect to a daily dose of Santa Cruz rum, a liquor much in vogue in that day, which he was now in the habit of quaffing at the meridian hour. All through the doctor's life he had eschewed strong spirits. "But after 70, quoth old Dr. Dolliver, a man is all the better in head and stomach for a little stimulus." And it certainly seemed so in his case. Likewise, I know not precisely how often, but complying punctiliously with the recipe as an apothecary naturally would, he took his drop of the mysterious cordial. He was inclined, however, to impute little or no efficacy to this, and to laugh at himself for having ever thought otherwise. The dose was so very minute, and he had never been sensible of any remarkable effect on taking it after all. A genial warmth, he sometimes fancied, diffused itself throughout him, and perhaps continued during the next day. A quiet and refreshing night's rest followed, and alacritous waking in the morning. But all this was far more probably owing, as had been already hinted, to excellent and well-considered habits of diet and exercise. Nevertheless, he still continued the cordial with tolerable regularity, the more because on 1 or 2 occasions, happening to omit it, it so chanced that he slept wretchedly, and awoke in strange aches and pains, torpors, nervousness, shaking of the hands, blearedness of sight, lowness of spirits, and other ills, as is the misfortune of some old men, who are often threatened by 1,000 evil symptoms that come to nothing, foreboding no particular disorder, and passing away as unsatisfactorily as they come. At another time he took 2 or 3 drops at once, and was alarmingly feverish in consequence. Yet it was very true that the feverish symptoms were pretty sure to disappear on his renewal of the medicine. Still, it could not be that, thought the old man, a hater of empiricism, in which, however, is contained all hope for man, and disinclined to believe in anything that was not according to rule and art. And then, as aforesaid, the dose was so ridiculously small. Sometimes, however, he took, half-laughingly, another view of it, and felt disposed to think that chance might really have thrown in his way a very remarkable mixture, by which, if it had happened to him earlier in life, he might have amassed a larger fortune, and might even have raked together such a competency as would have prevented his feeling much uneasiness about the future of little Pansy. Feeling as strong as he did nowadays, he might reasonably count upon 10 years more of life, and in that time the precious liquor might be changed for much gold. "Let us see," quoth he, "by what attractive name shall it be advertised? The old man's cordial? That promises too little. I would stain my honesty, my fair reputation, the accumulation of a lifetime, and befool my neighbor and the public by any name that would make them imagine I had found that ridiculous talisman that the alchemists have sought. The old man's cordial, that is best, and 5 shillings sterling the bottle. That surely were not too costly, and would give the medicine a better reputation and higher vogue, so foolish is the world, than if I were to put it lower. I will think further of this, but pshaw, pshaw."
"What is the matter, Grandpapa?" said little Pansy, who had stood by him, wishing to speak to him at least a minute,
but had been deterred by his absorption.
"Why do you say pshaw?"
"Pshaw," repeated Grandpapa. "There's one ingredient that I don't know." So this very hopeful design was necessarily given up, but that it had occurred to Dr. Dolliver was perhaps a token that his mind was in a very vigorous state, for it had been noted of him through life that he had little enterprise, little activity, and that for the want of these things his very considerable skill in his art had been almost thrown away, as regarded his private affairs, when it might easily have led him to fortune. Whereas, here in his extreme age, he had first bethought himself of a way to grow rich. Sometimes this latter spring causes, as blossoms come on the autumnal tree, a spurt of vigor or untimely greenness, when nature laughs at her old child, half in kindness and half in scorn. It is observable, however, I fancy, that after such a spurt, age comes on with redoubled speed, and that the old man has only run forward with a show of force in order to fall into his grave the sooner. Sometimes, as he was walking briskly along the street, with little Pansy clasping his hand, and perhaps frisking rather more than became a person of his venerable years, he had met the grim old wreck of Colonel Dabney, moving goutily, and gathering wrath anew with every touch of his painful foot to the ground, or driving by in his carriage, showing an ashen, angry, wrinkled face at the window, and frowning at him, the apothecary thought, with a peculiar fury, as if he took umbrage at his audacity in being less broken by age than a gentleman like himself. The apothecary could not help feeling as if there were some unsettled quarrel or dispute between himself and the colonel. He could not tell what or why. The colonel always gave him a haughty nod of half recognition, and the people in the street, to whom he was a familiar object, would say, "The worshipful colonel begins to find himself mortal like the rest of us. He feels his years." "He'd be glad, I warrant," said one, "to change with you, doctor. It shows what difference a good life makes in men, to look at him and you. You are half a score of years his elder, methinks, and yet look what temperance can do for a man. By my credit, neighbor, seeing how brisk you have been lately, I told my wife, you seem to be growing younger. It does me good to see it. We are about of an age, I think, and I like to notice how we old men keep young and keep one another in heart. I myself feel younger this season than for these 5 years past." "It rejoices me that you feel so," quoth the apothecary, who had just been thinking that this neighbor of his had lost a great deal both in mind and body within a short period, and rather scorned him for it. "Indeed, I find old age less uncomfortable than I supposed. Little Pansy and I make excellent companions for one another." And then, dragged along by Pansy's little hand, and also impelled by a certain alacrity that rose with him in the morning, and lasted till his healthy rest at night, he bade farewell to his contemporary, and hastened on. While the latter, left behind, was somewhat irritated as he looked at the vigorous movement of the apothecary's legs. "He need not make such show of briskness, neither," muttered he to himself. "This touch of rheumatism troubles me just a bit now. But try it on a good day, and I'd walk with him for a shilling. Pshaw, I'll walk to his funeral yet." One day, while the doctor, with the activity that bestirred itself in him nowadays, was mixing and manufacturing certain medicaments that came in frequent demand, a carriage stopped at his door, and he recognized the voice of Colonel Dabney, talking in his customary stern tone to the woman who served him. In a moment afterwards the coach drove away, and he actually heard the old dignitary lumbering upstairs, and bestowing a curse upon each particular step, as if that were the method to make them soften and become easier when he should come down again. "Pray, your worship," said the doctor from above, "let me attend you below stairs." "No," growled the colonel, "I'll meet you on your own ground. I can climb a stair yet, and be hanged to you." So saying, he painfully finished the ascent, and came into the laboratory, where he let himself fall into the doctor's easy-chair, with an anathema on the chair, the doctor and himself. And staring round through the dusk, he met the wide-open, startled eyes of little Pansy, who had been reading a gilt picture book in the corner. "Send away that child, Dolliver," cried Colonel angrily. "Confound her, she makes my bones ache. I hate everything young." Lord Colonel, the poor apothecary ventured to say, there must be young people in the world as well as old ones. To my mind, a man's grandchildren keep him warm round about him. I have none and want none, sharply responded the colonel. And as for young people, let me be one of them, and they may exist otherwise or not. It is a cursed bad arrangement of the world that they're young and old here together. When Pansy had gone away, which she did with anything but reluctance, having a natural antipathy to this monster of a colonel, the latter personage tapped with his crutch-handled cane on a chair that stood near, and nodded in an authoritative way to the apothecary to sit down in it. Dr. Dolliver complied submissively, and the colonel, with dull, unkindly eyes, looked at him sternly, and with a kind of intelligence amid the aged stolidity of his aspect that somewhat puzzled the doctor. In this way he surveyed him all over, like a judge, when he means to hang a man, and for some reason or none, the apothecary felt his nerves shake beneath the steadfast look. "Ah, doctor," said the colonel at last with a doltish sneer, "you bear your years well." "Decently well, Colonel. I thank Providence for it," answered the meek apothecary. "I should say," quoth the colonel, "you are younger at this moment than when we spoke together 2 or 3 years ago. I noted then that your eyebrows were a handsome snow white, such as befits a man who has passed beyond his 60 years and 10, and 5 years more. Why, they are getting dark again, Mr. Apothecary." "Nay, your worship must needs be mistaken there," said the doctor with a timorous chuckle. "It is many a year since I have taken a deliberate note of my wretched old visage in a glass, but I remember they were white when I looked last." "Come, doctor, I know a thing or two," said the colonel with a bitter scoff. "And what's this, you old rogue? Why, you've rubbed away a wrinkle since we met. Take off those infernal spectacles, and look me in the face. Ha! I see the devil in your eye. How dare you let it shine upon me so?" "On my conscience, Colonel," said the apothecary, strangely struck with the coincidence of this accusation with little Pansy's complaint, "I know not what you mean. My sight is pretty well for a man of my age. We nearsighted people begin to know our best eyesight when other people have lost theirs." Ah, old rogue," repeated the insufferable colonel, gnashing his ruined teeth at him, as if, for some incomprehensible reason, he wished to tear him to pieces and devour him. "I know you. You're taking the life away from me, villain, and I told you it was my inheritance, and I told you there was a bloody footstep bearing its track down through my race." "I remember nothing of it," said the doctor in a quake, sure that the colonel was in one of his mad fits. "And on the word of an honest man, I never wronged you in my life, Colonel." "We shall see," said the colonel, whose wrinkled visage grew absolutely terrible with its hardness, and his dull eyes, without losing their dullness, seemed to look through him. "Listen to me, sir. Some 10 years ago there came to you a man on a secret business. He had an old, musty bit of parchment on which were written some words, hardly legible in an antique hand. An old deed it might have been, some familiar document, and here and there the letters were faded away. But this man had spent his life over it, and he had made out the meaning, and he interpreted it to you, and left it with you, only there was one gap, one torn or obliterated place. Well, sir, he bade you, with your poor little skill at the mortar, and for a certain sum, ample repayment for such a service, to manufacture this medicine, this cordial. It was an affair of months, and just when you thought it finished, the man came again and stood over your cursed beverage, and shook a powder, or dropped a lump in it, or put in some ingredient, in which was all the hidden virtue, or at least it drew out all the hidden virtue of the mean and common herbs, and married them into a wondrous efficacy. This done, the man bade you do certain other things with the potation and went away." The colonel hesitated a moment, "and never came back again." "Surely, Colonel, you are correct," said the apothecary, much startled, however, at the colonel's showing himself so well acquainted with an incident which he had supposed a secret with himself alone. Yet he had a little reluctance in owning it, although he did not exactly understand why, since the colonel had apparently no rightful claim to it, at all events. "That medicine, that receipt," continued his visitor, "is my hereditary property, and I challenge you, on your peril, to give it up." "But what if the original owner should call upon me for it?" objected Dr. Dolliver. "I'll warrant you against that," said the colonel, and the apothecary thought there was something ghastly in his look and tone. "Why, 'tis 10 years, you old fool, and do you think a man with a treasure like that in his possession would have waited so long?" 7 years it was ago," said the apothecary. "Septem annus passatis, so says the Latin." "Curse your Latin," answers the colonel. "Produce the stuff. You have been violating the first rule of your trade, taking your own drugs. Your own in one sense, mine by right of 300 years. Bring it forth, I say." "Pray excuse me, worthy colonel," pleaded the apothecary, for though convinced that the old gentleman was only in one of his insane fits, when he talked of the value of this concoction, yet he really did not like to give up the cordial, which perhaps had wrought him some benefit. Besides, he had at least a claim upon it for much trouble and skill expended in its composition. This he suggested to the colonel, who scornfully took out of his pocket a network purse, with more golden guineas in it than the apothecary had seen in the whole 7 years, and was rude enough to fling it in his face. "Take that," thundered he, "and give up the thing, or I will have you in prison before you are an hour older. Nay," he continued, growing pale, which was his mode of showing terrible wrath, since all through life, till extreme age quenched it, his ordinary face had been a blazing red. "I'll put you to death, you villain, as I have a right." And thrusting his hand into his waistcoat pocket, lo, the madman took a small pistol from it, which he cocked and presented at the poor apothecary. The old fellow quaked and cowered in his chair, and would indeed have given up his whole shopful of better concocted medicines than this to be out of this danger. Besides, there were the guineas. The colonel had paid him a princely sum for what was probably worth nothing. "Hold, hold!" cried he, as the colonel with stern eye pointed the pistol at his head. "You shall have it." So he rose, all trembling, and crept to that secret cupboard where the precious bottle, since precious it seemed to be, was reposited. In all his life, long as it had been, the apothecary had never before been threatened by a deadly weapon, though many as deadly a thing had he seen poured into a glass without winking. And so it seemed to take his heart and life away, and he brought the cordial forth feebly, and stood tremulously before the colonel, ashy pale, and looking 10 years older than his real age, instead of 5 years younger as he had seemed just before this disastrous interview with the colonel. "You look as if you need a drop of it yourself," said Colonel Dabney with great scorn. "But not a drop you shall have. Already have you stolen too much," said he, lifting up the bottle and marking the space to which the liquor had subsided in it, in consequence of the minute doses with which the apothecary had made free. "Fool, had you taken your glass like a man, you might have been young again. Now, creep on, the few months you have left, poor, torpid knave, and die. Come, a goblet, quick!" He clutched the bottle meanwhile voraciously, miserly, eagerly, furiously, as if it were his life that he held in his grasp. Angry, impatient, as if something long sought were within his reach, and not yet secure, with longing thirst and desire, suspicious of the world and of fate, feeling as if an iron hand were over him and a crowd of violent robbers round about him, struggling for it. At last, unable to wait longer, just as the apothecary was tottering away in quest of a drinking glass, the colonel took out the stopple and lifted the flask itself to his lips. "For heaven's sake, no!" cried the doctor. "The dose is 1 single drop. 1 drop, colonel, 1 drop." "Not a drop to save your wretched old soul," responded the colonel, probably thinking that the apothecary was pleading for a small share of the precious liquor. He put it to his lips, and, as if quenching a lifelong thirst, swallowed deep draughts, sucking it in with desperation, till void of breath he set it down upon the table. The rich, poignant perfume spread itself through the air. The apothecary, with an instinctive carefulness that was rather ludicrous under the circumstances, caught up the stopper, which the colonel had let fall, and forced it into the bottle to prevent any farther escape of virtue. He then fearfully watched the result of the madman's potation. The colonel sat for a moment in his chair, panting for breath, then started to his feet with a prompt vigor that contrasted widely with the infirm and rheumatic movements that had heretofore characterized him. He struck his forehead violently with one hand and smote his chest with the other. He stamped his foot thunderously on the ground, and then he leaped up to the ceiling and came down with an elastic bound. Then he laughed, a wild, exulting ha-ha, with a strange, triumphant roar that filled the house and re-echoed through it, a sound full of fierce, animal rapture, enjoyment of sensual life mixed up with a sort of horror. After all, real as it was like the sounds a man makes in a dream. And this, while the potent draught seemed still to be making its way through his system, and the frightened apothecary thought that he intended a revengeful onslaught upon himself. Finally he uttered a loud, unearthly screech, in the midst of which his voice broke, as if some unseen hand were throttling him, and starting forward he fought frantically as if he would clutch the life that was being rent away, and fell forward with a dead thump upon the floor. "Colonel! Colonel!" cried the terrified doctor. The feeble old man with difficulty turned over the heavy frame and saw at once, with practiced eye, that he was dead. He set him up, and the corpse looked at him with angry reproach. He was so startled that his subsequent recollections of the moment were neither distinct nor steadfast. But he fancied, though he told the strange impression to no one, that on his first glimpse of the face, with the dark flush of what looked like rage still upon it, it was a young man's face that he saw. A face with all the passionate energy of early manhood, the capacity for furious anger which the man had lost half a century ago, crammed to the brim with vigor till it became agony. But the next moment, if it were so, which it could not have been, the face grew ashen, withered, shrunken, more aged than in life, though still the murderous fierceness remained, and seemed to be petrified forever upon it. After a moment's bewilderment, Dolliver ran to the window, looking to the street, threw it open, and called loudly for assistance. He opened also another window for the air to blow through, for he was almost stifled with the rich odor of the cordial which filled the room, and was now exuded from the corpse. He heard the voice of Pansy crying at the door, which was locked, and turning the key, he caught her in his arms, and hastened with her below stairs to give her into the charge of Martha, who seemed half stupefied with a sense of something awful that had occurred. Meanwhile there was a rattling and a banging at the street portal, to which several people had been attracted both by the doctor's outcry from the window and by the awful screech, in which the colonel's spirit, if indeed he had that divine part, had just previously taken its flight. He let them in, and pale and shivering, ushered them up to the death chamber, where one or two, with a more delicate sense of smelling than the rest, snuffed the atmosphere, as if sensible of an unknown fragrance, yet appeared afraid to breathe when they saw the terrific countenance leaning back against the chair and eyeing them so truculently. I would fain quit the scene and have done with the colonel, who, I am glad, has happened to die at so early a period of the narrative. I therefore hasten to say that a coroner's inquest was held on the spot, though everybody felt that it was merely ceremonial, and that the testimony of their good and ancient townsman, Dr. Dolliver, was amply sufficient to settle the matter. The verdict was death by the visitation of God. The apothecary gave evidence that the colonel, without asking leave, and positively against his advice, had drunk a quantity of distilled spirits, and one or two servants or members of the colonel's family testified that he had been in a very uncomfortable state of mind for some days past, so that they fancied he was insane. Therefore, nobody thought of blaming Dr. Dolliver for what had happened, and if the plain truth must be told, everybody who saw the wretch was too well content to be rid of him, to trouble themselves more than was quite necessary about the way in which the encumbrance had been removed. The corpse was taken to the mansion in order to receive a magnificent funeral, and Dr. Dolliver was left outwardly in quiet, but much disturbed, and indeed almost overwhelmed inwardly by what had happened. Yet it is to be observed that he had accounted for the death with a singular dexterity of expression, when he attributed it to a dose of distilled spirits, What kind of distilled spirits were those, Doctor? And will you venture to take any more of them? End of Section 3. Section 4 of the Dolliver Romance and Other Pieces by Nathaniel Hawthorne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. Sketches from Memory. Footnote. Second series. The first series was added to the revised edition of The Mosses from an Old Manse. End footnote. 1. The Inland Port. It was a bright forenoon when I set foot on the beach at Burlington and took leave of the 2 boatmen in whose little skiff I had voyaged since daylight from Peru. Not that we had come that morning from South America, but only from the New York shore of Lake Champlain. The highlands of the coast behind us stretched north and south, in a double range of bold blue peaks, gazing over each other's shoulders at the green mountains of Vermont. The latter are far the loftiest, and from the opposite side of the lake had displayed a more striking outline. We were now almost at their feet, and could see only a sandy beach sweeping beneath a woody bank around the semicircular bay of Burlington. The painted lighthouse on a small green island, the wharves and warehouses, with sloops and schooners moored alongside, or at anchor, or spreading their canvas to the wind, and boats rowing from point to point, reminded me of some fishing town on the seacoast. But I had no need of tasting the water to convince myself that Lake Champlain was not an arm of the sea. Its quality was evident, both by its silvery surface, when unruffled, and a faint but unpleasant and sickly smell, forever steaming up in the sunshine. One breeze of the Atlantic with its briny fragrance would be worth more to these inland people than all the perfumes of Arabia. On closer inspection, the vessels at the wharves looked hardly seaworthy, there being a great lack of tar about the seams and rigging, and perhaps other deficiencies quite as much to the purpose. I observed not a single sailor in the port. There were men, indeed, in blue jackets and trousers, but not of the true nautical fashion, such as dangle before slop shops. Others wore tight pantaloons and coats preponderously long-tailed, cutting very queer figures at the masthead. And in short, these freshwater fellows had about the same analogy to the real old salt with his tarpaulin pea jacket and sailor-cloth trousers as a lake fish to a Newfoundland cod. Nothing struck me more in Burlington than the great number of Irish immigrants. They have filled the British providences to the brim, and still continue to ascend the St. Lawrence, in infinite tribes overflowing by every outlet into the States. At Burlington they swarm in huts and mean dwellings near the lake, lounge about the wharves and elbow the native citizens entirely out of competition in their own line. Every species of mere bodily labor is the prerogative of these Irish. Such is their multitude in comparison with any possible demand for their services, that it is difficult to conceive how a third part of them should earn even a daily glass of whiskey, which is doubtless their first necessary of life, daily bread being only the second. Some were angling in the lake, but had caught only a few perch, which little fishes without a miracle would be nothing among so many. A miracle there certainly must have been, and a daily one, for the subsistence of these wandering hordes. The men exhibit a lazy strength and careless merriment, as if they had fed well hitherto, and meant to feed better hereafter. The women strode about, uncovered in the open air, with far plumper waists, and brawnier limbs as well as bolder faces, than our shy and slender females, and their progeny, which was innumerable, had the reddest and roundest cheeks of any children in America. While we stood at the wharf, the bell of a steamboat gave 2 preliminary peals, and she dashed away for Plattsburgh, leaving a trail of smoky breath behind, and breaking the glassy surface of the lake before her. Our next movement brought us into a handsome and busy square, the sides of which were filled up with white houses, brick stores, a church, a courthouse, and a bank. Some of these edifices had roofs of tin, in the fashion of Montreal, and glittered in the sun with cheerful splendor, imparting a lively effect to the whole square. One brick building, designated in large letters as the Custom House, reminded us that this inland village is a port of entry, largely concerned in foreign trade, and holding daily intercourse with the British Empire. In this border country, the Canadian banknotes circulate as freely as our own, and British and American coin are jumbled into the same pocket, the effigies of the King of England being made to kiss those of the Goddess of Liberty. Perhaps there was an emblem in the involuntary contact. There was a pleasant mixture of people in the square of Burlington, such as cannot be seen elsewhere, at one view. Merchants from Montreal, British officers from the frontier garrisons, French Canadians, wandering Irish, Scotchmen of a better class, gentlemen of the South on a pleasure tour, country squires on business, and a great throng of Green Mountain boys with their horse wagons and ox teams, true Yankees in aspect, and looking more superlatively so by contrast with such a variety of foreigners. 2. Rochester. The gray but transparent evening rather shaded than obscured the scene, leaving its stronger features visible, and even improved by the medium through which I beheld them. The volume of water is not very great, nor the roar deep enough to be termed grand, though such praise might have been appropriate before the good people of Rochester had abstracted a part of the unprofitable sublimity of the cascade. The Genesee had contributed so bountifully to their canals and mill dams that it approaches the precipice with diminished pomp, and rushes over it in foamy streams of various width, leaving a broad face of the rock insulated and unwashed between the two main branches of the falling river. Still, it was an impressive sight to one who had not seen Niagara. I confess, however, that my chief interest arose from a legend connected with these falls which will become poetical in the lapse of years, and was already so to me as I pictured the catastrophe out of dusk and solitude. It was from a platform, raised over the naked island of the cliff, in the middle of the cataract, that Sam Patch took his last leap, and alighted in the other world. Strange as it may appear, that any uncertainty should rest upon his fate which was consummated in the sight of thousands. Many will tell you that the illustrious Patch concealed himself in a cave under the falls, and has continued to enjoy post-humous renown, without foregoing the comforts of this present life. But the poor fellow prized the shout of the multitude too much not to have claimed it at the instant, had he survived. He will not be seen again, unless his ghost in such a twilight as when I was there should emerge from the foam and vanish among the shadows that fall from cliff to cliff. How stern a moral may be drawn from the story of poor Sam Patch. Why do we call him a madman or a fool when he has left his memory around the falls of the Genesee more permanently than if the letters of his name had been hewn into the forehead of the precipice? Was the leaper of cataracts more mad or foolish than other men who throw away life, or misspend it in pursuit of empty fame, and seldom so triumphantly as he? That which he won is as invaluable as any, except the unsought glory, spreading like the rich perfume of richer fruit from various and useful deeds. Thus musing, wise in theory, but practically as great a fool as Sam, I lifted my eyes and beheld the spires, warehouses, and dwellings of Rochester, half a mile distant on both sides of the river, indistinctly cheerful with the twinkling of many lights amid the fall of the evening. The town had sprung up like a mushroom, but no presage of decay could be drawn from its hasty growth. Its edifices are of dusky brick, and of stone that will not be grayer in 100 years than now. Its churches are Gothic. It is impossible to look at its worn pavements and conceive how lately the forest leaves have been swept away. The most ancient town in Massachusetts appears quite like an affair of yesterday compared with Rochester. Its attributes of youth are the activity and eager life with which it is redundant. The whole street, sidewalks, and center was crowded with pedestrians, horsemen, stagecoaches, gigs, light wagons, and heavy ox teams, all hurrying, trotting, rattling, and rumbling, in a throng that passed continually, but never passed away. Here a country wife was selecting a churn from several gaily painted ones on the sunny sidewalk. There a farmer was bartering his produce. And in 2 or 3 places, a crowd of people were showering bids on a vociferous auctioneer. I saw a great wagon and an ox chain knocked off to a very pretty woman. Numerous were the lottery offices, those true temples of Mammon, where red and yellow bills offered splendid fortunes to the world at large, and banners of painted cloth gave notice that the lottery draws next Wednesday. At the ringing of a bell, judges, jurymen, lawyers, and clients elbowed each other to the courthouse to busy themselves with cases that would doubtless illustrate the state of society, had I the means of reporting them. The number of public houses benefited the flow of temporary population. Some were farmers' taverns, cheap, homely, and comfortable. Others were magnificent hotels with Negro waiters, gentlemanly landlords in black broadcloth, and foppish barkeepers in Broadway coats, with chased gold watches in their waistcoat pockets. I caught one of these fellows quizzing me through an eyeglass. The porters were lumbering up the steps with baggage from the packet boats, while waiters plied the brush on dusty travelers who, meanwhile, glanced over the innumerable advertisements in the daily papers. In short, everybody seemed to be there, and all had something to do, and were doing it with all their might, except a party of drunken recruits for the Western military posts, principally Irish and Scotch, though they wore Uncle Sam's gray jacket and trousers. I noticed one other idle man. He carried a rifle on his shoulder and a powder horn across his breast, and appeared to stare about him with confused wonder as if, while he was listening to the wind among the forest boughs, the hum and bustle of an instantaneous city had surrounded him. 3. A night scene. The steamboat in which I was passenger for Detroit had put into the mouth of a small river, where the greater part of the night would be spent in repairing some damages of the machinery. As the evening was warm, though cloudy and very dark, I stood on deck watching a scene that would not have attracted a second glance in the daytime, but became picturesque by the magic of strong light and deep shade. Some wild Irishmen were replenishing our stock of wood and had kindled a great fire on the bank to illuminate their labors. It was composed of large logs and dry brushwood heaped together with careless profusion, blazing fiercely, spouting showers of sparks into the darkness and gleaming wide over Lake Erie, a beacon for perplexed voyagers leagues from land. All around and above the furnace there was total obscurity. No trees or other objects caught and reflected any portion of the brightness, which thus wasted itself in the immense void of night, as if it quivered from the expiring embers of the world after the final conflagration. But the Irishmen were continually emerging from the dense gloom, passing through the lurid glow and vanishing into the gloom on the other side. Sometimes a whole figure would be made visible by the shirt-sleeves and light-colored dress. Others were but half seen, like imperfect creatures. Many flitted, shadow-like, along the skirts of darkness, tempting fancy to a vain pursuit. And often a face alone was reddened by the fire, and stared strangely distinct, with no traces of a body. In short, these wild Irish, distorted and exaggerated by the blaze, now lost in deep shadow, now bursting into sudden splendor, and now struggling between light and darkness, formed a picture which might have been transferred, almost unaltered, to a tale of the supernatural. As they all carried lanterns of wood and often flung sticks upon the fire, the least imaginative spectator would at once compare them to devils condemned to keep alive the flames of their own torments. End of Section 4. Section 5 of the Dolliver Romance by Nathaniel Hawthorne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. Fragments from the Journal of a Solitary Man. 1. My poor friend Oberon. Footnote. See the sketch or story entitled The Devil in Manuscript in The Snow Image and Other Twice Told Tales. In footnote. For let me be allowed to distinguish him by so quaint a name. Sleeps with the silent ages. He died calmly, though his disease was pulmonary. His life did not flicker out like a wasted lamp, sometimes shooting up into a strange temporary brightness, but the tide of being ebbed away, and the noon of his existence waned till, in the simple phraseology of Scripture, he was not. The last words he said to me were, "Burn my papers, all that you can find in yonder escritoire, for I fear there are some there which you may be betrayed into publishing. I've published enough. As for the old disconnected journal in your possession. But here my poor friend was checked in his utterance by that same hollow cough which would never let him alone. So he coughed himself tired and sank to slumber. I watched from that midnight hour till high noon on the morrow for his waking. The chamber was dark, till longing for light I opened the window shutter, and the broad day looked in on the marble features of the dead. I religiously obeyed his instructions with regard to the papers in the escritoire, and burned them in a heap without looking into one, though sorely tempted. But the old journal I kept. Perhaps in strict conscience I ought also to have burned that, but casting my eye over some half-torn leaves the other day, I could not resist an impulse to give some fragments of it to the public. To do this satisfactorily, I am obliged to twist this thread, so as to string together into a semblance of order my Oberon's random pearls. If anybody that holds any commerce with his fellow men can be called solitary, Oberon was a solitary man. He lived in a small village at some distance from the metropolis, and never came up to the city, except once in 3 months for the purpose of looking into a bookstore, and of spending 2 hours and a half with me. In that space of time I would tell him all that I could remember of interest, which had occurred in the interim of his visits. He would join very heartily in the conversation, but as soon as the time of his usual tarrying had elapsed, he would take up his hat and depart. He was unequivocally the most original person I ever knew. His style of composition was very charming. No tales that have ever appeared in our popular journals have been so generally admired as his. But a sadness was on his spirit, and this, added to the shrinking sensitiveness of his nature, rendered him not misanthropic, but singularly averse to social intercourse. Of the disease which was slowly sapping the springs of his life, he first became fully conscious after one of those long abstractions in which he was wont to indulge. It is remarkable, however, that his first idea of this sort, instead of deepening his spirit with a more melancholy hue, restored him to a more natural state of mind. He had evidently cherished a secret hope that some impulse would at length be given him, or that he would muster sufficient energy of will to return into the world, and act a wiser and happier part than his former one. But life never called the dreamer forth. It was death that whispered him. It is to be regretted that this portion of his old journal contains so few passages relative to this interesting period, since the little which he has recorded, though melancholy enough, breathes the gentleness of a spirit newly restored to communion with its kind. If there be anything bitter in the following reflections, its source is in human sympathy, and its sole object is himself. It is hard to die without one's happiness, to none more so than myself, whose early resolution it had been to partake largely of the joys of life, but never to be burdened with its cares. Vain philosophy, the very hardships of the poorest laborer, whose whole existence seems one long toil, has something preferable to my best pleasures. Merely skimming the surface of life, I know nothing, by my own experience of its deep and warm realities. I have achieved none of those objects which the instinct of mankind especially prompts them to pursue, and the accomplishment of which must therefore beget a native satisfaction. The truly wise, after all their speculations, will be led into the common path, and in homage to the human nature that pervades them, will gather gold until the earth, and set out trees and build a house. But I have scorned such wisdom. I have rejected also the settled, sober, careful gladness of a man by his own fireside, with those around him whose welfare is committed to his trust, and all their guidance to his fond authority. Without influence among serious affairs, my footsteps were not imprinted on the earth, but lost in air, and I shall leave no son to inherit my share of life, with a better sense of its privileges and duties, when his father should vanish like a bubble, so that few mortals, even the humblest and weakest, have been such ineffectual shadows in the world, or die so utterly as I must. Even a young man's bliss has not been mine. With 1,000 vagrant fantasies, I have never truly loved, and perhaps shall be doomed to loneliness throughout the eternal future, because here on earth my soul has never married itself to the soul of a woman. Such are the repinings of one who feels too late that the sympathies of his nature have avenged themselves upon him. They have prostrated, with a joyless life and the prospect of a reluctant death, my selfish purpose to keep aloof from moral disquietudes, and be a pleasant idler among care-stricken and laborious men. I have other regrets, too, savoring more of my old spirit. The time has been when I meant to visit every region of the earth, except the poles and Central Africa. I had a strange longing to see the pyramids. To Persia and Arabia, and all the gorgeous East, I owed a pilgrimage for the sake of their magic tales. And England, the land of my ancestors, once I had fancied that my sleep would not be quiet in the grave unless I should return, as it were, to my home of past ages, and see the very cities and castles and battlefields of history, and stand within the holy gloom of its cathedrals, and kneel at the shrines of its immortal poets, there asserting myself their hereditary countryman. This feeling lay among the deepest in my heart. Yet with this homesickness for the fatherland, and all these plans of remote travel, which I yet believed that my peculiar instinct impelled me to form, and upbraided me for not accomplishing, the utmost limit of my wanderings has been little more than 600 miles from my native village. Thus, in whatever way I consider my life, or what must be termed such, I cannot feel as if I had lived at all. I am possessed also with the thought that I have never yet discovered the real secret of my powers. That there has been a mighty treasure within my reach, a mine of gold beneath my feet, worthless because I have never known how to seek for it, and for want of perhaps one fortunate idea, I am to die, unwept, unhonored, and unsung. Once amid the troubled and tumultuous enjoyment of my life, there was a dreamy thought that haunted me, the terrible necessity imposed on mortals to grow old or die. I could not bear the idea of losing one youthful grace. True, I saw other men, who had once been young and now were old, enduring their age with equanimity, because each year reconciled them to its own added weight. But for myself I felt that age would be not less miserable, creeping upon me slowly, than if it fell at once. I sometimes looked in the glass, and endeavored to fancy my cheeks yellow and interlaced with furrows, my forehead wrinkled deeply across, the top of my head bald and polished, my eyebrows and sidelocks iron gray, and a grizzly beard sprouting on my chin. Shuddering at the picture, I changed it for the dead face of a young man, with dark locks clustering heavily round its pale beauty, which would decay indeed, but not with years, nor in the sight of men. The latter visage shocked me least. Such a repugnance to the hard conditions of long life is common to all sensitive and thoughtful men who minister to the luxury, the refinements, the gaiety and lightsomeness, to anything, in short, but the real necessities of their fellow creatures. He who has a part in the serious business of life, though it be only as a shoemaker, feels himself equally respectable in youth and in age, and therefore is content to live and look forward to wrinkles and decrepitude in their due season. It is far otherwise with the busy idlers of the world. I was particularly liable to this torment, being a meditative person in spite of my levity. The truth could not be concealed, nor the contemplation of it avoided. With deep inquietude I became aware that what was graceful now, and seemed appropriate enough to my age of flowers, would be ridiculous in middle life, and that the world, so indulgent to the fantastic youth, would scorn the bearded man. Still telling love tales, loftily ambitious of a maiden's tears, and squeezing out, as it were, with his brawny strength the essence of roses. And in his old age the sweet lyrics of Anacreon made the girls laugh at his white hairs the more. With such sentiments, conscious that my part in the drama of life was fit only for a youthful performer, I nourished a regretful desire to be summoned early from the scene. I set a limit to myself, the age of 25, few years indeed, but too many to be thrown away. Scarcely had I thus fixed the term of my mortal pilgrimage. Then the thought grew into a presentiment that, when the space should be completed, the world would have one butterfly the less by my far flight. Oh, how fond I was of life, even while allotting as my proper destiny an early death. I loved the world, its cities, its villages, its grassy roadsides, its wild forests, its quiet scenes, its gay, warm, enlivening bustle. In every aspect I loved the world so long as I could behold it with young eyes and dance through it with a young heart. The earth had been made so beautiful that I longed for no brighter sphere, but only an ever-youthful eternity in this. I clung to earth as if my beginning and ending were to be there, unable to imagine any but an earthly happiness, and choosing such with all its imperfections rather than perfect bliss which might be alien from it. Alas, I had not yet known that weariness by which the soul proves itself ethereal. Turning over the old journal, I opened by chance upon a passage which affords a signal instance of the morbid fancies to which Oberon frequently yielded himself. Dreams like the following were probably engendered by the deep gloom sometimes thrown over his mind by his reflections on death. I dreamed that one bright forenoon I was walking through Broadway, and seeking to cheer myself with the warm and busy life of that far-famed promenade. Here a coach thundered over the pavement, and there an unwieldy omnibus with spruce gigs rattling past, and horsemen prancing through all the bustle. On the sidewalk people were looking at the rich display of goods, the plate and jewelry, or the latest caricature in the booksellers' windows, while fair ladies and whiskered gentlemen tripped gaily along, nodding mutual recognitions, or shrinking from some rough countryman or sturdy laborer whose contact might have ruffled their finery. I found myself in this animated scene with a dim and misty idea that it was not my proper place, or that I had ventured into the crowd with some singularity of dress or aspect which made me ridiculous. Walking in the sunshine, I was yet cold as death. By degrees, too, I perceived myself the object of universal attention, and as it seemed, of horror and affright. Every face grew pale, the laugh was hushed, and the voices died away in broken syllables. The people in the shops crowded to the doors with a ghastly stare, and the passengers on all sides fled as from an embodied pestilence. The horses reared and snorted. An old beggar woman sat before St. Paul's Church, with her withered palm stretched out to all, but drew it back from me, and pointed to the graves and monuments in that populous churchyard. 3 lovely girls, whom I had formerly known, ran shrieking across the street. A personage in black, whom I was about to overtake, suddenly turned his head and showed the features of a long-lost friend. He gave me a look of horror, and was gone. I passed not one step farther, but threw my eyes on a looking-glass which stood deep within the nearest shop. At first glimpse of my own figure, I awoke, with a horrible sensation of self-terror and self-loathing. No wonder that the affrighted city fled. I had been promenading Broadway in my shroud. I should be doing injustice to my friend's memory were I to publish other extracts even nearer to insanity than this, from the scarcely legible papers before me. I gather from them, for I do not remember that he ever related to me the circumstances, that he once made a journey, chiefly on foot, to Niagara. Some conduct of the friends among whom he resided in his native village was constructed by him into oppression. These were the friends to whose care he had been committed by his parents, who died when Oberon was about 12 years of age. Though he had always been treated by them with the most uniform kindness, and though a favorite among the people of the village rather on account of the sympathy which they felt in his situation than from any merit of his own, such was the waywardness of his temper, that on a slight provocation he ran away from the home that sheltered him, expressing openly his determination to die sooner than return to the detested spot. A severe illness overtook him after he had been absent about 4 months. While ill, he felt how unsoothing were the kindest looks and tones of strangers. He rose from his sickbed a better man, and determined upon a speedy self-atonement by returning to his native town. There he lived, solitary and sad, but forgiven and cherished by his friends, till the day he died. That part of the journal which contained a description of this journey is mostly destroyed. Here and there is a fragment I cannot select, for the pages are very scanty. But I do not withhold the following fragments because they indicate a better and more cheerful frame of mind than the foregoing. On reaching the ferry house, a rude structure of boards at the foot of the cliff, I found several of those wretches devoid of poetry, and lost some of my own poetry by contact with them. The hut was crowded by a party of provincials, a simple and merry set who had spent the afternoon fishing near the falls, and were bartering black and white bass and eels for the ferryman's whiskey. A greyhound and 3 spaniels, brutes of much more grace and decorous demeanor than their masters, sat at the door. A few yards off, yet wholly unnoticed by the dogs, was a beautiful fox, whose countenance betokened all the sagacity attributed to him in ancient fable. He had a comfortable bed of straw in an old barrel, whither he retreated, flourishing his bushy tail as I made a step towards him, but soon came forth and surveyed me with a keen and intelligent eye. The Canadians bartered their fish and drank their whiskey and were loquacious on trifling subjects, and merry at simple jests, with as little regard to the scenery as they could have to the flattest part of the Grand Canal. Nor was I entitled to despise them, for I amused myself with all those foolish matters of fishermen and dogs and fox, just as if sublimity and beauty were not married at that place and moment, as if their nuptial band were not the brightest of all rainbows on the opposite shore, as if the gray precipice were not frowning above my head and Niagara thundering around me. The grim ferryman, a black-whiskered giant, half-drunk withal, now thrust the Canadians by main force out of his door, launched a boat, and bade me sit in the stern sheets. Where we crossed the river was white with foam, yet did not offer much resistance to a straight passage, which brought us close to the outer edge of the American Falls. The rainbow vanished as we neared its misty base, and when I leaped ashore the sun had left all Niagara in shadow. A sound of merriment, sweet voices, and girlish laughter came dancing through the solemn roar of waters. In old times, when the French and afterwards the English held garrisons near Niagara, it used to be deemed a feat worthy of a soldier, a frontierman, or an Indian to cross the rapids to Goat Island. As the country became less rude and warlike, a long space intervened in which it was but half believed by a faint and doubtful tradition that mortal foot had never trod this wild spot of precipice and forest clinging between 2 cataracts. The island is no longer a tangled forest, but a grove of stately trees with grassy intervals about their roots and woodland paths among their trunks. There was neither soldier nor Indian here now, but a vision of 3 lovely girls running brief races through the broken sunshine of the grove, hiding behind the trees and pelting each other with the cones of the pine. When their sport had brought them near me, it so happened that one of the party ran up and shook me by the hand, a greeting which I heartily returned, and would have done the same had it been tenderer. I had known this wild little black-eyed lass in my youth and her childhood, before I had commenced my rambles. We met on terms of freedom and kindness which elder ladies might have thought unsuitable with a gentleman of my description. When I alluded to the 2 fair strangers, she shouted after them by their Christian names, at which summons with grave dignity they drew near, and honored me with a distant courtesy. They were from the upper part of Vermont. Whether sisters or cousins or at all related to each other I cannot tell, but they are planted in my memory like 2 twin roses on one stem, with the fresh dew in both their bosoms, and when I would have pure and pleasant thoughts I think of them. Neither of them could have seen 17 years. They both were of a height, and that a moderate one. The rose bloom of their cheeks could hardly be called bright in her who was the rosiest, nor faint, though a shade less deep, in her companion. Both had delicate eyebrows, not strongly defined, yet somewhat darker than their hair. Both had small, sweet mouths, maiden mouths, of not so warm and deep a tint as ruby, but only red as the reddest rose. Each had those gems, the rarest, the most precious, a pair of clear, soft, bright blue eyes. Their style of dress was similar. One had on a black silk gown, with a stomacher of velvet, and scalloped cuffs of the same from the wrist to the elbow. The other wore cuffs and stomacher of the like pattern and material over a gown of crimson silk. The dress was rather heavy for their slight figures, but suited to September. They and the darker beauty all carried their straw bonnets in their hands. I cannot better conclude these fragments than with poor Oberon's description of his return to his native village after his slow recovery from his illness. how beautifully does he express his penitential emotions. A beautiful moral may be indeed drawn from the early death of a sensitive recluse, who had shunned the ordinary avenues of distinction, and with splendid abilities sank to rest into an early grave, almost unknown to mankind and without any record save what my pen hastily leaves upon these tear-blotted pages. 2. My home return. When the stagecoach had gained the summit of the hill, I alighted to perform the small remainder of my journey on foot. There had not been a more delicious afternoon than this in all the train of summer, the air being a sunny perfume, made up of balm and warmth, and gentle brightness. The oak and walnut trees over my head retained their deep masses of foliage, and the grass, though for months the pasturage of stray cattle, had been revived with the freshness of early June by the autumnal rains of the preceding week. The garb of autumn indeed resembled that of spring. Dandelions and butterflies were sprinkled along the roadside like drops of brightest gold in greenest grass, and a star-shaped little flower of blue, with a golden center. In a rocky spot, and rooted under the stone walk, there was one wild rose bush, bearing 3 roses very faintly tinted, but blessed with a spicy fragrance. The same tokens would have announced that the year was brightening into the glow of summer. There were violets, too, though few and pale ones, but the breath of September was diffused through the mild air, and became perceptible, too thrillingly for my enfeebled frame, whenever a little breeze shook out the latent coolness. I was standing on the hill at the entrance of my native village, whence I had looked back to bid farewell, and forward to the pale mist-bow that overarched my path, and was the omen of my fortunes. How I had misinterpreted that augury, the ghost of hope with none of hope's bright hues. Nor could I deem that all its portents were yet accomplished, though from the same western sky the declining sun shone brightly in my face. But I was calm and not depressed. Turning to the village, so dim and dreamlike at my last view, I saw the white houses and brick stores, the intermingled trees, the footpaths with their wide borders of grass, and the dusty road between, all a picture of peaceful gladness in the sunshine. Why have I never loved my home before, thought I, as my spirit reposed itself on the quiet beauty of the scene. On the side of the opposite hill was the graveyard, sloping towards the farther extremity of the village. The sun shone as cheerfully there as on the abodes of the living, and showed all the little hillocks and the burial stones, white marble or slate, and here and there a tomb, with the pleasant grass about them all. A single tree was tinged with glory from the west, and threw a pensive shade behind. Not far from where it fell was the tomb of my parents, whom I had hardly thought of in bidding adieu to the village, but had remembered them more faithfully among the feelings that drew me homeward. At my departure their tomb had been hidden in the morning mist. Beholding it in the sunshine now, I felt a sensation through my frame, as if a breeze had thrown the coolness of September over me, though not a leaf was stirred, nor did the thistledown take flight. Was I to roam no more through this beautiful world, but only to the other end of the village? Then let me lie down near my parents, but not with them, because I love a green grave better than a tomb. Moving slowly forward, I heard shouts and laughter, and perceived a considerable throng of people, who came from behind the meeting-house, and made a stand in front of it. Thither all the idlers in the village were congregated to witness the exercises of the engine company, this being the afternoon of their monthly practice. They deluged the roof of the meeting-house till the water fell from the eaves in a broad cascade. Then the stream beat against the dusty windows like a thunderstorm, and sometimes they flung it up beside the steeple, sparkling in an ascending shower about the weathercock. For variety's sake, the engineer made it undulate horizontally, like a great serpent flying over the earth. As his last effort, being roguishly inclined, he seemed to take aim at the sky, falling short rather of which, down came the fluid, transformed to drops of silver, on the thickest crowd of the spectators. Then ensued a prodigious rout and mirthful uproar, with no little wrath of the surly ones, whom this is an infallible method of distinguishing. The joke afforded infinite amusement to the ladies at the windows, and some old people under the hay-scales. I also laughed at a distance and was glad to find myself susceptible, as of old, to the simple mirth of such a scene. But the thoughts that it excited were not all mirthful. I had witnessed hundreds of such spectacles in my youth, and one precisely similar only a few days before my departure. And now, the aspect of the village being the same, and the crowd composed of my old acquaintances, I could hardly realize that years had passed, or even months, or that the very drops of water were not falling at this moment, which had been flung up then. But I pressed the conviction home that, brief as the time appeared, it had been long enough for me to wander away and return again, with my fate accomplished, and little more hope in this world. The last throb of an adventurous and wayward spirit kept me from repining. I felt as if it were better, or not worse, to have compressed my enjoyments and sufferings into a few wild years, and then to rest myself in an early grave, than to have chosen the untroubled and ungladdened course of the crowd before me, whose days were all alike, and a long lifetime like each day. But the sentiment startled me. For a moment I doubted whether my dear-bought wisdom were anything but the incapacity to pursue fresh follies, and whether, if health and strength could be restored that night, I should be found in the village after tomorrow's dawn. Among other novelties, I had noticed that the tavern was now designated as a temperance house, and letters extending across the whole front with a smaller sign promising hot coffee at all hours and spruce beer to lodgers gratis. There were few new buildings, except a Methodist chapel and a printing office, with a bookstore in the lower story. The golden mortar still ornamented the apothecary's door, nor had the Indian chief with his gilded tobacco stalk been relieved from doing sentinel's duty before Dominicus Pike's grocery. The gorgeous silks, though of later patterns, were still flaunting like a banner in front of Mr. Nightingale's dry goods store. Some of the signs introduced me to strangers whose predecessors had failed, or immigrated to the West, or removed merely to the other end of the village, transferring their names from the signboards to slabs of marble or slate. But on the whole, death and vicissitude had done very little. There were old men scattered about the street who had been old in my earliest reminiscences, and as if their venerable forms were permanent parts of the creation, they appeared to be hale and hearty old men yet. The less elderly were more altered, having generally contracted a stoop, with hair woefully thinned and whitened. Some I could hardly recognize. At my last glance they had been boys and girls, but were young men and women when I looked again. And there were happy little things, too, rolling about on the grass, whom God had made since my departure. But now in my lingering course I had descended the hill, and began to consider, painfully enough, how I should meet my townspeople, and what reception they would give me. Of many an evil prophecy, doubtless, had I been the subject. And would they salute me with a roar of triumph or a low hiss of scorn, on beholding their worst anticipations more than accomplished? No, said I, they will not triumph over me, and should they ask the cause of my return, I will tell them that a man may go far and tarry long away, if his health be good and his hopes high, but that when flesh and spirit begin to fail, he remembers his birthplace and the old burial ground, and hears a voice calling him to come home to his father and mother. They will know, by my wasted frame and feeble step, that I have heard the summons and obeyed. And the first greetings over, they will let me walk among them unnoticed, and linger in the sunshine while I may, and steal into my grave in peace. With these reflections I looked kindly at the crowd, and drew off my glove, ready to give my hand to the first that should put forth his. It occurred to me also that some youth among them, now at the crisis of his fate, might have felt his bosom thrill at my example, and be emulous of my wild life and worthless fame. But I would save him. He shall be taught, said I, by my life and by my death, that the world is a sad one for him who shrinks from its sober duties. My experience shall warn him to adopt some great and serious aim, such as manhood will cling to, that he may not feel himself too late, a cumberer of the overladen earth, but a man among men. I will beseech him not to follow an eccentric path, nor by stepping aside from the highway of human affairs to relinquish his claim upon human sympathy. And often, as a text of deep and varied meaning, I will remind him that he is an American. By this time I had drawn near the meeting house and perceived that the crowd were beginning to recognize me. These are the last words traced by his hand. Has not so chastened a spirit found true communion with the pure in heaven? Until of late I never could believe that I was seriously ill. The past, I thought, could not extend its misery beyond itself. Life was restored to me and should not be missed again. I had daydreams even of wedded happiness. Still, as the days wear on, a faintness creeps through my frame and spirit, recalling the consciousness that a very old man might as well nourish hope and young desire as I at 24. Yet the consciousness of my situation does not always make me sad. Sometimes I look upon the world with a quiet interest, because it cannot concern me personally, and a loving one for the same reason, because nothing selfish can interfere with the sense of brotherhood. Soon to be all spirit, I have already a spiritual sense of human nature, and see deeply into the hearts of mankind, discovering what is hidden from the wisest. The loves of young men and virgins are known to me, before the first kiss, before the whispered word, with the birth of the first sigh. My glance comprehends the crowd and penetrates the breast of the solitary man. I think better of the world than formerly, more generously of its virtues, more mercifully of its faults, with a higher estimate of its present happiness, and brighter hopes of its destiny. My mind has put forth a second crop of blossoms, as the trees do in the Indian summer. No winter will destroy their beauty, for they are fanned by the breeze and freshened by the shower that breathes and falls in the gardens of paradise. End of Section 5. Section 6 of the Dolliver Romance and Other Pieces. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. My visit to Niagara. Never did a pilgrim approach Niagara with a deeper enthusiasm than mine. I had lingered away from it and wandered to other scenes because my treasure of anticipated enjoyments, comprising all the wonders of the world, had nothing else so magnificent, and I was loath to exchange the pleasures of hope for those of memory so soon. At length the day came. The stagecoach, with a Frenchman and myself on the back seat, had already left Lewiston, and in less than an hour would set us down in Manchester. I began to listen for the roar of the cataract, and trembled with a sensation like dread as the moment drew nigh, when its voice of ages must roll, for the first time, on my ear. The French gentleman stretched himself from the window and expressed loud admiration, while, by a sudden impulse, I threw myself back and closed my eyes. When the scene shut in, I was glad to think that, for me, the whole burst of Niagara was yet in futurity. We rolled on and entered the village of Manchester, bordering on the falls. I am quite ashamed of myself here. Not that I ran, like a madman, to the falls and plunged into the thickest of the spray, never stopping to breathe till breathing was impossible. Not that I committed this or any other suitable extravagance. On the contrary, I alighted with perfect decency and composure, gave my cloak to the black waiter, pointed out my baggage, and inquired, not the nearest way to the cataract, but about the dinner hour. The interval was spent in arranging my dress. Within the last 15 minutes my mind had grown strangely benumbed and my spirits apathetic, with a slight depression, not decided enough to be termed sadness. My enthusiasm was in a death-like slumber. Without aspiring to immortality, as he did, I could have imitated that English traveler who turned back from the point where he first heard the thunder of Niagara after crossing the ocean to behold it. Many a Western trader, by the by, has performed a similar act of heroism, with more heroic simplicity, deeming it no such wonderful feat to dine at the hotel and resume his route to Buffalo or Lewiston, while the cataract was roaring unseen. Such has often been my apathy when objects long sought and earnestly desired were placed within my reach. After dinner, at which an unwanted and perverse epicurism detained me longer than usual, I lighted a cigar and paced the piazza, minutely attentive to the aspect and business of a very ordinary village. Finally, with reluctant step and the feeling of an intruder, I walked towards Goat Island. At the toll house, there were further excuses for delaying the inevitable moment. My signature was required in a huge ledger, containing similar records innumerable, many of which I read. The skin of a great sturgeon, and other fishes, beasts, and reptiles, a collection of minerals, such as lie in heaps near the falls, some Indian moccasins, and other trifles made of deerskin and embroidered with beads, several newspapers from Montreal, New York, and Boston, all attracted me in turn. Out of a number of twisted sticks, the manufacture of a Tuscarora Indian, I selected one of curled maple, curiously convoluted, and adorned with the carved images of a snake and a fish. Using this as my pilgrim's staff, I crossed the bridge. Above and below me were the rapids, a river of impetuous snow, with here and there a dark rock amid its whiteness, resisting all the physical fury, as any cold spirit did the moral influences of the scene. On reaching Goat Island, which separates the two great segments of the falls, I chose the right-hand path, and followed it to the edge of the American Cascade. There, while the falling sheet was yet invisible, I saw the vapor that never vanishes, and the eternal rainbow of Niagara. It was an afternoon of glorious sunshine, without a cloud save those of the cataracts. I gained an insulated rock, and beheld a broad sheet of brilliant and unbroken foam, not shooting in a curved line from the top of the precipice, but falling headlong down from height to depth. A narrow stream diverged from the main branch, and hurried over the crag by a channel of its own, leaving a little pine-clad island and a streak of precipice between itself and the larger sheet. Below arose the mist, on which was painted a dazzling sunbow with two concentric shadows, one almost as perfect as the original brightness, and the other drawn faintly around the broken edge of the cloud. Still, I had not half seen Niagara. Following the verge of the island, the path led me to the horseshoe, where the real broad St. Lawrence, rushing along on a level with its banks, pours its whole breadth over a concave line of precipice, and thence pursues its course between lofty crags towards Ontario. A sort of bridge, 2 or 3 feet wide, stretches out along the edge of the descending sheet, and hangs upon the rising mist, as if that were the foundation of the frail structure. Here I stationed myself in the blast of wind, which the rushing river bore along with it. The bridge was tremulous beneath me, and marked the tremor of the solid earth. I looked along the whitening rapids, and endeavored to distinguish a mass of water far above the falls, to follow it to their verge and go down with it in fancy to the abyss of clouds and storm. Casting my eyes across the river and every side, I took in the whole scene at a glance, and tried to comprehend it in one vast idea. After an hour thus spent, I left the bridge, and by a staircase, winding almost interminably round a post, descended to the base of the precipice. From that point my path lay over slippery stones, and among great fragments of the cliff, to the edge of the cataract, where the wind at once enveloped me in spray, and perhaps dashed the rainbow round me. Were my long desires fulfilled, and had I seen Niagara? Oh, that I had never heard of Niagara till I beheld it! Blessed were the wanderers of old, who heard its deep roar, sounding through the woods as the summons to an unknown wonder, and approached its awful brink in all the freshness of native feeling. Had its own mysterious voice been the first to warn me of its existence, then indeed I might have knelt down and worshipped. but I had come thither haunted with a vision of foam and fury, and dizzy cliffs, and an ocean tumbling down out of the sky. A scene, in short, which nature had too much good taste and calm simplicity to realize. My mind had struggled to adapt these false conceptions to the reality, and finding the effort vain, a wretched sense of disappointment weighed me down. I climbed the precipice and threw myself on the earth, feeling that I was unworthy to look at the great falls, and careless about beholding them again. All that night, as there has been, and will be, for ages past and to come, a rushing sound was heard, as if a great tempest were sweeping through the air. It mingled with my dreams and made them full of storm and whirlwind. Whenever I awoke and heard this dread sound in the air, and the windows rattling as with a mighty blast, I could not rest again, till looking forth, I saw how bright the stars were, and that every leaf in the garden was motionless. Never was a summer night more calm to the eye, nor a gale of autumn louder to the ear. The rushing sound proceeds from the rapids, and the rattling of the casements is but an effect of the vibration of the whole house, shaken by the jar of the cataract. The noise of the rapids draws the attention from the true voice of Niagara, which is a dull, muffled thunder resounding between the cliffs. I spent a wakeful hour at midnight in distinguishing its reverberations, and rejoiced to find that my former awe and enthusiasm were reviving. Gradually and after much contemplation, I came to know by my own feelings that Niagara is indeed a wonder of the world, and not the less wonderful because time and thought must be employed in comprehending it, casting aside all preconceived notions in preparation to be dire-struck or delighted. The beholder must stand beside it in the simplicity of his heart, suffering the mighty scene to work its own impression. Night after night, I dreamed of it, and was gladdened every morning by the consciousness of a growing capacity to enjoy it. Yet I will not pretend to be the all-absorbing enthusiasm of some more fortunate spectators, nor deny that very trifling causes would draw my eyes and thoughts from the cataract. The last day that I was to spend at Niagara, before my departure for the far west, I sat upon the Table Rock. The celebrated station did not now, as of old, project 50 feet beyond the line of the precipice, but was shattered by the fall of an immense fragment, which lay distant on the shore below. Still on the utmost verge of the rock, with my feet hanging over it, I felt as if suspended in the open air. Never before had my mind been in such perfect unison with the scene. There were intervals when I was conscious of nothing but the great river, rolling calmly into the abyss, rather descending than precipitating itself, and acquiring tenfold majesty from its unhurried motion. It came like the march of destiny. It was not taken by surprise, but seemed to have anticipated, in all its course through the broad lakes, that it must pour their collected waters down this height. The perfect foam of the river, after its descent, and the ever-varying shapes of mist rising up to become clouds in the sky, would be the very picture of confusion, were it merely transient, like the rage of a tempest. But when the beholder has stood a while, and perceives no lull in the storm, and considers that the vapor and the foam are as everlasting as the rocks which produce them, all this turmoil assumes a sort of calmness. It soothes, while it awes the mind. Leaning over the cliff, I saw the guide conducting 2 adventurers behind the falls. It was pleasant from that high seat in the sunshine to observe them struggling against the eternal storm of the lower regions, with heads bent down, now faltering, now pressing forward, and finally swallowed up in their victory. After their disappearance, a blast rushed out with an old hat, which it had swept from one of their heads. The rock to which they were directing their unseen course is marked at a fearful distance on the exterior of the sheet by a jet of foam. The attempt to reach it appears both poetical and perilous to a looker-on, but may be accomplished without much more difficulty or hazard than in stemming a violent northeaster. In a few moments, forth came the children of the mist. Dripping and breathless, they crept along the base of the cliff, ascending to the guide's cottage, and received, I presume, a certificate of their achievement, with 3 verses of sublime poetry on the back. My contemplations were often interrupted by strangers, who came down from Forsyth's to take their first view of the falls. A short, ruddy, middle-aged gentleman, fresh from old England, peeped over the rock, and evinced his approbation by a broad grin. His spouse, a very robust lady, afforded a sweet example of maternal solicitude, being so intent on the safety of her little boy that she did not even glance at Niagara. As for the child, he gave himself wholly to the enjoyment of a stick of candy. Another traveler, a native American and no rare character among us, produced a volume of Captain Hall's tour, and labored earnestly to adjust Niagara to the captain's description, departing at last without one new idea or sensation of his own. The next comer was provided not with a printed book, but with a blank sheet of foolscap, from top to bottom of which, by means of an ever-pointed pencil, the cataract was made to thunder. In a little talk which we had together, he awarded his approbation to the general view, but censured the position of Goat Island, observing that it should have been thrown farther to the right so as to widen the American Falls and contract those of the Horseshoe. Next appeared 2 traders of Michigan, who declared that, upon the whole, the site was worth looking at. There certainly was an immense water power here, but that after all they would go twice as far to see the noble stoneworks of Lockport, where the Grand Canal is locked down a descent of 60 feet. They were succeeded by a young fellow in a homespun cotton dress with a staff in his hand and a pack over his shoulders. He advanced close to the edge of the rock, where his attention, at first wavering among the different components of the scene, finally became fixed in the angle of the Horseshoe Falls, which is indeed the central point of interest. His whole soul seemed to go forth and be transported thither, till the staff slipped from his relaxed grasp and falling down, struck upon the fragment of the table rock. In this manner I spent some hours watching the varied impression made by the cataract on those who disturbed me, and returning to unwearied contemplation when left alone. At length my time came to depart. There is a grassy footpath through the woods along the summit of the bank, to a point whence a causeway, hewn in the side of the precipice, goes winding down to the ferry, about half a mile below the table rock. The sun was near setting when I emerged from the shadow of the trees and began the descent. The indirectness of my downward road continually changed the point of view, and showed me, in rich and repeated succession now, the whitening rapids and majestic leap of the main river, which appeared more deeply massive as the light departed. Now the lovelier picture, yet still sublime, of Goat Island, with its rocks and grove, and the lesser falls tumbling over the right bank of the St. Lawrence like a tributary stream. Now the long vista of the river, as it eddied and whirled between the cliffs, to pass through Ontario toward the sea, and everywhere to be wondered at for this one unrivaled scene. The golden sunshine tinged the sheet of the American Cascade, and painted on its heaving spray the broken semicircle of a rainbow, heaven's own beauty crowning earth's sublimity. My steps were slow, and I paused long at every turn of the descent, as one lingers and pauses who discerns a brighter and brightening excellence in which he must soon behold no more. The solitude of the old wilderness now reigned o'er the whole vicinity of the falls. My enjoyment became the more rapturous, because no poet shared it, nor wretch devoid of poetry profaned it. But the spot, so famous through the world, was all my own. End of Section 6. Section 7 of the Dolliver Romance and Other Pieces by Nathaniel Hawthorne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. The Antique Ring. Yes, indeed. The gem is as bright as a star and curiously set, said Clara Pemberton, examining an antique ring which her betrothed lover had just presented to her with a very pretty speech.
It needs only one thing to make it perfect.
And what is that? Asked Mr. Edward Carl, secretly anxious for the credit of his gift. A modern setting, perhaps?
Oh no, that would destroy the charm at once, replied Clara. It needs nothing but a story. I long to know how many times it has been the pledge of faith between two lovers, and whether the vows of which it was the symbol were always kept or often broken. Not that I should be too scrupulous about facts. If you happen to be unacquainted with its authentic history, so much the better. May it not have sparkled upon a queen's finger? Or who knows, but it is the very ring which post-humous received from Imogen. In short, you must kindle your imagination at the luster of this diamond, and make a legend for it.
Now, such a task, and doubtless Clara knew it, was the most acceptable that could have been imposed on Edward Carl. He was one of that multitude of young gentlemen, limbs, or rather twigs of the law, whose names appear in gilt letters on the front of tutors' buildings and other places in the vicinity of the courthouse, which seemed to be the haunt of the gentler as well as the severer muses. Edward, in the dearth of clients, was accustomed to employ his much leisure in assisting the growth of American literature, to which good cause he had contributed not a few quires of the finest letter paper, containing some thought, some fancy, some depth of feeling, together with a young writer's abundance of conceits. Sonnets, stanzas of Tensionian sweetness, tales imbued with German mysticism, versions from Jean Paul, criticisms of the old English poets, and essays smacking of dialectic philosophy, were among his multifarious productions. The editors of the fashionable periodicals were familiar with his autography, and inscribed his name in those brilliant bead rolls of ink-stained celebrity, which illustrate the first page of their covers. Nor did fame withhold her laurel. Hillard had included him among the lights of New England metropolis in his Boston book. Bryant had found room for some of his stanzas in the selections from American poetry, and Mr. Griswold, in his recent assemblage of the sons and daughters of song, had introduced Edward Carl into the inner court of the Temple among his 80 choicest bards. There was a prospect, indeed, of his assuming a still higher and more independent position. Interviews had been held with Ticknor, and a correspondence with the Harpers respecting a proposed volume, chiefly to consist of Mr. Carl's fugitive pieces in the magazines, but to be accompanied with a poem of some length, never before published. Not improbably, the public may yet be gratified with this collection. Meanwhile, we sum up our sketch of Edward Carl by pronouncing him, though somewhat of a carpet knight in literature, yet no unfavorable specimen of a generation of rising writers, whose spirit is such that we may reasonably expect creditable attempts from all, and good and beautiful results from some. And it will be observed, Edward was the very man to write pretty legends, at a lady's instance, for an old-fashioned diamond ring. He took the jewel in his hand, and turned it so as to catch its scintillating radiance, as if hoping, in accordance with Clara's suggestion, to light up his fancy with that star-like gleam. "Shall it be a ballad, a tale in verse?" he inquired. "Enchanted rings often glisten in Old English poetry. I think something may be done with the subject, but it is fitter for rhyme than prose." "No, no," said Miss Pemberton. "We will have no more rhyme than just enough for a posy to the ring. You must tell the legend in simple prose, and when it is finished, I will make a little party to hear it read." The young gentleman promised obedience, and going to his pillow, with his head full of the familiar spirits that used to be worn in rings, watches, and sword hilts, he had the good fortune to possess himself of an available idea in a dream. Connecting this with what he himself chanced to know of the ring's real history, his task was done. Clara Pemberton invited a select few of her friends, all holding the staunchest faith in Edward's genius, and therefore the most genial auditors, if not altogether the fairest critics, that a writer could possibly desire. Blessed be woman for her faculty of admiration, and especially for her tendency to admire with her heart, when man at most grants merely a cold approval with his mind. Drawing his chair beneath the blaze of a solar lamp, Edward Carl, untied a roll of glossy paper, and began as follows. The Legend. After the death warrant had been read to the Earl of Essex, and on the evening before his appointed execution, the Countess of Shrewsbury paid his lordship a visit, and found him, as it appeared, toying childishly with a ring. The diamond that encircled it glittered like a little star, but with a singular tinge of red. The gloomy prison chamber in the tower, with its deep and narrow windows piercing the walls of stone, was now all that the Earl possessed of worldly prospect, so that there was the less wonder that he should look steadfastly into the gem, and moralize upon earth's deceitful splendor, as men in darkness and ruin seldom fail to do. But the shrewd observations of the Countess, an artful and unprincipled woman, the pretended friend of Essex, but who had come to glut her revenge for a deed of scorn which he himself had forgotten, her keen eye detected a deeper interest attached to this jewel. Even while expressing his gratitude for her remembrance of a ruined favorite and condemned criminal, the Earl's glance reverted to the ring, as if all that remained of time and its affairs were collected within that small golden circlet.
"My dear lord," observed the Countess, "there is surely some matter of great moment wherewith this ring is connected, since it so absorbs your mind. A token, it may be, of some fair lady's love. Alas, poor lady, once richest in possessing such a heart, would you that the jewel be returned to her?"
The Queen! It was Her Majesty's own gift," replied the Earl, still gazing into the depths of the gem. "She took it from her finger, and told me with a smile that it was an heirloom from her Tudor ancestors, and had once been the property of Merlin, the British wizard who gave it to the lady of his love. His art had made this diamond the abiding place of a spirit, which, though of fiendish nature, was bound to work only good, so long as the ring was an unviolated pledge of love and faith, both with the giver and the receiver. But should love prove false, and faith be broken, then the evil spirit would work his own devilish will, until the ring were purified by becoming the medium of some good and holy act, and again the pledge of faithful love. The gem soon lost its virtue, for the wizard was murdered by the very lady to whom he gave it."
"An idle legend,"
said the Countess. "It is so," answered Essex, with a melancholy smile. "Yet the Queen's favour, of which this ring was the symbol, has proved my ruin. When death is nigh, men converse with dreams and shadows. I have been gazing into the diamond and fancying, but you will laugh at me, that I might catch a glimpse of the evil spirit there. Do you observe this red glow, dusky too, amid all the brightness? It is the token of his presence, and even now methinks it grows redder and duskier, like an angry sunset." Nevertheless, the Earl's manner testified how slight was his credence in the enchanted properties of the ring. But there is a kind of playfulness that comes in moments of despair when the reality of misfortune, if entirely felt, would crush the soul at once. He now, for a brief space, was lost in thought, while the Countess contemplated him with malignant satisfaction. "This ring," he resumed in another tone, "alone remains, of all that my royal mistress's favour lavished upon her servant. My fortune once shone as brightly as the gem, and now such a darkness has fallen around me, methinks it would be no marvel if its gleam, the sole light of my prison house, were to be forthwith extinguished, inasmuch as my last earthly hope depends upon it."
"How say you, my lord?" asked the Countess of Shrewsbury. "The stone is bright, but there should be strange magic in it, if it can keep your hopes alive at this sad hour. Alas, these iron bars and ramparts of the tower are unlike to yield to such a spell."
Essex raised his head involuntarily, for there was something in the Countess's tone that disturbed him, although he could not suspect that an enemy had intruded upon the sacred privacy of a prisoner's dungeon, to exult over so dark a ruin of such once brilliant fortunes. He looked her in the face, but saw nothing to awaken his distrust. It would have required a keener eye than even Cecil's to read the secret of a countenance which had been worn so long in the false light of a court, that it was now little better than a mask, telling any story save the true one. The condemned nobleman again bent over the ring and proceeded. "It once had power in it, this bright gem, the magic that appertains to the talisman of a great queen's favour. She bade me, if hereafter I should fall into her disgrace, how deep soever, and whatever might be the crime, to convey this jewel to her sight, and it should plead for me. Doubtless with her piercing judgment she had even then detected the rashness of my nature, and foreboded some such deed as has now brought destruction upon my head. And knowing, too, her own hereditary rigour, she designed, it may be, that the memory of gentler and kindlier hours should soften her heart in my behalf, when my need should be the greatest. I have doubted, I have distrusted, yet who can tell, even now, what happy influence this ring might have?"
"You have delayed full long to show the ring and plead her Majesty's gracious promise," remarked the Countess, "your state being what it is."
"True," replied the Earl, "but for my honour's sake I was loath to entreat the Queen's mercy, while I might hope for life, at least from the justice of the laws. If on a trial by my peers I had been acquitted of meditating violence against her sacred life, then would I have fallen at her feet, and presenting the jewel have prayed no other favour than that my love and zeal should be put to the severest test. But now it were confessing too much, it were cringing too low, to beg the miserable gift of life on no other score than the tenderness which her Majesty deems me to have forfeited."
"Yet it is your only hope," said the Countess.
"And besides," continued Essex, pursuing his own reflections, "of what avail will this token of womanly feeling, when, on the other hand, are arrayed the all-prevailing motives of state policy, and the artifices and intrigues of courtiers, to consummate my downfall? Will Cecil or Raleigh suffer her heart to act for itself, even if the spirit of her father were not in her? It is in vain to hope for it." But still Essex gazed at the ring with an absorbed attention that proved how much hope his sanguine temperament had concentrated here, when there was none else for him in the wide world save what lay in the compass of that hoop of gold. The spark of brightness within the diamond, which gleamed like an intenser than earthly fire, was the memorial of his dazzling career. It had not paled with the waning sunshine of his mistress's favour. On the contrary, in spite of its remarkable tinge of dusky red, he fancied that it never shone so brightly. The glow of festal torches, the blaze of perfumed lamps, bonfires that had been kindled for him when he was the darling of the people, the splendour of the royal court where he had been the peculiar star, all seemed to have collected their moral or material glory into the gem, and to burn with a radiance caught from the future, as well as gathered from the past. That radiance might break forth again. Bursting from the diamond, into which it was now narrowed, it might beam first upon the gloomy walls of the tower, then wider, 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 till all England, and the seas around her cliffs, should be gladdened with the light. It was such an ecstasy as often ensues after long depression, and has been supposed to precede the circumstances of darkest fate that may befall mortal man. The Earl pressed the ring to his heart as if it were indeed a talisman, the habitation of a spirit, as the Queen had playfully assured him, but a spirit of happier influences than her legend spake of. "Oh, could I but make my way to her footstool!" cried he, waving his hand aloft, while he paced the stone pavement of his prison chamber with an impetuous step. "I might kneel down, indeed a ruined man, condemned to the block, but how should I rise again? Once more the favourite of Elizabeth, England's proudest noble, with such prospects as ambition never aimed at all. Why have I tarried so long in this weary dungeon? The ring has power to set me free. The palace wants me. Ho, jailer, unbar the door!" But then occurred the recollection of the impossibility of obtaining an interview with his fatally estranged mistress, and testing the influence over her affections which he still flattered himself with possessing. Could he step beyond the limits of his prison, the world would be all sunshine. But here was only gloom and death. "Alas," said he slowly and sadly, letting his head fall upon his hands, "I die for the lack of one blessed word." The Countess of Shrewsbury, herself forgotten amid the Earl's gorgeous visions, had watched him with an aspect that could have betrayed nothing to the most suspicious observer, unless that it was too calm for humanity, while witnessing the flutterings, as it were, of a generous heart in the death agony. She now approached him.
"My good lord," she said, "what mean you to do?"
"Nothing. My deeds are done," replied he despondingly. "Yet had a fallen favourite any friends, I would entreat one of them to lay this ring at her Majesty's feet, albeit with little hope, save that hereafter it might remind her that poor Essex, once far too highly favoured, was at last too severely dealt with."
"I will be that friend," said the Countess. "There is no time to be lost. Trust this precious ring with me. This very night the Queen's eye shall rest upon it, nor shall the efficacy of my poor words be wanting to strengthen the impression which it will doubtless make."
The Earl's first impulse was to hold out the ring, but looking at the Countess as she bent forward to receive it, he fancied that the red glow of the gem tinged all her face, and gave it an ominous expression. Many passages of past times recurred to his memory. A preternatural insight, perchance caught from approaching death, threw its momentary gleam as from a meteor, all round his position. "Countess," he said, "I know not wherefore I hesitate, being in a plight so desperate, and having so little choice of friends. But have you looked into your own heart? Can you perform this office with the truth, the earnestness, the zeal even to tears and agony of spirit, wherewith the holy gift of human life should be pleaded for? Woe be unto you should you undertake this task and deal towards me otherwise than with utmost faith. For your own soul's sake, and as you would have peace at your death hour, consider well in what spirit you receive this ring." The Countess did not shrink.
"My lord, my good lord," she exclaimed, "wrong not a woman's heart by these suspicions. You might choose another messenger, but who save a lady of her bedchamber can obtain access to the Queen at this untimely hour? It is for your life, else I would not renew my offer."
"Take the ring," said the Earl.
"Believe that it shall be in the Queen's hands before the lapse of another hour,"
replied the Countess as she received the sacred trust of life and death.
"Tomorrow morning, look for the result of my intercession."
She departed. Again the Earl's hopes rose high. Dreams visited his slumber, not of the sable-decked scaffold in the Tower yard, but of canopies of state, obsequious courtiers, pomp, splendor, the smile of the once more gracious Queen, and a light beaming from the magic gem which illuminated his whole future. History records how foully the Countess of Shrewsbury betrayed the trust, which Essex, in his utmost need, confided to her. She kept the ring, and stood in the presence of Elizabeth that night, without one attempt to soften her stern, hereditary temper in behalf of the former favourite. The next day the Earl's noble head rolled upon the scaffold. On her deathbed, tortured at last with a sense of the dreadful guilt which she had taken upon her soul, the wicked Countess sent for Elizabeth, revealed the story of the ring, and besought forgiveness for her treachery. But the Queen, still obdurate, even while remorse for past obduracy was tugging at her heartstrings, shook the dying woman in her bed as if struggling with death for the privilege of wreaking her revenge in spite. The spirit of the Countess passed away, to undergo the justice or receive the mercy of a higher tribunal. And tradition says that the fatal ring was found upon her breast, where it had imprinted a dark red circle, resembling the effect of the intensest heat. The attendants, who prepared the body for burial, shuddered, whispering one to another that the ring must have derived its heat from the glow of infernal fire. They left it on her breast, in the coffin, and it went with that guilty woman to the tomb. Many years afterward, when the church that contained the monuments of the Shrewsbury family was desecrated by Cromwell's soldiers, they broke open the ancestral vaults and stole whatever was valuable from the noble personages who reposed there. Merlin's antique ring passed into the possession of a stout sergeant of the Ironsides, who thus became subject to the influences of the evil spirit that still kept his abode within the gem's enchanted depths. The sergeant was soon slain in battle, thus transmitting the ring, though without any legal form of testament, to a gay cavalier who forthwith pawned it and expended the money in liquor, which speedily brought him to the grave. We next catch the sparkle of the magic diamond at various epochs of the merry reign of Charles II, but its sinister fortune still attended it. From whatever hand this ring of portent came, and whatever finger it encircled, ever it was the pledge of deceit between man and man, or man and woman, of faithless vows and unhallowed passion, and whether to lords and ladies or to village maids, for sometimes it found its way so low. Still it brought nothing but sorrow and disgrace. No purifying deed was done to drive the fiend from his bright home in this little star. Again we hear of it at a later period, when Sir Robert Walpole bestowed the ring, among far richer jewels, on the lady of a British legislator, whose political honor he wished to undermine. Many a dismal and unhappy tale might be wrought out of its other adventures. All this while its ominous tinge of dusky red had been deepening and darkening, until, if laid upon white paper, it cast the mingled hue of night and blood, strangely illuminated with scintillating light, in a circle round about. But this peculiarity only made it the more valuable. Alas, the fatal ring! When shall its dark secret be discovered, and the doom of ill, inherited from one possessor to another, be finally revoked? The legend now crosses the Atlantic, and comes down to our own immediate time. In a certain church of our city, not many evenings ago, there was a contribution for a charitable object. A fervid preacher had poured out his whole soul in a rich and tender discourse, which had at least excited the tears and perhaps the more effectual sympathy of a numerous audience. While the choristers sang sweetly, and the organ poured forth its melodious thunder, the deacons passed up and down the aisles and along the galleries, presenting their mahogany boxes in which each person deposited whatever sum he deemed it safe to lend to the Lord, in aid of human wretchedness. Charity became audible, chink, 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 as it fell drop by drop into the common receptacle. There was a hum, a stir, the subdued bustle of people putting their hands into their pockets, while ever and anon a vagrant coin fell upon the floor, and rolled away with long reverberation into some inscrutable corner. At length, all having been favored with an opportunity to be generous, the two deacons placed their boxes on the communion table, and thence, at the conclusion of the services, removed them into the vestry. Here these good old gentlemen sat down together to reckon the accumulated treasure. Fie, brother Tilton," said Deacon Trot, peeping into Deacon Tilton's box. "What a heap of copper you have picked up! Really, for an old man, you must have had a heavy job to lug it along. Copper, copper, copper! Do people expect to get admittance into heaven at the price of a few coppers?" "Don't wrong them, brother," answered Deacon Tilton, a simple and kindly old man. "Copper may do more for one person than gold will for another. In the galleries where I present my box, we must not expect such a harvest as you gather among the gentry in the broad aisle and all over the floor of the church. My people are chiefly poor mechanics and laborers, sailors, seamstresses, and servant maids, with a most uncomfortable intermixture of roguish schoolboys." Well, said Deacon Trot, "but there is a great deal, Brother Tilton, in the method of presenting a contribution box. It is a knack that comes by nature, or not at all." They now proceeded to sum up the avails of the evening, beginning with the receipts of Deacon Trot. In good sooth, that worthy personage had reaped an abundant harvest, in which he prided himself no less, apparently, than if every dollar had been contributed from his own individual pocket. Had the good deacon been meditating a jaunt to Texas, the treasurers of the mahogany box might have sent him on his way rejoicing. There were banknotes, mostly, it is true, of the smallest denominations, in the giver's pocketbook. Yet making a goodly average upon the whole, the most splendid contribution was a check for $100, bearing the name of a distinguished merchant, whose liberality was duly celebrated in the newspapers of the day. No less than 7 half-eagles, together with an English sovereign, glittered amidst an indiscriminate heap of silver, the box being polluted with nothing of the copper kind. except a single bright new scent wherewith a little boy had performed his first charitable act. Very well indeed, said Deacon Trot self-approvingly. A handsome evening's work. And now, Brother Tilton, let's see whether you can match it. Here was a sad contrast. They poured forth Deacon Tilton's treasure upon the table, and it really seemed as if the whole copper coinage of the country, together with an amazing quantity of shopkeepers' tokens and English and Irish halfpence, mostly of base metal, had been congregated into the box. There was a very substantial pencil case and the semblance of a shilling, but the latter proved to be made of tin and the former of German silver. A gilded brass button was doing duty as a gold coin, and a folded shop bill had assumed the character of a banknote. But Deacon Tilton's feelings were much revived by the aspect of another banknote, new and crisp, adorned with beautiful engravings and stamped with the indubitable word 20 in large black letters. Alas, it was a counterfeit. In short, the poor old deacon was no less unfortunate than those who trade with fairies, and whose gains are sure to be transformed into dried leaves, pebbles, and other valuables of that kind. I believe the evil one is in the box, said he with some vexation. Well done, Deacon Tilton, cried Brother Trot with a hearty laugh. You ought to have a statue in copper. Never mind, brother, replied the good deacon, recovering his temper. I'll bestow $10 from my own pocket, and may heaven's blessing go along with it. But look, what do you call this? Under the copper mountain, which it had cost them so much toil to remove, lay an antique ring. It was enriched with a diamond, which so soon as it caught the light began to twinkle and glimmer, emitting the whitest and purest luster that could possibly be conceived. It was as brilliant as if some magician had condensed the brightest star in heaven into a compass fit to be set in a ring for a lady's delicate finger. How is this? Said Deacon Trot, examining it carefully, in the expectation of finding it as worthless as the rest of his colleague's treasure. Why, upon my word, this seems to be a real diamond, and of the purest water. Whence could it have come? Really, I cannot tell, quoth Deacon Tilton, for my spectacles were so misty that all faces looked alike. But now I remember there was a flash of light came from the box at one moment, but it seemed a dusky red instead of a pure white, like the sparkle of this gem. Well, the ring will make up for the copper. I wish the giver had thrown its history into the box with it. It has been our good luck to recover a portion of that history. After transmitting misfortune from one possessor to another, ever since the days of British Merlin, the identical ring which Queen Elizabeth gave to the Earl of Essex was finally thrown into the contribution box of a New England church. The two deacons deposited it in the glass case of a fashionable jeweler, of whom it was purchased by the humble rehearser of this legend, in the hope that it may be allowed to sparkle on a fair lady's finger. Purified from the foul fiend, so long its inhabitant, by a deed of unostentatious charity, and now made the symbol of faithful and devoted love, the gentle bosom of its new possessor need fear no sorrow from its influence. Very pretty, beautiful, how original, how sweetly written, what nature, what imagination, what power, what pathos, what exquisite humor, were the exclamations of Edward Carlyle's kind and generous auditors at the conclusion of the legend. It is a pretty tale, said Miss Pemberton, who, conscious that her praise was to that of all others as a diamond to a pebble, was therefore the less liberal in awarding it. It is really a pretty tale, and very proper for any of the annuals. But, Edward, your moral does not satisfy me. What thought did you embody in the ring? Oh, Clara, this is too bad, replied Edward with a half-reproachful smile. You know that I can never separate the idea from the symbol in which it manifests itself. However, we may suppose the gem to be the human heart, and the evil spirit to be falsehood, which in one guise or another is the fiend that causes all the sorrow and trouble in the world. I beseech you to let this suffice. It shall, said Clara kindly. And believe me, whatever the world may say of the story, I prize it far above the diamond which enkindled your imagination. End of Section 7. Section 8 of the Dolliver Romance and Other Pieces by Nathaniel Hawthorne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. Graves and Goblins. Now we talk of graves and goblins. Fit themes. Start not, gentle reader. Fit for a ghost like me. Yes, though an earth-clogged fancy is laboring with these conceptions, and an earthly hand will write them down for mortal eyes to read, still their essence flows from as airy a ghost as ever basked in the pale starlight at 12 o'clock. Judge them not by the gross and heavy form in which they now appear. They may be gross indeed with the earthly pollution contracted from the brain, through which they pass, and heavy with the burden of mortal language that crushes all the finer intelligences of the soul. This is no fault of mine, but should aught of ethereal spirit be perceptible, yet scarcely so, glimmering along the dull train of words? Should a faint perfume breathe from the mass of clay? Then, gentle reader, thank the ghost, who thus embodies himself for your sake. Will you believe me if I say that all true and noble thoughts and elevated imaginations are but partly the offspring of the intellect which seems to produce them? Sprites that were poets once, and are now all poetry, hover round the dreaming bard, and become his inspiration. Buried statesmen lend their wisdom, gathered on earth and mellowed in the grave, to the historian. And when the preacher rises nearest to the level of his mighty subject, it is because the prophets of old days have communed with him. Who has not been conscious of mysteries within his mind, mysteries of truth and reality, which will not wear the chains of language? Mortal, then the dead were with you. And thus shall the earth-dulled soul whom I inspire be conscious of a misty brightness among his thoughts and strive to make it gleam upon the page. But all in vain. Poor author! How will he despise what he can grasp for the sake of the dim glory that eludes him? So talk we of graves and goblins. But what have ghosts to do with graves? Mortal man, wearing the dust which shall require a sepulchre, might deem it more a home and resting place than a spirit can, whose earthly clod has returned to earth. Thus philosophers have reasoned. Yet wiser they who adhere to the ancient sentiment, that a phantom haunts and hallows the marble tomb, or grassy hillock, where its material form was laid, till purified from each stain of clay, till the passions of the living world are all forgotten, till it have less brotherhood with the wayfarers of the earth than with spirits that never wore mortality. The ghost must linger round the grave. Oh, it is a long and dreary watch to some of us. Even in early childhood, I had selected a sweet spot of shade and glimmering sunshine for my grave. It was no burial ground, but a secluded nook of virgin earth where I used to sit, whole summer afternoons, dreaming about life and death. My fancy ripened prematurely, and taught me secrets which I could not otherwise have known. I pictured the coming years. They never came to me indeed, but I pictured them like life, and made this spot the scene of all that should be brightest, in youth, manhood, and old age. There, in a little while, it would be time for me to breathe the bashful and burning vows of first love. Thither, after gathering fame abroad, I would return to enjoy the loud plaudit of the world, a vast but unobtrusive sound, like the booming of a distant sea. And thither, at the far-off close of life, an aged man would come to dream as the boy was dreaming, and be as happy in the past as he was in futurity. Finally, when all should be finished, in that spot so hallowed, in that soil so impregnated with the most precious of my bliss, there was to be my grave. Methought it would be the sweetest grave that ever a mortal frame reposed in, or an ethereal spirit haunted. There, too, in future times, drawn thither by the spell which I had breathed around the place, boyhood would sport and dream, and youth would love, and manhood would enjoy, and age would dream again, and my ghost would watch but never frighten them. Alas, the vanity of mortal projects, even when they center in the grave. I died in my first youth before I had been a lover, at a distance also from the grave which fancy had dug for me,
and they buried me in the thronged cemetery of a town where my marble slab stands unnoticed amid 100 others. And there are coffins on each side of mine. Alas, poor ghost, will the reader say. Yet I am a happy ghost enough and disposed to be contented with my grave, if the sexton will but let it be my own, and bring no other dead man to dispute my title. Earth has left few stains upon me, and it will be but a short time that I need haunt the place. It is good to die in early youth. Had I lived out 60 years and 10, or half of them, my spirit would have been so earth-encrusted that centuries might not have purified it for a better home than the dark precincts of the grave. Meantime, there is good choice of company amongst us. From twilight till near sunrise, we're gliding to and fro, some in the graveyard, others miles away, and would we speak with any friend, we do but knock against his tombstone and pronounce the name engraved on it. In an instant, there the shadow stands. Some are ghosts of considerable antiquity. There is an old man hereabout. He never had a tombstone, and is often puzzled to distinguish his own grave. But hereabouts he haunts, and long is doomed to haunt. He was a miser in his lifetime, and buried a strong box of ill-gotten gold almost fresh from the mint, in the coinage of William and Mary. Scarcely was it safe when the sexton buried the old man and his secret with him. I could point out the place where the treasure lies. It was at the bottom of the miser's garden, but a paved thoroughfare now passes beside the spot, and the cornerstone of a market-house presses right down upon it. Had the workmen dug 6 inches deeper, they would have found the hoard. Now thither must this poor old miser go, whether in starlight, moonshine, or pitch darkness, and brood above his worthless treasure, recalling all the petty crimes by which he gained it. Not a coin must he fail to reckon in his memory, nor forget a pennyworth of the sin that made up the sum. Though his agony is such as if the pieces of gold, red-hot, were stamped into his naked soul. Often, while he is in torment there, he hears the steps of living men who love the dross of earth as well as he did. May they never groan over their miserable wealth like him! Night after night, for above 100 years hath he done this penance, and still must he do it, till the iron box be brought to light, and each separate coin be cleansed by grateful tears of a widow or an orphan. My spirit sighs for his long vigil at the corner of the market-house. There are ghosts whom I tremble to meet, and cannot think of without a shudder. One has the guilt of blood upon him. The soul which he thrust untimely forth has long since been summoned from our gloomy graveyard, and dwells among the stars of heaven, too far and too high for even the recollection of mortal anguish to ascend thither. Not so the murderer's ghost. It is his doom to spend all the hours of darkness in the spot which he stained with innocent blood, and to feel the hot stream, hot as when it first gushed upon his hand, incorporating itself with his spiritual substance. Thus his horrible crime is ever fresh within him. 2 other wretches are condemned to walk arm in arm. They were guilty lovers in their lives, and still in death must wear the guise of love. Though hatred and loathing have become their very nature and existence, the pollution of their mutual sin remains with them, and makes their souls sick continually. Oh, that I might forget all the dark shadows which haunt about these graves! This passing thought of them has left a stain, and will weigh me down among dust and sorrow, beyond the time that my own transgressions would have kept me here. There is one shade among us, whose high nature it is good to meditate upon. He lived a patriot, and is a patriot still. Posterity has forgotten him. The simple slab of red freestone that bore his name was broken long ago, and is now covered by the gradual accumulation of the soil. A tuft of thistles is his only monument. This upright spirit came to his grave after a lengthened life with so little stain of earth that he might almost immediately have trodden the pathway of the sky. But his strong love of country chained him down to share its vicissitudes of weal or woe. With such deep yearning in his soul, he was unfit for heaven. That noblest virtue has the effect of sin, and keeps his pure and lofty spirit in a penance which may not terminate till America be again a wilderness. Not that there is no joy for the dead patriot. Can he fail to experience it while he contemplates the mighty and increasing power of the land which he protected in its infancy? No, there is much to gladden him, but sometimes I dread to meet him as he returns from the bedchambers of rulers and politicians, after diving into their secret motives and searching out their aims. He looks round him with a stern and awful sadness and vanishes into his neglected grave. Let nothing sordid or selfish defile your deeds or thoughts, ye great men of the day, lest ye grieve the noble dead. Few ghosts take such an enduring interest as this, even in their own private affairs. It made me rather sad at first to find how soon the flame of love expires amid the chill damps of the tomb. So much the sooner, the more fiercely it may have burned. Forget your dead mistress, youth. She has already forgotten you. Maiden, cease to weep for your buried lover. He will know nothing of your tears, nor value them if he did. Yet it were blasphemy to say that true love is other than immortal. It is an earthly passion of which I speak, mingled with little that is spiritual, and must therefore perish with the perishing clay. When souls have loved, there is no falsehood of forgetfulness. Maternal affection, too, is strong as adamant. There are mothers here among us who might have been in heaven 50 years ago if they could forbear to cherish earthly joy and sorrow, reflected from the bosoms of their children. Husbands and wives have a comfortable gift of oblivion, especially when secure of the faith of their living halves. Jealousy, it is true, will play the devil with a ghost, driving him to the bedside of a secondary wedlock, there to scowl, unseen, and gibber inaudible remonstrances. Dead wives, however jealous in their lifetime, seldom feel this posthumous torment so acutely. Many, many things that appear most important while we walk the busy street lose all their interest the moment we are borne into the quiet graveyard which borders it. For my own part, my spirit had not become so mixed up with earthly existence as to be now held in an unnatural combination or tortured much with retrospective cares. I still love my parents and a younger sister who remain among the living, and often grieve me by their patient sorrow for the dead. Each separate tear of theirs is an added weight upon my soul, and lengthens my stay among the graves. As to other matters, it exceedingly rejoices me that my summons came before I had time to write a projected poem, which was highly imaginative in conception, and could not have failed to give me a triumphant rank in the choir of our native bards. Nothing is so much to be deprecated as posthumous renown. It keeps the immortal spirit from the proper bliss of his celestial state, and causes him to feed upon the impure breath of mortal man, till sometimes he forgets that there are starry realms above him. Few poets, infatuated that they are, soar upward while the least whisper of their name is heard on earth. On Sabbath evenings my sisters sit by the fireside, between our father and mother, and repeat some hymns of mine, which they have often heard from my own lips ere the tremulous voice left them forever. Little do they think, those dear ones, that the dead stands listening in the glimmer of the firelight, and is almost gifted with a visible shape by the fond intensity of their remembrance. Now shall the reader know a grief of the poor ghost that speaks to him, a grief, but not a helpless one. Since I have dwelt among the graves, they bore the corpse of a young maiden hither, and laid her in the old ancestral vault, which is hollowed in the side of a grassy bank. It has a door of stone, with rusty iron hinges, and above it a rude sculpture of the family arms, and inscriptions of all their names who have been buried there, including sire and son, mother and daughter of an ancient colonial race. All of her lineage had gone before, and when the young maiden followed, the portal was closed forever. The night after her burial, when the other ghosts were flitting about their graves, forth came the pale virgin's shadow with the rest, but knew not whither to go, nor whom to haunt, so lonesome had she been on earth. She stood by the ancient sepulchre, looking upward to the bright stars, as if she would even then begin her flight. Her sadness made me sad. That night and the next I stood near her, in the moonshine, but dared not speak because she seemed purer than all the ghosts, and fitter to converse with angels than with men. But the third bright eve, still gazing upward to the glory of the heavens, she sighed and said, "When will my mother come for me?"
Her low, sweet voice emboldened me to speak, and she was kind and gentle, though so pure, and answered me again. From that time, always at the ghostly hour, I sought the old tomb of her fathers, and neither found her standing by the door, or knocked and she appeared. Blessed creature that she was! Her chaste spirit hallowed mine, and imparted such a celestial buoyancy, that I longed to grasp her hand and fly, upward, aloft, aloft. I thought, too, that she only lingered here, till my earthlier soul should be purified for heaven. One night, when the stars threw down the light that shadows love, I stole forth to the accustomed spot, and knocked, with my airy fingers at her door. She answered not. Again I knocked, and breathed her name. Where was she? At once the truth fell on my miserable spirit, and crushed it to the earth, among dead men's bones and mouldering dust, groaning in cold and desolate agony. Her penance was over. She had taken her trackless flight, and had found a home in the purest radiance of the upper stars, leaving me to knock at the stone portal of the darksome sepulchre. But I know that angels hurried her away, or surely she would have whispered ere she fled. She is gone. How could the grave imprison that unspotted one? But her pure ethereal spirit will not quite forget me, nor soar too high in bliss till I ascend to join her. Soon, soon be that hour. I am weary of the earth damps. They burden me. They choke me. Already I can float in the moonshine. The faint starlight will almost bear up my footsteps. The perfume of flowers, which grosser spirits love, is now too earthly a luxury for me. Grave, grave, thou art not my home. I must flit a little longer in thy night gloom, and then be gone, far from the dust of the living and the dead, far from the corruption that is around me, but no more within. A few times I visited the chamber of one who walks, obscure and lonely, on his mortal pilgrimage. He will not leave many living friends when he goes to join the dead, where his thoughts often stray, and he might better be. I steal into his sleep and play my part among the figures of his dreams. I glide through the moonlight of his waking fancy, and whisper conceptions which, with a strange thrill of fear, he writes down as his own. I stand beside him now at midnight, telling these dreamy truths with a voice so dreamlike that he mistakes them for fictions of a brain too prone to such. Yet he glances behind him and shivers while the lamp burns pale. Farewell, dreamer, waking or sleeping, your brightest dreams are fled. Your mind grows too hard and cold for a spiritual guest to enter. You are earthly too, and have all the sins of earth. The ghost will visit you no more. But where is the maiden holy and pure, though wearing a form of clay, that would have me bend over her pillow at midnight and leave a blessing there? With a silent invocation, let her summon me. Shrink not, maiden, when I come. In life I was a high-souled youth, meditative, yet seldom sad, full of chaste fancies, and stainless from all grosser sin. And now in death I bring no loathsome smell of the grave, nor ghostly terrors, but gentle and soothing, and sweetly pensive influences. Perhaps, just fluttering for the skies, my visit may hallow the wellsprings of thy thought, and make thee heavenly here on earth. Then shall pure dreams and holy meditations bless thy life, nor thy sainted spirit linger round the grave, but seek the upper stars, and meet me there. End of Section 8. Section 9 of the Dolliver Romance and Other Pieces by Nathaniel Hawthorne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. Dr. Bullivant. This person was not eminent enough, either by nature or circumstance, to deserve a public memorial simply for his own sake, after the lapse of a century and a half from the era in which he flourished. His character, in the view which we propose to take of it, may give a species of distinctness and point to some remarks on the tone and composition of New England society, modified as it became by new ingredients from the Eastern world, and by the attrition of 60 or 70 years over the rugged peculiarities of the original settlers, we are perhaps accustomed to employ too somber a pencil in picturing the earlier times among the Puritans, because at our cold distance we form our ideas almost wholly from their severest features. It is like gazing on some scenes in the land which we inherit from them. We see the mountains, rising sternly and with frozen summits up to heaven, and the forests, waving in massy depths where sunshine seems a profanation. And we see the gray mist, like the duskiness of years, shedding a chill obscurity over the whole. But the green and pleasant spots in the hollow of the hills, the warm places in the heart of what looks desolate, are hidden from our eyes. Still, however, a prevailing characteristic of the age was gloom, or something which cannot be more accurately expressed than by that term, and its long shadow falling over all the intervening years is visible, though not too distinctly, upon ourselves. Without material detriment to a deep and solid happiness, the frolic of the mind was so habitually chastened that persons have gained a nook in history by the mere possession of animal spirits, too exuberant to be confined within the established bounds. Every vain jest, an unprofitable word, was deemed an item in the account of criminality, and whatever wit or semblance thereof came into existence, its birthplace was generally the pulpit, and its parent some sour old Genevan divine. The specimens of humor and satire, preserved in the sermons and controversial tracts of those days, are occasionally the apt expressions of pungent thoughts, but oftener they are cruel torturings and twistings of trite ideas, disgusting by the wearisome ingenuity which constitutes their only merit. Among a people where so few possessed, or were allowed to exercise, the art of extracting the mirth which lies hidden like latent caloric in almost everything, a gay apothecary, such as Dr. Bullivant, must have been a phenomenon. We will suppose ourselves standing in Cornhill on a pleasant morning of the year 1670, about the hour when the shutters are unclosed and the dust swept from the doorsteps, and when business rubs its eyes and begins to plod sleepily through the town. The street, instead of running between lofty and continuous piles of brick, is but partially lined with wooden buildings of various heights and architecture, in each of which the mercantile department is connected with the domicile, like the gingerbread and candy shops of an after-date. The signs have a singular appearance to a stranger's eye. These are not a barren record of names and occupations, yellow letters on black boards, but images and hieroglyphics, sometimes typifying the principal commodity offered for sale, though generally intended to give an arbitrary designation to the establishment. Overlooking the bearded Saracens, the Indian queens, and the wooden Bibles, let us direct our attention to the white post, newly erected at the corner of the street, and surmounted by a gilded countenance which flashes in the early sunbeams like veritable gold. It is a bust of Aesculapius, evidently of the latest London manufacturer, and fell from the door behind it steams forth a mingled smell of musk and asafoetida and other drugs of potent perfume, as if an appropriate sacrifice were just laid upon the altar of the medical deity. 5 or 6 idle people are already collected, peeping curiously in at the glittering array of gallipots and phials, and deciphering the labels which tell their contents in the mysterious and imposing nomenclature of ancient physique. They are next attracted by the printed advertisement of a panacea promising life, but one day short of eternity, and youth and health commensurate. An old man, his head as white as snow, totters in with a hasty clattering of his staff, and becomes the earliest purchaser, hoping that his wrinkles will disappear more swiftly than they gathered. The doctor, so styled by courtesy, shows the upper half of his person behind the counter, and appears to be a slender and rather tall man. His features are difficult to describe, possessing nothing peculiar except a flexibility to assume all characters in turn, while his eye, shrewd, quick, and saucy, remains the same throughout. Whenever a customer enters the shop, if he desire a box of pills, he receives with him an equal number of hard, round, dry jokes, or if a dose of salts, it is mingled with a portion of the salt of Attica. Or if some hot oriental drug, it is accompanied by a racy word or two that tingle on the mental palate, all without the least additional cost. Then there are twistings of mouths which never lost their gravity before. As each purchaser retires, the spectators see a resemblance of his visage pass over that of the apothecary, in which all the ludicrous points are made most prominent, as if a magic looking-glass had caught the reflection and were making sport with it. Unwanted titterings arise and strengthen into bashful laughter, but are suddenly hushed, as some minister, heavy-eyed from his last night's vigil, or magistrate, armed with the terror of the whipping post and pillory, or perhaps the governor himself, goes by like a dark cloud intercepting the sunshine. About this period, many causes begin to produce an important change on and beneath the surface of colonial society. The early settlers were able to keep within the narrowest limits of their rigid principles, because they had adopted them in mature life and from their own deep conviction, and were strengthened in them by that species of enthusiasm which is as sober and as enduring as reason itself. But if their immediate successors followed the same line of conduct, they were confined to it, in a great degree, by habits forced upon them, and by the severe rule under which they were educated, and in short more by restraint than by the free exercise of the imagination and understanding. When therefore the old original stock, the men who looked heavenward without a wandering glance to earth, had lost a part of their domestic and public influence, yielding to infirmity or death, a relaxation naturally ensued in their theory and practice of morals and religion, and became more evident with the daily decay of its most strenuous opponents. This gradual but sure operation was assisted by the increasing commercial importance of the colonies, whither a new set of immigrants followed unworthily in the track of the pure-hearted pilgrims. Gain being now the allurement, and almost the only one, since dissenters no longer dreaded persecution at home, the people of New England could not remain entirely uncontaminated by an extensive intermixture with worldly men. The trade carried on by the colonists, in the face of several inefficient acts of Parliament, with the whole maritime world, must have had a similar tendency, nor are the desperate and dissolute visitants of the country to be forgotten among the agents of a moral revolution. Freebooters from the West Indies and the Spanish Main, state criminals implicated in the numerous plots and conspiracies of the period, felons loaded with private guilt, numbers of these took refuge in the provinces where the authority of the English king was obstructed by a zealous spirit of independence, and where a boundless wilderness enabled them to defy pursuit. Thus, the new population, temporary and permanent, was exceedingly unlike the old, and far more apt to disseminate their own principles than to imbibe those of the Puritans. All circumstances unfavorable to virtue acquired double strength by the licentious reign of Charles II, though perhaps the example of the monarch and nobility was less likely to recommend vice to the people of New England than to those of any other part of the British Empire. The clergy and the elder magistrates manifested a quick sensibility to the decline of godliness, their apprehensions being sharpened in this particular no less by a holy zeal than because their credit and influence were intimately connected with the primitive character of the country. A synod, convened in the year 1679, gave its opinion that the iniquity of the times had drawn down judgments from heaven, and proposed methods to assuage the divine wrath by a renewal of former sanctity. But neither the increased numbers nor the altered spirit of the people, nor the just sense of a freedom to do wrong within certain limits, would now have permitted the exercise of that inquisitorial strictness, which had been wont to penetrate to men's firesides and watch their domestic life, recognizing no distinction between private ill conduct and crimes that endanger the community. Accordingly, the tide of worldly principles encroached more and more upon the ancient landmarks, hitherto esteemed the outer boundaries of virtue. Society arranged itself into two classes, marked by strong shades of difference, though separated by an uncertain line. In one were included the small and feeble remnant of the first settlers, many of their immediate descendants, the whole body of the clergy, and all whom a gloomy temperament, or tenderness of conscience, or timidity of thought, kept up to the strictness of their fathers. The other comprehended the new emigrants, the gay and thoughtless natives, the favorers of episcopacy, and a various mixture of liberal and enlightened men with most of the evildoers and unprincipled adventurers in the country. A vivid and rather a pleasant idea of New England manners, when this change had become decided, is given in the journal of John Dunton, a Cockney bookseller who visited Boston and other towns of Massachusetts with a cargo of pious publications suited to the Puritan market, making due allowance for the flippancy of the writer, which may have given a livelier tone to his descriptions than truth precisely warrants, and also for his character, which led him chiefly among the gayer inhabitants. There still seems to have been many who loved the wine cup and the song, and all sorts of delightful naughtiness. But the degeneracy of the times had made far less progress in the interior of the country than in the seaports, and until the people lost the elective privilege, they continued the government in the hands of those upright old men who had so long possessed their confidence. Uncontrollable events alone gave a temporary ascendancy to persons of another stamp. James II, during the 4 years of his despotic reign, revoked the charters of the American colonies, arrogated the appointment of their magistrates, and annulled all those legal and prescriptive rights which had hitherto constituted them nearly independent states. Among the foremost advocates of the royal usurpations was Dr. Bullivant. Gifted with a smart and ready intellect, busy and bold, he acquired great influence in the new government and assisted Sir Edmund Andros, Edward Randolph, and 5 or 6 others to browbeat the council and misrule the northern provinces according to their pleasure. The strength of the popular hatred against the administration, the actual tyranny that was exercised, and the innumerable fears and jealousies, well-grounded and fantastic, which harassed the country, may be best learned from a work of Increase Mather, The Remarkable Providences of the Earlier Days of American Colonization. The good divine, though writing when a lapse of nearly 40 years should have tamed the fierceness of party animosity, speaks with the most bitter and angry scorn of Apothecary Bullivant, who probably indulged his satirical propensities from the seat of power in a manner which rendered him an special object of public dislike. But the people were about to play off a piece of practical fun on the doctor and the whole of his coadjutors, and have the laugh all to themselves. By the first faint rumor of the attempt of the Prince of Orange on the throne, the power of James was annihilated in the colonies, and long before the abduction of the latter became known, Sir Edmund Andros, Governor-General of New England and New York, and 50 of the most obnoxious leaders of the court party were tenants of a prison. We will visit our old acquaintance in his adversity. The scene now represents a room of 10 feet square, the floor of which is sunk a yard or 2 below the level of the ground. The walls are covered with a dirty and crumbling plaster, on which appear a crowd of ill-favored and lugubrious faces done in charcoal, and the autographs and poetical attempts of a long succession of debtors and petty criminals. Other features of the apartment are a deep fireplace, superfluous in the sultriness of the summer's day, a door of hard-hearted oak, and a narrow window high on the wall, where the glass has long been broken, while the iron bars retain all their original strength. Through this opening come the sound of passing footsteps in the public street, and the voices of children at play. The furniture consists of a bed, or rather an old sack of barley straw thrown down in the corner farthest from the door, and a chair and table both aged and infirm, and leaning against the side of the room, besides lending a friendly support to each other. The atmosphere is stifled, and of an ill smell, as if it had been kept close prisoner for half a century, and had lost all its pure and elastic nature by feeding the tainted breath of the vicious and the sighs of the unfortunate. Such is the present abode of the man of medicine and politics, and his own appearance forms no contrast to the accompaniments. His wig is unpowdered, out of curl, and put on awry. The dust of many weeks has worked its way into the web of his coat and small clothes, and his knees and elbows peep forth to ask why they are so ill-clad. His stockings are ungartered, his shoes down at the heel, his waistcoat is without a button, and discloses a shirt as dingy as the remnant of snow in a showery April day. His shoulders have become rounder, and his whole person is more bent and drawn together since we last saw him. and his face has exchanged the glory of wit and humor for a sheepish dullness. At intervals the doctor walks the room with an irregular and shuffling pace. Anon he throws himself flat on the sack of barley straw, muttering very reprehensible expressions between his teeth. Then again he starts to his feet and, journeying from corner to corner, finally sinks into the chair, forgetful of its three-legged infirmity till it lets him down upon the floor. The grated window, his only medium of intercourse with the world, serves but to admit additional vexations. Every few moments the steps of the passengers are heard to pause, and some well-known face appears in the free sunshine behind the iron bars, brimful of mirth and drollery. The owner whereof stands on tiptoe to tickle poor Dr. Bullivant with a stinging sarcasm. Then laugh the little boys around the prison door, and the wag goes chuckling away. The apothecary would fain retaliate, but all his quips and repartees and sharp and facetious fancies, once so abundant, seem to have been transferred from himself to the sluggish brains of his enemies. While endeavoring to condense his whole intellect into one venomous point, in readiness for the next assailant, he is interrupted by the entrance of the turnkey with the prison fare of Indian bread and water. With these dainties we leave him. When the turmoil of the Revolution had subsided and the authority of William and Mary was fixed on a quiet basis throughout the colonies, the deposed governor and some of his partisans were sent home to the new court, and the others released from imprisonment. The New Englanders, as a people, are not apt to retain a revengeful sense of injury, and nowhere perhaps could a politician, however odious in his power, live more peacefully in his nakedness and disgrace. Dr. Bullivant returned to his former occupation and spent rather a desirable old age. Though he sometimes hit hard with a jest, yet few thought of taking offense, for whenever a man habitually indulges his tongue at the expense of all his associates, they provide against the common annoyance by tacitly agreeing to consider his sarcasms as null and void. Thus for many years, a gray old man with a stoop in his gait, he continued to sweep out his shop at 8 o'clock in summer mornings, and 9 in the winter, and to waste whole hours in idle talk and irreverent merriment, making it his glory to raise the laughter of silly people, and his delight to sneer at them in his sleeve. At length, one pleasant day the door and shutters of his establishment kept closed from sunrise till sunset, and his cronies marveled a moment and passed on. A week after, the rector of King's Chapel said the death rite over Dr. Bullivant, and within the month a new apothecary and a new stock of drugs and medicines made their appearance at the gilded head of Aesculapius. End of section 9. Section 10 of the Dolliver Romance and Other Pieces by Nathaniel Hawthorne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. A Book of Autographs. We have before us a volume of autograph letters, chiefly of soldiers and statesmen of the Revolution, and addressed to a good and brave man, General Palmer, who himself drew his sword in the cause. They are profitable reading in a quiet afternoon, and in a mood withdrawn from too intimate relation with the present time, so that we can glide backward some 3/4 of a century, and surround ourselves with the ominous sublimity of circumstances that then frowned upon the writers. To give them their full effect, we should imagine that these letters have this moment been brought to town by the splashed and way-worn post-rider, or perhaps by an orderly dragoon who has ridden in a perilous hurry to deliver his despatches. They are magic scrolls if read in the right spirit. The roll of the drum and the fanfare of the trumpet is latent in some of them, and in others an echo of the oratory that resounded in the old halls of the Continental Congress at Philadelphia. Or the words may come to us as with the living utterance of one of those illustrious men speaking face to face in friendly communion. Strange that the mere identity of paper and ink should be so powerful. The same thoughts might look cold and ineffectual in a printed book. Human nature craves a certain materialism, and clings pertinaciously to what is tangible, as if that were of more importance than the spirit accidentally involved in it. And, in truth, the original manuscript has always something which print itself must
inevitably lose. An erasure, even a blot, a casual irregularity of hand, and all such little imperfections of mechanical execution bring us closer to the writer and perhaps convey some of those subtle intimations for which language has no shape. There are several letters from John Adams, written in a small, hasty, ungraceful hand, but earnest, and with no unnecessary flourish. The earliest is dated at Philadelphia, September 26, 1774, about 20 days after the first opening of the Continental Congress. We look at this old yellow document, scribbled on half a sheet of foolscap, and ask of it many questions for which words have no response. We would fain know what were their mutual impressions when all those venerable faces that have since been traced on steel or chiseled out of marble and thus made familiar to posterity first met one another's gaze. Did one spirit harmonize them in spite of the dissimilitude of manners between the North and the South, which were now for the first time brought into political relations? Could the Virginian descendant of the Cavaliers and the New Englander with his hereditary Puritanism, the aristocratic Southern planter, and the self-made man from Massachusetts or Connecticut, at once feel that they were countrymen and brothers? What did John Adams think of Jefferson, and Samuel Adams of Patrick Henry? Did not North and South combine in their deference for the sage Franklin, so long the defender of the colonies in England, and whose scientific renown was already worldwide? And was there yet any whispered prophecy, any vague conjecture, circulating among the delegates as to the destiny which might be in reserve for one stately man who sat, for the most part, silent among them? What station he was to assume in the world's history, and how many statues would repeat his form and countenance, and successively crumble beneath his immortality? The letter before us does not answer these inquiries. Its main feature is the strong expression of the uncertainty and awe that pervaded even the firm hearts of the old Congress, while anticipating the struggle which was to ensue. The commencement of hostilities, it says, is exceedingly dreaded here. It is thought that an attack upon the troops, even should it prove successful, would certainly involve the whole continent in a war. It is generally thought that the ministry would rejoice at a rupture in Boston because it would furnish an excuse to the people at home. This was the last time we suspect that John Adams spoke of England thus affectionately, and unite them in an opinion of the necessity of pushing hostilities against us. His next letter bears on the superscription, "Favored by General Washington." The date is June 20th, 1775, 3 days after the Battle of Bunker Hill, the news of which could not yet have arrived at Philadelphia. But the war, so much dreaded, had begun. On the quiet banks of Concord River, an army of 20,000 men was beleaguering Boston, and here was Washington journeying northward to take the command. It seems to place us in a nearer relation with the hero to find him performing the little courtesy of bearing a letter between friend and friend, and to hold in our hands the very document entrusted to such a messenger. John Adams says simply, "We send you General Washington and Lee for your comfort," but adds nothing in regard to the character of the commander-in-chief. This letter displays much of the writer's ardent temperament. If he had been anywhere but in the Hall of Congress, it would have been in the entrenchment before Boston. "I hope," he writes, "a good account will be given of Gage, Haldeman, Burgoyne, Clinton, and Howe before winter." Such a wretch as Howe, with a statue in honor of his family in Westminster Abbey, erected by the Massachusetts, to come over with the design to cut the throats of the Massachusetts people, is too much. I most sincerely, coolly, and devoutly wish that a lucky ball or bayonet may make a signal example of him, in warning to all such unprincipled, unsentimental miscreants for the future. He goes on in a strain that smacks somewhat of aristocratic feeling. Our camp will be an illustrious school of military virtue, and will be resorted to and frequented as such by gentlemen in great numbers from the other colonies. The term gentleman has seldom been used in this sense subsequently to the Revolution. Another letter introduces us to two of these gentlemen, Messrs. Aquila Hall and Josias Carville, volunteers who are recommended as
of the first families of Maryland, and possessing independent fortunes. After the British had been driven out of Boston, Adams cries out, "Fortify, fortify, and never let them get in again." It is agreeable enough to perceive the filial affection with which John Adams and the other delegates from the North regard New England, and especially the good old capital of the Puritans. Their love of country was hardly yet so diluted as to extend over the whole 13 colonies, which were rather looked upon as allies than as composing one nation. In truth, the patriotism of a citizen of the United States is a sentiment by itself of a peculiar nature, and requiring a lifetime, or at least the custom of many years, to naturalize it among the other possessions of the heart. The collection is enriched by a letter, dated Cambridge, August 26, 1775, from Washington himself. He wrote in that house, now so venerable with his memory, in that very room, where his bust now stands upon a poet's table. From this sheet of paper passed the hand that held the leading staff. Nothing can be more perfectly in keeping with all other manifestations of Washington than the whole visible aspect and embodiment of this letter. The manuscript is as clear as daylight, the punctuation exact to a comma. There is a calm accuracy throughout, which seems the production of a species of intelligence that cannot err, and which, if we may so speak, would affect us with a more human warmth, if we could conceive it capable of some slight human error. The chirography is characterized by a plain and easy grace, which in the signature is somewhat elaborated, and becomes a type of the personal manner of a gentleman of the old school, but without detriment to the truth and clearness that distinguish the rest of the manuscript. The lines are as straight and equidistant as if ruled, and from beginning to end there is no physical symptom, as how should there be, of a varying mood, of jets of emotion, or of any of those fluctuating feelings that pass from the hearts into the fingers of common men. The paper itself, like most of those revolutionary letters, which are written on fabrics fit to endure the burden of ponderous and earnest thought, is stout, and of excellent quality, and bears the watermark of Britannia, surmounted by the crown. The subject of the letter is a statement of reasons for not taking possession of Point Alderton, a position commanding the entrance of Boston Harbor. After explaining the difficulties of the case, arising from his want of men and munitions for the adequate defense of the lines which he already occupies, Washington proceeds. To you, sir, who are a well-wisher to the cause, and can reason upon the effects of such conduct, I may open myself with freedom, because no improper disclosures will be made of our situation. But I cannot expose my weakness to the enemy, though I believe they are pretty well informed of everything that passes. By telling this and that man, who are daily pointing out this and that and t'other place, of all the motives that govern my actions. Notwithstanding, I know what will be the consequence of not doing it, namely that I shall be accused of inattention to the public service, and perhaps of want of spirit to prosecute it. But this shall have no effect upon my conduct. I will steadily, as far as my judgment will assist me, pursue such measures as I think conducive to the interest of the cause, and rest satisfied under any obloquy that shall be thrown, conscious of having discharged my duty to the best of my abilities. The above passage, like every other passage that could be quoted from his pen, is characteristic of Washington, and entirely in keeping with the calm elevation of his soul. Yet how imperfect a glimpse do we obtain of him through the medium of this, or of any of his letters. We imagine him writing calmly with a hand that never falters. His majestic face neither darkens nor gleams with any momentary ebullition of feeling or irregularity of thought, and thus flows forth an expression, precisely to the extent of his purpose, no more, no less. Thus much we may conceive, but still we have not grasped the man. We have caught no glimpse of his interior. We have not detected his personality. It is the same with all the recorded traits of his daily life. The collection of them, by different observers, seems sufficiently abundant, and strictly harmonizes with itself, yet never brings us into intimate relationship with the hero, nor makes us feel the warmth and the human throb of his heart. What can be the reason? is it that his great nature was adapted to stand in relation to his country, as man stands towards man, but could not individualize itself in brotherhood to an individual? There are two from Franklin, the earliest dated London, August 8, 1767, and addressed to Mrs. Franklin at Philadelphia. He was then in England as agent for the colonies in their resistance to the oppressive policy of Mr. Grenville's administration. The letter, however, makes no reference to political or other business. It contains only 10 or 12 lines beginning, "My dear child," and conveying an impression of long and venerable matrimony which has lost all its romance, but retained a familiar and quiet tenderness. He speaks of making a little excursion into the country for his health, mentions a large letter dispatched by another vessel, alludes with homely affability to Mrs. Stevenson, Sally, and our dear Polly, desires to be remembered to all inquiring friends, and signs himself your ever-loving husband. In this conjugal epistle, brief and unimportant as it is, there are the elements that summon up the past, and enable us to create anew the man, his connections, and circumstances. We can see the sage in his London lodgings, with his wig cast aside and replaced by a velvet cap, penning this very letter, and then can step across the Atlantic and behold its reception by the elderly, but still comely, Madame Franklin, who breaks the seal and begins to read, first remembering to put on her spectacles. The seal, by the way, is a pompous one of armorial bearings, rather symbolical of the dignity of the colonial agent and Postmaster General of America, than of the humble origin of the Newburyport printer. The writing is in the free, quick style of a man with great practice of the pen, and is particularly agreeable to the reader. Another letter from the same famous hand is addressed to General Palmer, and dated Passy, October 27, 1779. By an endorsement on the outside, it appears to have been transmitted to the United States through the medium of Lafayette. Franklin was now the ambassador of his country at the court of Versailles, enjoying an immense celebrity caressed by the French ladies and idolized alike by the fashionable and the learned, who saw something sublime and philosophic even in his blue yarn stockings. Still, as before, he writes with the homeliness and simplicity that cause a human face to look forth from the old yellow sheet of paper, and in words that make our ears re-echo as with the sound of his long-extinct utterance. Yet this brief epistle, like the former, has so little of tangible matter that we are ashamed to copy it. Next we come to the fragment of a letter by Samuel Adams, an autograph more utterly devoid of ornament or flourish than any other in the collection. It would not have been characteristic had his pen traced so much as a hairline in tribute to grace, beauty, or the elaborateness of manner. For this earnest-hearted man had been produced out of the past elements of his native land, a real Puritan, with the religion of his forefathers, and likewise with their principles of government, taking the aspect of revolutionary politics. At heart, Samuel Adams was never so much a citizen of the United States as he was a New Englander, and the son of the Old Bay province. The following passage has much of the man in it. "I heartily congratulate you," he writes from Philadelphia, after the British have left Boston, "upon the sudden and important change in our affairs, in the removal of the barbarians from the capital. We owe our grateful acknowledgments to him who is, as he is frequently styled in sacred writ, the Lord of hosts. We have not yet been informed with certainty what course the enemy have steered. I hope we shall be on our guard against future attempts. Will not care be taken to fortify the harbor, and thereby prevent the entrance of ships of war hereafter?" From Hancock we have only the envelope of a document on public service, directed to the honor of the Assembly, or Council of Safety of New Hampshire, and with the autograph affixed that stands out so prominently in the Declaration of Independence. As seen in the engraving of that instrument, the signature looks precisely what we should expect and desire in the handwriting of a princely merchant, whose penmanship had been practiced in the ledger which he is represented as holding in Copley's brilliant picture, but to whom his native ability and the circumstances and customs of his country had given a place among its rulers. But on the coarse and dingy paper before us, the effect is very much inferior. The direction, all except the signature, is a scrawl, large and heavy but not forcible, and even the name itself, while almost identical in its strokes with that of the Declaration, has a strangely different and more vulgar aspect. Perhaps it is all right and typical of the truth. If we may trust tradition, and unpublished letters and a few witnesses in print, there was quite as much difference between the actual man and his historical aspect as between the manuscript signature and the engraved one. One of his associates, both in political life and permanent renown, is said to have characterized him as a man without a head or heart. We, of an after generation, should hardly be entitled, on whatever evidence, to assume such ungracious liberty with a name that has occupied a lofty position until it has grown almost sacred, and which is associated with memories more sacred than itself, and has thus become a valuable reality to our countrymen, by the aged reverence that clusters round about it. Nevertheless, it may be no impiety to regard Hancock not precisely as a real personage, but as a majestic figure, useful and necessary in its way, but producing its effect far more by an ornamental outside than by any intrinsic force or virtue. The page of all history would be half unpeopled if all such characters were banished from it. From General Warren, we have a letter dated January 14th, 1775, only a few months before he attested the sincerity of his patriotism in his own blood on Bunker Hill. His handwriting has many ungrateful flourishes. All the small D's spout upward in parabolic curves and descend at a considerable distance. His pen seems to have had nothing but hairlines in it, and the whole letter, though perfectly legible, has a look of thin and unpleasant irregularity. The subject is a plan for securing to the colonial party the services of Colonel Gridley, the engineer, by an appeal to his private interests. Though writing to General Palmer, an intimate friend, Warren signs himself most ceremoniously, "Your obedient servant." Indeed, these stately formulas in winding up a letter were scarcely laid aside, whatever might be the familiarity of intercourse. Husband and wife were occasionally, on paper at least, the obedient servants of one another, and not improbably among well-bred people there was a corresponding ceremonial of bows and courtesies, even in the deepest interior of domestic life. With all the reality that filled men's hearts and which has stamped its impress on so many of these letters, it was a far more formal age than the present. It may be remarked that Warren was almost the only man eminently distinguished in the intellectual phase of the Revolution, previous to the breaking out of the war, who actually uplifted his arm to do battle. The legislative patriots were a distinct class from the patriots of the camp, and never laid aside the gown for the sword. It was very different in the great Civil War of England, where the leading minds of the age, when argument had done its office or left it undone, put on their steel breastplates and appeared as leaders in the field. Educated young men, members of the old colonial families, gentlemen, as John Adams terms them, seem not to have sought employment in the Revolutionary Army in such numbers as might have been expected. Respectable as the officers generally were, and great as were the abilities sometimes elicited, the intellect and cultivation of the country was inadequately represented in them as a body. Turning another page, we find the frank of a letter from Henry Laurens, President of Congress, him whose destiny it was, like so many noblemen of old, to pass beneath the traitor's gate of the Tower of London. Him whose chivalrous son sacrificed as brilliant a future as any young American could have looked forward to in an obscure skirmish. Likewise, we have the address of a letter to Messrs. Leroy and Bayard, in the handwriting of Jefferson, too slender a material to serve as a talisman for summoning up the writer, a most unsatisfactory fragment, affecting us like a glimpse of the retreating form of the sage of Monticello turning the distant corner of a street. There is a scrap from Robert Morris, the financier, a letter or two from Judge Jay, and one from General Lincoln, written apparently on the gallop, but without any of those characteristic sparks that sometimes fly out in a hurry, when all the leisure in the world would fail to elicit them. Lincoln was the type of a New England soldier.
a man of fair abilities, not especially of a warlike cast, without much chivalry, but faithful and bold, and carrying a kind of decency and restraint into the wild and ruthless business of arms. From good old Baron Steuben, we find not a manuscript essay on the method of arranging a battle, but a commercial draft, in a small, neat hand, as plain as print, elegant, without flourish, except a very complicated one on the signature. On the whole, the specimen is sufficiently characteristic, as well of the Baron's soldier-like and German simplicity, as of the polish of the great Frederick's aide-de-camp, a man of courts and of the world. How singular and picturesque an effect is produced, in the array of our revolutionary army, by the intermingling of these titled personages from the continent of Europe, with feudal associations clinging about them. Steuben, de Kalb, Pulaski, Lafayette, the German veteran who had ridden from one famous battlefield to another for 30 years, and the young French noble who had come hither, though yet unconscious of his high office, to light the torch that should set fire to the antiquated trumpery of his native institutions. Among those autographs there is one from Lafayette, written long after our revolution, but while that of his own country was in full progress. The note is merely as follows: "Enclosed you will find, my dear sir, 2 tickets for the sittings of this day. One part of the debate will be on the honors of the Pantheon, agreeably to what has been decreed by the Constitutional Assembly." It is a pleasant and comfortable thought that we have no such classic folly as is here indicated to lay to the charge of our revolutionary fathers, both in their acts and in the drapery of those acts, that were true to their several and simple selves, and thus left nothing behind them for a fastidious taste to sneer at. But it must be considered that our revolution did not, like that of France, go so deep as to disturb the common sense of the country. General Schuyler writes a letter, under date of February 22nd, 1780, relating not to military affairs from which the prejudices of his countrymen had almost disconnected him, but to the salt springs of Onondaga. The expression is peculiarly direct, and the hand that of a man of business, free and flowing. The uncertainty, the vague hearsay evidence respecting these springs, then gushing into dim daylight beneath the shadow of a remote wilderness, is such as might now be quoted in reference to the quality of the water that supplies the fountains of the Nile. The following sentence shows us an Indian woman and her son practicing their simple process in the manufacture of salt at a fire of wind-strewn boughs, the flame of which gleams duskily through the arches of the forest. "From a variety of information I find the smallest quantity made by a squaw, with the assistance of one boy, with a kettle of about 10 gallons capacity, is half a bushel per day. The greatest with the same kettle, about 2 bushels. It is particularly interesting to find out anything as to the embryo, yet stationary arts of life among the red people, their manufactures, their agriculture, their domestic labors. It is partly the lack of this knowledge, the possession of which would establish a ground of sympathy on the part of civilized man, that makes the Indian race so shadow-like and unreal to our conception. We could not select a greater contrast to the upright and unselfish patriot whom we have just spoken of than the traitor Arnold, from whom there is a brief note dated Crown Point, January 19, 1775, addressed to an officer under his command. The 3 lines of which it consists can prove bad spelling, erroneous grammar, and misplaced and superfluous punctuation, but with all this complication of iniquity, the ruffian general contrives to express his meaning as briefly and clearly as if the rules of correct composition had been ever so scrupulously observed. This autograph, impressed with the foulest name in our history, has somewhat of the interest that would attach to a document on which a fiend-devoted wretch had signed away his salvation. But there was not substance enough in the man, a mere cross between the bulldog and the fox, to justify much feeling of any sort about him personally. The interest, such as it is, attaches but little to the man, and far more to the circumstances amid which he acted, rendering the villainy almost sublime, which, exercised in petty affairs, would only have been vulgar. We turn another leaf and find a memorial of Hamilton. It is but a letter of introduction,
addressed to Governor Jay in favor of Mr. Davies of Kentucky, but it gives an impression of high breeding and courtesy, as little to be mistaken as if we could see the writer's manner and hear his cultivated accents, while personally making one gentleman known to another. There is likewise a rare vigor of expression and pregnancy of meaning, such as only a man of habitual energy of thought could have conveyed into so commonplace a thing as an introductory letter. This autograph is a graceful one, with an easy and picturesque flourish beneath the signature, symbolical of a courteous bow at the conclusion of the social ceremony so admirably performed. Hamilton might well be the leader and idol of the Federalists, for he was preeminent in all the high qualities that characterized the great men of that party, and which should make even a Democrat feel proud that his country had produced such a noble old band of aristocrats. And he shared all the distrust of the people which so inevitably and so righteously brought about their ruin. With his autograph we associate that of another Federalist, his friend in life, a man far narrower than Hamilton, but endowed with a native vigor that caused many partisans to grapple to him for support. Upright, stern, and flexible, and of a simplicity of manner that might have befitted the sturdiest Republican among us. In our boyhood we used to see a thin, severe figure of an ancient man, time-worn but apparently indestructible, moving with a step of vigorous decay along the street, and knew him as Old Tim Pickering. Side by side, too, with the autograph of Hamilton, we would place one from the hand that shed his blood. It is but a few lines of Aaron Burr, written in 1823, when all his ambitious schemes, whatever they once were, had been so long shattered that even the fragments had crumbled away, leaving him to exert his withered energies on petty law cases, to one of which the present note refers. The hand is a little tremulous with age, yet small and fastidiously elegant, as became a man who was in the habit of writing billets doux on scented notepaper, as well as documents of war and state. This is to us a deeply interesting autograph. Remembering what has been said of the power of Burr's personal influence, his art to tempt men, his might to subdue them, and the fascination that enabled him, though cold at heart, to win the love of woman, we gaze at this production of his pen as into his own inscrutable eyes, seeking for the mystery of his nature. How singular that a character imperfect, ruined, blasted as this man's was, excites a stronger interest than if it had reached the highest earthly perfection of which its original elements would admit. It is by the diabolical part of Burr's character that he produces his effect on the imagination. Had he been a better man, we doubt, after all, whether the present age would not already have suffered him to wax dusty, and fade out of sight among the mere respectable mediocrities of his own epoch. But certainly he was a strange, wild offshoot to have sprung from the united stock of those two singular Christians, President Burr of Princeton College and Jonathan Edwards. Omitting many, we have come almost to the end of these memorials of historic men. We observe one other autograph of a distinguished soldier of the Revolution, Henry Knox, but written in 1791 when he was Secretary of War. In its physical aspect it is well worthy to be a soldier's letter. The hand is large, round, and legible at a glance, the lines far apart and accurately equidistant, and the whole affair looks not unlike a company of regular troops in marching order. The signature has a point-like firmness and simplicity. It is a curious observation, sustained by these autographs, though we know not how generally correct, that Southern gentlemen are more addicted to a flourish of the pen beneath their names than those of the North. And now we come to the men of a later generation, whose active life reaches almost within the verge of present affairs, people of dignity, no doubt, but whose characters have not acquired, either from time or circumstances, the interest that can make their autographs valuable to any but the collector. Those whom we have hitherto noticed were the men of an heroic age. They are departed, and now so utterly departed, as not even to touch upon the passing generation through the medium of persons still in life. Who can claim to have known them familiarly? Their letters therefore come to us like material things out of the hands of mighty shadows, long historical and traditionary, and fit companions for the sages and warriors of 1,000 years ago. In spite of the proverb, it is not in a single day,
or in a very few years, that a man can be reckoned as dead as Julius Caesar. We feel little interest in scraps from the pens of old gentlemen, ambassadors, governors, senators, heads of departments, even presidents, though they were, who lived lives of praiseworthy respectability and whose powdered heads and black knee breeches have but just vanished out of the drawing-room. Still less do we value the blotted paper of those whose reputations are dusty, not with oblivious time, but with the present political turmoil and newspaper vogue. Really great men, however, seem, as to their effect on the imagination, to take their place amongst past worthies, even while walking in the very sunshine that illuminates the autumnal day in which we write. We look, not without curiosity, at the small, neat hand of Henry Clay, who, as he remarks with his habitual deference to the wishes of the fair, responds to a young lady's request for his seal, and we dwell longer over the torn-off conclusion of a note from Mr. Calhoun, whose words are strangely dashed off without letters, and whose name, were it less illustrious, would be unrecognizable in his own autograph. But of all the hands that can still grasp a pen, we know not the one belonging to a soldier or a statesman which could interest us more than the hand that wrote the following. Sir, your note of the 6th instant is received. I hasten to answer that there was no man in the station of colonel by the name of J.T. Smith under my command at the Battle of New Orleans, and am respectfully yours, Andrew Jackson, October 19th, 1833. The old general, we suspect, has been ensnared by a pardonable little stratagem on the part of the autograph collector. The Battle of New Orleans would hardly have been won without better aid than this problematical Colonel J.T. Smith. Intermixed with and appended to these historical autographs, there are a few literary ones. Timothy Dwight, the old Timotheus, who sang the conquest of Canaan, instead of choosing a more popular subject in the British conquest of Canada, is of eldest date. Colonel Trumbull, whose hand at various epochs of his life was familiar with sword, pen, and pencil, contributes 2 letters, which lack the picturesqueness of execution that should distinguish the chirography of an artist. The value of Trumbull's pictures is of the same nature with that of daguerreotypes, depending not upon the ideal, but the actual. The beautiful signature of Washington Irving appears as the endorsement of a draft, dated in 1814, when, if we may take this document as evidence, his individuality seems to have been merged into the firm of P.E. Irving and Company. Never was anything less mercantile than this autograph, though as legible as the writing of a bank clerk. Without apparently aiming at artistic beauty, it has all the sketchbook in it. We find the signature and seal of Pierpont, the latter stamped with the poet's almost living countenance. What a pleasant device for a seal is one's own face, which he may thus multiply at pleasure, and send letters to his friends, the head without, and the heart within. There are a few lines in the schoolgirl hand of Margaret Davidson, at 9 years old, and a scrap of a letter from Washington Alston, a gentle and delicate autograph in which we catch a glimpse of thanks to his correspondent for the loan of a volume of poetry. Nothing remains save a letter from Noah Webster, whose early toils were manifested in a spelling book, and those of his later age in a ponderous dictionary. Under date of February 10th, 1843, he writes in a sturdy, awkward hand, very fit for a lexicographer, an epistle of old man's reminiscences, from which we extract the following anecdote of Washington, presenting the patriot in a festive light. When I was traveling to the South in the year 1785, I called on General Washington at Mount Vernon. At dinner, the last course of dishes was a species of pancakes, which were handed round to each guest, accompanied with a bowl of sugar and another of molasses for seasoning them, that each guest might suit himself. When the dish came to me, I pushed by me the bowl of molasses, observing to the gentleman present that I had enough of that in my own country. The general burst out with a loud laugh, a thing very unusual for him. "Ah," said he, "there's nothing in that story about your eating molasses in New England." There was a gentleman from Maryland at the table,
and the general immediately told a story stating that during the Revolution, a hogshead of molasses was stove in Westchester by the oversetting of a wagon, and a body of Maryland troops being near, the soldiers ran hastily, and saved all they could by filling their hats or caps with molasses. There are said to be temperaments endowed with sympathies so exquisite that by merely handling an autograph they can detect the writer's character with unerring accuracy, and read his inmost heart as easily as a left-gifted eye would peruse the written page. Our faith in this power, be it a spiritual one or only a refinement of the physical nature, is not unlimited in spite of evidence. God has imparted to the human soul a marvelous strength in guarding its secrets, and he keeps at least the deepest and most inward record for his own perusal. But if there be such sympathies as we have alluded to, in how many instances would history be put to the blush by a volume of autograph letters like this, which we now close. End of section 10. Section 11 of the Dolliver Romance and Other Pieces by Nathaniel Hawthorne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. An Old Woman's Tale. In the house where I was born, there used to be an old woman crouching all day long over the kitchen fire, with her elbows on her knees and her feet in the ashes. Once in a while she took a turn at the spit, and she never lacked a coarse gray stocking in her lap, the foot about half finished. It tapered away with her own waning life, and she knit the toe stitch on the day of her death. She made it her serious business and sole amusement to tell me stories at any time from morning till night, in a mumbling, toothless voice, as I sat on a log of wood, grasping her check apron in both my hands. Her personal memory included the better part of 100 years, and she had strangely jumbled her own experience and observation with those of many old people who died in her young days, so that she might have been taken for a contemporary of Queen Elizabeth or of John Rogers in the Primer. There are 1,000 of her traditions lurking in the corners and by-places of my mind, some more marvelous than what is to follow, some less so, and a few not marvelous in the least, all of which I should like to repeat if I were as happy as she in having a listener. But I am humble enough to own that I do not deserve a listener half so well as that old toothless woman, whose narratives possessed an excellence attributable neither to herself nor to any single individual. Her ground plots, seldom within the widest scope of probability, were filled up with homely and natural incidents, the gradual accretions of a long course of years, and fiction hid its grotesque extravagance in this garb of truth, like the devil. An appropriate simile for the old woman supplies it, disguising himself, cloven foot and all, in mortal attire. These tales generally referred to her birthplace, a village in the valley of the Connecticut, the aspect of which she impressed with great vividness on my fancy. The houses in that tract of country, long a wild and dangerous frontier, were rendered defensible by a strength of architecture that has preserved many of them till our own times, and I cannot describe the sort of pleasure with which, 2 summers since, I rode through the little town in question, while one object after another rose familiarly to my eye, like successive portions of a dream becoming realized. Among other things equally probable, she was wont to assert that all the inhabitants of this village, at certain intervals, but whether of 25 or 50 years or a whole century remained a disputable point, were subject to a simultaneous slumber, continuing 1 hour's space. When that mysterious time arrived, the parson snored over his half-written sermon, though it were Saturday night and no provision made for the morrow. The mother's eyelids closed as she bent over her infant, and no childish cry awakened. The watcher at the bed of mortal sickness slumbered upon the death-pillow, and the dying man anticipated his sleep of ages by one as deep and dreamless. To speak emphatically, there was a soporific influence throughout the village, stronger than if every mother's son and daughter were reading a dull story, notwithstanding which the old woman professed to hold the substance of the ensuing account from one of those principally concerned in it. One moonlight summer evening, a young man and a girl sat down together in the open air. They were distant relatives, sprung from a stock once wealthy, but of late years so poverty-stricken that David had not a penny to pay the marriage fee if Esther should consent to wed. The seat they had chosen was in an open grove of elm and walnut trees at a right angle of the road. A spring of diamond water just bubbled into the moonlight beside them, and then whimpered away through the bushes and long grass in search of a neighboring mill stream. The nearest house, situate within 20 yards of them in the residence of their great-grandfather in his lifetime, was a venerable old edifice, crowned with many high and narrow peaks, all overrun by innumerable creeping plants, which hung curling about the roof like a nice young wig on an elderly gentleman's head. Opposite to this establishment was a tavern, with a well and horse trough before it, and a low green bank running along the left side of the door. Thence the road went onward, curving scarce perceptibly through the village, divided in the midst by a narrow lane of verdure, and bounded on each side by a grassy strip of twice its own breadth. The houses had generally an odd look. Here the moonlight tried to get a glimpse of one, a rough old heap of ponderous timber, which, ashamed its dilapidated aspect, was hiding behind a great thick tree. The lower story of the next had sunk almost underground, as if the poor little house were aweary of the world and retiring into the seclusion of its own cellar. Farther on stood one of the few recent structures, thrusting its painted face conspicuously into the street, with an evident idea that it was the fairest thing there. About midway in the village was a grist-mill, partly concealed by the descent of the ground towards the stream which turned its wheel. At the southern extremity, just so far distant that the window panes dazzled into each other, rose the meeting-house, a dingy old barn-like building with an enormously disproportioned steeple sticking up straight into heaven, as high as the Tower of Babel, and the cause of nearly as much confusion in its day. This steeple, it must be understood, was an afterthought, and its addition to the main edifice, when the latter had already begun to decay, had excited a vehement quarrel, and almost a schism in the church some 50 years before. Here the road wound down a hill and was seen no more, the remotest object in view being the graveyard gate beyond the meeting-house. The youthful pair sat hand in hand beneath the trees, and for several moments they had not spoken, because the breeze was hushed, the brook scarce tinkled, the leaves had ceased their rustling, and everything lay motionless and silent, as if nature were composing herself to slumber. "What a beautiful night it is, Esther," remarked David somewhat drowsily. "Very beautiful," answered the girl in the same tone. "But how still," continued David. "Ah, too still," said Esther, with a faint shudder, like a modest leaf when the wind kisses it. Perhaps they fell asleep together, and united as their spirits were by close and tender sympathies, the same strange dream might have wrapped them in its shadowy arms. But they conceived at the time that they still remained wakeful by the spring of bubbling water, looking down through the village and all along the moon-lighted road, and at the queer old houses, and at the trees which thrust their great twisted branches almost into the windows. There was only a sort of mistiness over their minds, like the smoky air of an early autumn night. At length, without any vivid astonishment, they became conscious that a great many people were either entering the village or already in the street, but whether they came from the meeting-house or from a little beyond it, or where the devil they came from, was more than could be determined. Certainly a crowd of people seemed to be there, men, women, and children, all of whom were yawning and rubbing their eyes, stretching their limbs, and staggering from side to side of the road, as if but partially awakened from a sound slumber. Sometimes they stood stock still with their hands over their brows to shade their sight from the moonbeams. As they drew near, most of their countenances appeared familiar to Esther and David, possessing the peculiar features of families in the village, and that general air and aspect by which a person would recognize his own townsman in the remotest ends of the earth. But though the whole multitude might have been taken, in the mass, for neighbors and acquaintances, there was not a single individual whose exact likeness they had ever before seen. It was a noticeable circumstance, also, that the newest fashioned garment on the backs of these people might have been worn by the great-grandparents of the existing generation. There was one figure behind all the rest, and not yet near enough to be perfectly distinguished.
"Where on earth, David, do all these odd people come from?" said Esther, with a lazy inclination to laugh.
"Nowhere on earth, Esther," replied David, unknowing why he said so. As they spoke, the strangers showed some symptoms of disquietude and looked towards the fountain for an instant, but immediately appeared to assume their own trains of thought and previous purposes. They now separated to different parts of the village, with a readiness that implied intimate local knowledge, and it may be worthy of remark that, though they were evidently loquacious among themselves, neither their footsteps nor their voices reached the ears of the beholders. Wherever there was a venerable old house of 50 years standing and upwards, surrounded by its elm or walnut trees, with its dark and weather-beaten barn, its well, its orchard and stone walls, all ancient and all in good repair around it, there a little group of these people assembled. Such parties were mostly composed of an aged man and woman, with the younger members of a family. Their faces were full of joy, so deep that it assumed the shade of melancholy. They pointed to each other the minutest objects about the homesteads, things in their hearts, and were now comparing them with the originals. But where hollow places by the wayside, grass-grown and uneven, with unsightly chimneys rising ruinous in the midst, gave indications of a fallen dwelling and of hearths long cold, there did a few of the strangers sit them down on the moldering beams and on the yellow moss that had overspread the doorstone. The men folded their arms, sad and speechless. The women wrung their hands with a more vivid expression of grief, and the little children tottered to their knees, shrinking away from the open grave of domestic love. And wherever a recent edifice reared its white and flashy front on the foundation of an old one, there a gray-haired man might be seen to shake his staff in anger at it, while his aged dame and their offspring appeared to join in their maledictions, forming a fearful picture in the ghostly moonlight. While these scenes were passing, the one figure in the rear of all the rest was descending the hollow towards the mill, and the eyes of David and Esther were drawn thence to a pair with whom they could fully sympathize. It was a youth in a sailor's dress and a pale, slender maiden, who met each other with a sweet embrace in the middle of the street. "How long it must be since they parted," observed David.
50 years, at least," said Esther.
They continued to gaze with unwondering calmness and quiet interest, as the dream, if such it were, unrolled its quaint and motley semblance before them. And their notice was now attracted by several little knots of people apparently engaged in conversation. Of these, one of the earliest collected and most characteristic was near the tavern, the persons who composed it being seated on the low green bank along the left side of the door. A conspicuous figure here was a fine, corpulent old fellow, in his shirt-sleeves and flame-colored breeches, and with a stained white apron over his paunch, beneath which he held his hands and wherewith at times he wiped his ruddy face. The stately decrepitude of one of his companions, the scar of an Indian tomahawk on his crown, and especially his worn buff coat, were appropriate marks of a veteran belonging to an old provincial garrison, now deaf to the roll call. Another showed his rough face under a tarry hat, and wore a pair of wide trousers like an ancient mariner who had tossed away his youth upon the sea, and was returned, hoary and weather-beaten, to his inland home. There was also a thin young man, carelessly dressed, who ever and anon cast a sad look towards the pale maiden above mentioned. With these there sat a hunter, and one or two others, and they were soon joined by a miller who came upward from the dusty mill, his coat as white as if besprinkled with powdered starlight. All these, by the aid of jests, which might indeed be old but had not been recently repeated, waxed very merry, and it was rather strange that just as their sides shook with the heartiest laughter, they appeared greatly like a group of shadows flickering in the moonshine. 4 personages, very different from these, stood in front of the large house with its periwig of creeping plants. One was a little elderly figure, distinguished by the gold on his 3-cornered hat and sky-blue coat, and by the seal of arms annexed to his great gold watch chain. His air and aspect befitted a justice of peace and county major, and all earth's pride and pomposity were squeezed into this small gentleman of 5 feet high. The next in importance was a grave person of 60 or 70 years, whose black suit and band sufficiently indicated his character, and the polished baldness of whose head was worthy of a famous preacher in the village, half a century before, who had made wigs a subject of pulpit denunciation. The 2 other figures, both clad in dark gray, showed the sobriety of deacons. One was ridiculously tall and thin, like a man of ordinary bulk infinitely produced, as the mathematicians say, while the brevity and thickness of his colleague seemed a compression of the same man. These 4 talked with great earnestness, and their gestures intimated that they had revived the ancient dispute about the meeting-house steeple. The grave person in black spoke with composed solemnity, as if he were addressing a synod. The short deacon grunted out occasional sentences as brief as himself. His tall brother drew the long thread of his argument through the whole discussion, and, reasoning from analogy, his voice must indubitably have been small and squeaking. But the little old man in gold lace was evidently scorched by his own red-hot eloquence. He bounced from one to another, shook his cane at the steeple, at the 2 deacons, and almost in the parson's face, stamping with his foot fiercely enough to break a hole through the very earth. Though indeed it could not exactly be said that the green grass bent beneath him. The figure noticed as coming behind all the rest had now surmounted the ascent from the mill, and proved to be an elderly lady with something in her hand. "Why does she walk so slow?" asked David. "Don't you see she is lame?" said Esther. This gentlewoman, whose infirmity had kept her so far in the rear of the crowd, now came hobbling on, glided unobserved by the polemic group, and paused on the left brink of the fountain, within a few feet of the 2 spectators. She was a magnificent old dame, as ever mortal eye beheld. Her spangled shoes and gold-clocked stockings shone gloriously within the spacious circle of a red hoop petticoat, which swelled to the very point of explosion, and was bedecked all over with embroidery, a little tarnished. Above the petticoat and parting in front so as to display it to the best advantage, was a figured blue damask gown. A wide and stiff ruff encircled her neck, a cap of the finest muslin, though rather dingy, covered her head, and her nose was bestridden by a pair of golden-bowed spectacles with enormous glasses. But the old lady's face was pinched, sharp, and sallow, wearing a niggardly and avaricious expression, and forming an odd contrast to the splendor of her attire, as did likewise the implement which she held in her hand. It was a sort of iron shovel, by housewives termed a slice, such as is used in clearing the oven, and with this, selecting a spot between a walnut tree and the fountain, the good dame made an earnest attempt to dig. The tender sods, however, possessed a strange impenetrability. They resisted her efforts like a quarry of living granite, and losing her breath, she cast down the shovel and seemed to bemoan herself most piteously, gnashing her teeth, what few she had, and wringing her thin yellow hands. Then apparently with new hope she resumed her toil, which still had the same result, a circumstance the less surprising to David and Esther, because at times they would catch the moonlight shining through the old woman, and dancing in the fountain beyond. The little man in gold lace now happened to see her, and made his approach on tiptoe. "How hard this elderly lady works," remarked David. "Go and help her, David," said Esther, compassionately. As their drowsy voices spoke, both the old woman and the pompous little figure behind her lifted their eyes, and for a moment they regarded the youth and damsel with something like kindness and affection, which, however, were dim and uncertain, and passed away almost immediately. The old woman again betook herself to the shovel, but was startled by a hand suddenly laid upon her shoulder. She turned round in great trepidation, and beheld the dignitary in the blue coat. Then followed an embrace of such closeness as would indicate no remoter connection than matrimony between these 2 decorous persons. The gentleman next pointed to the shovel, appearing to inquire the purpose of his lady's occupation, while she as evidently parried his interrogatories, maintaining a demure and sanctified visage as every good woman ought in similar cases. Howbeit, she could not forbear looking askew, behind her spectacles, towards the spot of stubborn turf. All the while their figures had a strangeness in them, and it seemed as if some cunning jeweler had made their golden ornaments of the yellowest of the setting sunbeams, and that the blue of their garments was brought from the dark sky near the moon, and that the gentleman's silk waistcoat was the bright side of a fiery cloud, and the lady's scarlet petticoat a remnant of the blush of morning, and that they both were two unrealities of colored air. But now there was a sudden movement throughout the multitude. The squire drew forth a watch as large as the dial on the famous steeple, looked at the warning hands, and got him gone, nor could his lady tarry. The party at the tavern door took to their heels, headed by the fat men in the flaming breeches. The tall deacon stalked away immediately, and the short deacon waddled after, making 4 steps to the yard. The mothers called their children about them and set forth, with a gentle and sad glance behind. Like cloudy fantasies that hurried by a viewless impulse from the sky, they all were fled, and the wind rose up and followed them with a strange moaning down the lonely street. Now whither these people went is more than may be told. Only David and Esther seemed to see the shadowy splendor of the ancient dame as she lingered in the moonshine at the graveyard gate, gazing backward to the fountain. "Oh, Esther, I have had such a dream," cried David, starting up and rubbing his eyes. "And I such another," answered Esther, gaping till her pretty red lips formed a circle. "About an old woman with gold-bowed spectacles," continued David. "And a scarlet hoop petticoat," added Esther. They now stared in each other's eyes, with great astonishment and some little fear. After a thoughtful moment or two, David drew a long breath and stood upright. "If I live till tomorrow morning," said he, "I'll see what may be buried between that tree and the spring of water." "And why not tonight, David?" answered Esther, for she was a sensible little girl, and bethought herself that the matter might as well be done in secrecy. David felt the propriety of the remark and looked round for the means of following her advice. The moon shone brightly on something that rested against the side of the old house, and on a nearer view it proved to be an iron shovel, bearing a singular resemblance to that of which they had seen in their dreams. He used it with better success than the old woman, the soil giving way so freely to his efforts that he had soon scooped a hole as large as the basin of the spring. Suddenly he poked his head down to the very bottom of this cavity. "Oh-ho! What have we here?" cried David. End of section 11. Section 12 of the Dolliver Romance and Other Pieces by Nathaniel Hawthorne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. Times Portraiture, being the carrier's address to the patrons of the Salem Gazette for the 1st of January, 1838. Address. Kind patrons, we newspaper carriers are Time's errand boys, and all the year round the old gentleman sends us from one of your doors to another, to let you know what he is talking about and what he is doing. We are a strange set of urchins, for punctually on New Year's morning one and all of us are seized with a fit of rhyme, and break forth in such hideous strains that it would be no wonder if the infant year, with her step upon the threshold, were frightened away by the discord with which we strive to welcome her. On these occasions, most generous patrons, you never fail to give us a taste of your bounty. But whether as a reward for our verses, or to purchase a respite from further infliction of them, is best known to your worshipful selves. Moreover, we, Time's errand boys, as aforesaid, feel it incumbent upon us, on the first day of every year, to present a sort of summary of our master's dealings with the world, throughout the whole of the preceding 12-month. Now it has so chanced by a misfortune heretofore unheard of, that I, your present petitioner, have been altogether forgotten by the muse. Instead of being able, as I naturally expected, to measure my ideas into 6-foot lines and tack a rhyme at each of their tails, I find myself, this blessed morning, the same simple proser that I was yesterday, and shall probably be tomorrow. And to my further mortification, being a humble-minded little sinner, I feel nowise capable of talking to your worships with the customary wisdom of my brethren.
and giving sage opinions as to what Time has done right, and what he has done wrong, and what of right or wrong he means to do hereafter. Such being my unhappy predicament, it is with no small confusion of face that I make bold to present myself at your doors. Yet it were surely a pity that my non-appearance should defeat your bountiful designs for the replenishing of my pockets. Wherefore I have bethought me that it might not displease your worships to hear a few particulars about the person and habits of Father Time, with whom, as being one of his errand boys, I have more acquaintance than most lads of my years. For a great many years past, there has been a woodcut on the cover of the Farmer's Almanac, pretending to be a portrait of Father Time. It represents that respectable personage as almost in a state of nudity, with a single lock of hair on his forehead, wings on his shoulders, and accoutred with a scythe and an hourglass. These two latter symbols appear to betoken that the old fellow works in haying time by the hour. But within my recollection, Time has never carried a scythe and an hourglass, nor worn a pair of wings, nor shown himself in the half-naked condition the almanac would make us believe. Nowadays he is the most fashionably dressed figure about town, and I take it to be his natural disposition, old as he is, to adopt every fashion of the day and of the hour. Just at the present period you may meet him in a furred surtout, with pantaloons strapped under his narrow-toed boots. On his head, instead of a single forelock, he wears a smart auburn wig, with bushy whiskers of the same hue, the whole surmounted by a German lustre hat. He has exchanged his hourglass for a gold patent leather watch, which he carries in his vest pocket. And as for his scythe, he has either thrown it aside altogether or converted its handle into a cane, not much stouter than a riding switch. If you stare him full in the face, you will perhaps detect a few wrinkles, but on a hasty glance, you might suppose him to be in the very heyday of life, as fresh as he was in the Garden of Eden. So much for the present aspect of Time. But I by no means ensure that the description shall suit him a month hence, or even at this hour tomorrow. It is another very common mistake to suppose that Time wanders among old ruins, and sits on mouldering walls and moss-grown stones, meditating about matters which everybody else has forgotten. Some people, perhaps, would expect to find him at the burial ground in Broad Street, poring over the half-illegible inscriptions on the tombs of the Higginsons, the Hathorns, footnote, not Hawthorne, as one of the present representatives of the family has seen fit to transmogrify a good old name. However, Time seldom has occasion to mention the gentleman's name, so that it is no great matter how he spells or pronounces it. End footnote. The Hollyoaks, the Browns, the Olivers, the Pickmans, the Pickerings, and other worthies, with whom he kept company of old. Some would look for him on the ridge of Gallows Hill, where in one of his darkest moods he and Cotton Mather hung the witches. But they need not seek him there. Time is invariably the first to forget his own deeds, his own history, and his own former associates. His place is in the busiest bustle of the world. If you would meet Time face to face, you have only to promenade in Essex Street, between the hours of 12 and 1, and there, among bow and bells, you will see old Father Time, apparently the gayest of the gay. He walks arm in arm with the young men, talking about balls and theaters and afternoon rides and midnight merry-makings. He recommends such and such a fashionable tailor, and sneers at every garment of 6 months' antiquity. And generally, before parting, he invites his friends to drink champagne, a wine in which Time delights, on account of its rapid effervescence. And Time treads lightly beside the fair girls, whispering to them, the old deceiver, that they are the sweetest angels he ever was acquainted with. He tells them that they have nothing to do but dance and sing, and twine roses in their hair, and gather a train of lovers, and that the world will always be like an illuminated ballroom. And Time goes to the commercial newsroom, and visits the insurance offices, and stands at the corner of Essex and St. Peter's Streets, talking with the merchants about the arrival of ships, the rise and fall of stocks, the price of cotton and breadstuffs, the prospects of the whaling business and the cod fishery, and all other news of the day. And the young gentlemen
and the pretty girls, and the merchants, and all others with whom he makes acquaintance, are apt to think that there is nobody like Time, and that Time is all in all. But Time is not near so good a fellow as they take him for. He is continually on the watch for mischief, and often seizes a sly opportunity to lay his cane over the shoulders of some middle-aged gentleman. And lo and behold, the poor man's back is bent, his hair turns gray, and his face looks like a shriveled apple. This is what is meant by being time-stricken. It is the worst feature in Time's character that he always inflicts the greatest injuries on his oldest friends. Yet shamefully as he treats them, they evince no desire to cut his acquaintance, and can seldom bear to think of a final separation. Again, there is a very prevalent idea that Time loves to sit by the fireside telling stories of the Puritans, the witch persecutors, and the heroes of the old French War and the Revolution, and that he has no memory for anything more recent than the days of the first President Adams. This is another great mistake. Time is so eager to talk of novelties that he never fails to give circulation to the most incredible rumors of the day, though at the hazard of being compelled to eat his own words tomorrow. He shows numberless instances of this great propensity while the national elections are in progress. A month ago his mouth was full of the wonderful Whig victories, and to do him justice, he really seems to have told the truth for once. Whether the same story will hold good another year, we must leave Time himself to show. He has a good deal to say at the present juncture concerning the revolutionary movements in Canada. He blusters a little about the northeastern boundary question. He expresses great impatience at the sluggishness of our commanders in the Florida War. He gets considerably excited whenever the subject of abolition is brought forward, and so much the more as he appears hardly to have made up his mind on one side or the other. Whenever this happens to be the case, as it often does, Time works himself into such a rage that you would think he were going to tear the universe to pieces. But I never yet knew him to proceed in good earnest to such terrible extremities. During the last 6 or 7 months he has been seized with intolerable sulkiness at the slightest mention of the currency, for nothing vexes Time so much as to be refused cash upon the nail. The above are the chief topics of general interest which Time is just now in the habit of discussing. For his more private gossip he has rumors of new matches, of old ones broken off, with now and then a whisper of good-natured scandal. Sometimes, too, he condescends to criticize a sermon, or a lyceum lecture, or a performance of the Glee Club. And to be brief, catch the volatile essence of present talk and transitory opinions, and you will have Time's gossip, word for word. I may as well add that he expresses great approbation of Mr. Russell's vocal abilities, and means to present from beginning to end of his next concert. It is not every singer that could keep time with his voice and instrument for a whole evening. Perhaps you will inquire what are Time's literary tastes, and here again there is a general mistake. It is conceived by many that Time spends his leisure hours at the Athenaeum turning over the musty leaves of those large worm-eaten folios which nobody else has disturbed since the death of the venerable Dr. Oliver. So far from this being the case, Time's profoundest studies are the new novels from Messrs. Ives and Jewett's circulating library. He skims over the lighter articles in the periodicals of the day, glances at the newspapers, and then throws them aside forever, all except the Salem Gazette, of which he preserves a file for his amusement a century or two hence. We will now consider Time as a man of business. In this capacity our citizens are in the habit of complaining, not wholly without reason, that Time is sluggish and dull. You may see him occasionally at the end of Derby Wharf, leaning against a post or sitting on the breech of an iron cannon, staring listlessly at an unrigged East Indiaman. Or if you look through the windows of the Union Marine Insurance Office, you may get a glimpse of him there, nodding over a newspaper among the old weather-beaten sea captains who recollect when Time was quite a different sort of fellow. If you enter any of the dry goods stores along Essex Street, you will be likely to find him with his elbows on the counter, bargaining for a yard of tape or a paper of pins. To catch him in his idlest mood, you must visit the office of some young lawyer. Still, however, Time does contrive to do a little business among us and should not be
denied the credit of it. During the past season, he has worked pretty diligently upon the railroad, and promises to start the cars by the middle of next summer. Then we may fly from Essex Street to State Street and be back again before time misses us. In conjunction with our worthy mayor, with whose ancestor the Lord Mayor of London, time was well acquainted more than 200 years ago, he has laid the cornerstone of a new city hall, the granite front of which is already an ornament to Court Street. But besides these public affairs, Time busies himself a good deal in private. Just at this season of the year he is engaged in collecting bills, and may be seen at almost any hour, peregrinating from street to street, and knocking at half the doors in town with a great bundle of these infernal documents. On such errands he appears in the likeness of an undersized, portly old gentleman, with grey hair, a bluff red face, and a loud tone of voice, and many people mistake him for the penny post. Never does a marriage take place, but Time is present among the wedding guests, for marriage is an affair in which Time takes more interest than almost any other. He generally gives away the bride and leads the bridegroom by hand to the threshold of the bridal chamber. Although Time pretends to be very merry on these occasions, yet, if you watch him well, you may often detect a sigh. Whenever a babe is born into this weary world, Time is in attendance, and receives the wailing infant in his arms, and the poor babe shudders instinctively at his embrace, and sets up a feeble cry. Then again from the birth chamber he must hurry to the bedside of some old acquaintance, whose business with Time is ended forever, though their accounts remain to be settled at a future day. It is terrible, sometimes, to perceive the lingering reluctance, the shivering agony, with which the poor souls bid Time farewell, if they have gained no other friend to supply the grey deceiver's place. How do they cling to Time and steal another, and yet another glance at his familiar aspect? But Time, the hard-hearted old fellow, goes through such scenes with infinite composure, and dismisses his best friends from memory the moment they are out of sight. Others who have not been too intimate with Time, as knowing him to be a dangerous character, and apt to ruin his associates, these take leave of him with joy, and pass away with a look of triumph on their features. They know that in spite of all his flattering promises he could not make them happy, and that now they shall be so, long after Time is dead and buried. For Time is not immortal. Time must die, and be buried in the deep grave of eternity. And let him die, from the hour when he passed forth through the gate of Eden till this very moment he has gone to and fro about the earth, staining his hands with blood, committing crimes innumerable, and bringing misery on himself and all mankind. Sometimes he has been a pagan, sometimes a persecutor, sometimes he has spent centuries in darkness where he could neither read nor write. These were called the Dark Ages. There has hardly been a single year when he has not stirred up strife among the nations. Sometimes, as in France less than 50 years ago, he has been seized with fits of frenzy and murdered thousands of innocent people at noonday. He pretends, indeed, that he has grown wiser and better now. Trust him who will. For my part, I rejoice that Time shall not live forever. He hath an appointed office to perform. Let him do his task and die. Fresh and young as he would make himself appear, he is already hoary with age, and the very garments that he wears about the town were put on thousands of years ago, and have been patched and pieced to suit the present fashion. There is nothing new in him, nor about him. Were he to die while I am speaking, we could not pronounce it an untimely death. Methinks, with his heavy heart and wary brain, Time should himself be glad to die. Meanwhile, gentle patrons, as Time has brought round another new year, pray remember your poor petitioner. For so small a lad, you will agree that I talk pretty passably well, and have fairly earned whatever spare specie Time has left in your pockets. Be kind to me, and I have good hope that Time will be kind to you. After all the hard things which I have said about him, he is really, that is, if you take him for neither more nor less than he is worth, and use him as not abusing him, Time is really a very tolerable old fellow, and may be endured for a little while that we are able to keep him company. Be generous, kind patrons, to Time's errand boy. So may he bring to the merchant his ship safe from the Indies, to the lawyer a goodly number of new suits, to the doctor a crowd of patients with the dyspepsia and fat purses, to the farmer a golden crop and a ready market, to the mechanic steady employment and good wages, to the idle gentleman some honest business, to the rich kind hearts and liberal hands, to the poor warm firesides and food enough, patient spirits, and the hope of better days, to our country a return of the specie payments, and to you, sweet maid, the youth who stole into your dream last night. And next New Year's Day, if I find nothing better to do in the meanwhile, may time again bring to your doors your loving little friend, the carrier. End of section 12. Section 13 of the Dolliver Romance and Other Pieces by Nathaniel Hawthorne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. Brown's Folly. The Wayside, August 28, 1860. My dear cousin, I should be very glad to write a story, as you request, for the benefit of the Essex Institute, or for any other purpose that might be deemed desirable by my native townspeople. But it is now many years since the epoch of the twice-told tales and the mosses from an old manse, and my mind seems to have lost the plan and measure of those little narratives in which it was once so unprofitably fertile. I can write no story, therefore, but, rather than be entirely wanting to the occasion, I will endeavor to describe a spot near Salem on which it was once my purpose to locate such a dreamy fiction as you now demand of me. It is no other than that conspicuous hill. I really know not whether it lies in Salem, Danvers, or Beverly, which used in my younger days to be known by the name of Brown's Folly. This eminence is a long ridge rising out of the level country around, like a whale's back out of a calm sea, with the head and tail beneath the surface. Along its base ran a green and seldom trodden lane, with which I was very familiar in my boyhood. And there was a little brook which I remember to have dammed up till its overflow made a mimic ocean. When I last looked for this tiny streamlet, which was still rippling fresh through my memory, I found it strangely shrunken. A mere ditch, indeed, and almost a dry one. But the green lane was still there, precisely as I remembered it. 2 wheel tracks and the beaten path of the horse's feet, and grassy strips between, the whole overshadowed by tall locust trees and the prevalent barberry bushes, which are rooted so fondly into the recollections of every Essex man. From this lane there is a steep ascent up the side of the hill, the ridge of which affords 2 views of very wide extent and variety. On one side is the ocean, and Salem and Beverly on its shores. On the other, a rural scene, almost perfectly level, so that each man's metes and bounds can be traced out as on a map. The beholder takes in at a glance the estates on which different families have long been situated, and the houses where they have dwelt, and cherished their various interests, intermarrying, agreeing together, or quarreling, going to live, annexing little bits of real estate, acting out their petty parts in life, and sleeping quietly under the sod at last. A man's individual affairs look not so very important when we can climb high enough to get the idea of a complicated neighborhood. But what made the hill particularly interesting to me were the traces of an old and long-vanished edifice, midway on the curving ridge and at its highest point. A pre-revolutionary magnate, the representative of a famous old Salem family, had here built himself a pleasure house on a scale of magnificence, which combined with its airy site and difficult approach, obtained for it, and for the entire hill on which it stood, the traditionary title of Brown's Folly. Whether a folly or no, the house was certainly an unfortunate one. While still in its glory, it was so tremendously shaken by the earthquake of 1755 that the owner dared no longer reside in it, and practically acknowledging that its ambitious site rendered it indeed a folly, he proceeded to locate it on humbler ground. The great house actually took up its march along the declining ridge of the hill, and came safely to the bottom, where it stood till within the memory of men now alive.
The proprietor, meanwhile, had adhered to the royalist side and fled to England during the Revolution. The mansion was left under the care of Richard Derby, an ancestor of the present Derby family, who had a claim to the Brown property through his wife, but seems to have held the premises precisely as the refugee left them, for a long term of years, in the expectation of his eventual return. The house remained, with all its furniture and its spacious rooms and chambers, ready for the exile's occupancy as soon as he should reappear. As time went on, however, it began to be neglected, and was accessible to whatever vagrant or idle schoolboy or burying party might choose to enter through its ill-secured windows. But there was one closet in the house which everybody was afraid to enter, it being supposed that an evil spirit, perhaps a domestic demon of the Brown family, was confined in it. One day, 3 or 4 score years ago, some schoolboys happened to be playing in the deserted chambers and took it into their heads to develop the secrets of this mysterious closet. With great difficulty and tremor, they succeeded in forcing the door. As it flew open, there was a vision of people in garments of antique magnificence, gentlemen in curled wigs and tarnished gold lace, and ladies in brocade and quaint headdresses, rushing tumultuously forth and tumbling upon the floor. The urchins took to their heels in huge dismay, but crept back after a while, and discovered that the apparition was composed of a mighty pile of family portraits. I had the story, the better part of 100 years afterwards, from the very schoolboy who pried open the closet door. After standing many years at the foot of the hill, the house was again removed in 3 portions and was fashioned into 3 separate dwellings, which, for aught I know, are yet extant in Danvers. The ancient site of this proud mansion may still be traced, or could have been 10 years ago, upon the summit of the hill. It consists of 2 spacious wings, connected by an intermediate hall of entrance, which fronted lengthwise upon the ridge. 2 shallow and grass-grown cavities remain, of what were once the deep and richly stored cellars under the 2 wings, and between them is the outline of the connecting hall, about as deep as a plough furrow, and somewhat greener than the surrounding sod. The 2 cellars are still deep enough to shelter a visitor from the fresh breezes that haunt the summit of the hill, and barberry bushes clustering within them offer the harsh acidity of their fruits, instead of the rich wines which the colonial magnate was wont to store there for his guests. There I have sometimes sat and tried to rebuild in my imagination the stately house, or to fancy what a splendid show it must have made, even so far off as in the streets of Salem, when the old proprietor illuminated his many windows to celebrate the king's birthday. I have quite forgotten what story I once proposed writing about Brown's Folly, and I freely offer the theme in sight to any of my young townsmen, who may be afflicted with the same tendency towards fanciful narratives which haunted me in my youth and long afterwards. Truly yours, Nathaniel Hawthorne. End of section 13. End of the Dolliver Romance and Other Pieces by Nathaniel Hawthorne.
In Season 2 of Missing Pages, we'll take a look at what happens when an old system faces new challenges.
This is what happens when you involve money.
I'm Beth Ann Patrick, your host of Season 2 of the Missing Pages podcast. We'll dig into these stories and talk to authors like Jodi Picoult for their firsthand experiences.
You can child-proof your world, but you can't world-proof your child.
Listen and subscribe to Season 2 of Missing Pages wherever you get your podcasts.